Sunni series in contemporary French thought. David Pettigrew and François Raphael, editors. Derrida and Joyce. Texts and contexts. Edited by Andrew J. Mitchell and Sam Sloat. Acknowledgements. We would like to thank Sean Latham and Carol Keeleyher, the editors of James Joyce Quarterly, for permission to reprint Andrew J. Mitchell's Meaning Postponed, The Postcard and Finnegan's Wake, James Joyce Quarterly 44, 1 Fall 2006, 59-76, and Louis Armand, then editor of Hypermedia Joyce Studies, for permission to reprint Simon Critchley and Tom McCarthy's Of Crimitology, Joyce and Money, Hypermedia Joyce Studies 4, 1 2003, http www.geocities.com/hypermedia_Joyce. We would like to thank the Trinity College Arts and Social Science Benefactions Fund for providing assistance with the publication of this volume. We are grateful to our two series editors, David Pettigrew and François Raphael, for their support and encouragement throughout the process of preparing this volume. Jeffrey Bennington was an early supporter of this project and kind enough to provide us with a new translation of 2 words for Joyce. His assistance in dealing with the estate, archive, and thought of Jacques Derrida has been invaluable. François Raphael provided us with translations of Ulysses' Gramophone, as well as Yes, Laughter and Circumstances, and was an ardent supporter of the project throughout. We would also like to thank Pascal Anbrault and Michael Naz for all their work in both securing the rights and rendering the translation of Derrida's La Veilleuse. We thank Fritz Sen, Murray Beja, and Derek Attridge for providing us with the photographs that accompany this text. We extend our thanks likewise to the estate of Jacques Derrida, and to Marguerite Derrida in particular, for allowing their reproduction here. Our volume is much the better thanks to the efforts of all these people. Andrew J. Mitchell would like to thank Amy Alexander for her indefatigable encouragement. Sam Sloat would like to thank Ivana Milivojevic for saying yes. Key to abbreviations. All of the following works are cited parenthetically in the text by the abbreviation indicated. Works by James Joyce. C.W. The Critical Writings of James Joyce, ed. Ellsworth Mason and Richard Ellman, New York, Viking Press, 1959. D. Dubliners, ed. Robert Scholes and A. Walton Litz, New York, Viking Press, 1969. F.W. Finnegan's Wake, London, Faber and Faber, 1975. Lee, Lee, Liii. Letters of James Joyce, Volume I, ed. Stuart Gilbert, New York, Viking Press, 1957, reissued with corrections 1966, volumes 2 and 3, ed. Richard Ellman, New York, Viking Press, 1966. P. A Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man, ed. Chester G. Anderson, New York, Viking Press, 1968. S.L. Selected Letters of James Joyce, ed. Richard Ellman, New York, Viking Press, 1975. U. Ulysses, The Corrected Text, ed. Hans Walter Gabler et al. London, The Bodley Head, 1993. Works by Jacques Derrida. A.F. Archive Fever, trans. Eric Preenowitz, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1996, translation of Mal D. Archive, Paris, Galilee, 1995. D. Dissemination, trans. Barbara Johnson, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1981, translation of La Dissemination, Paris, Seuil, 1972. Et. Edmund Husserl's Origin of Geometry, An Introduction, trans. John P. Levy, Jr. Lincoln, University of Nebraska Press, 1978, translation of L'Origine de la Géométrie de Husserl, Introduction et Traduction, Paris, Presses Universitaires de France, 1962. EO. The Ear of the Other, ed. Christy MacDonald, trans. Peggy Kamoff, Lincoln, University of Nebraska Press, 1988, translation of El Oral de l'Autre, ed. Claude Levesque and Christy MacDonald, Montreal, V1B, 1982. G. Glass, trans. John P. Levy Jr. and Richard Rand, Lincoln, University of Nebraska Press, 1986, translation of Glass, Paris, Galilee, 1974. H.C. H.C. for life, that is to say, trans. Laron Milesy and Stefan Erbrechter, Stanford, Stanford University Press, 2006, translation of H.C. pour la vie, c'est à dire. Paris, Galilee, 2002. M.P. Margins of Philosophy, trans. Alan Bass, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1982, translation of Marges de la Philosophie, Paris, Minuit, 1972. N.W. The Night Watch, trans. Pascal Anbrault and Michael Naz, in this volume 87 to 108, translation of La Veilleuse, in Jacques Trilling, James Joyce ou l'écriture matricide, Belfort, France, Editions Circe, 2001, 7-32. Og. Of Grammatology, trans. Gayatri Spivak, Baltimore, The Johns Hopkins University Press, 1976, translation of De la Grammatologie, Paris, Minuit, 1967. P.C. The Postcard, trans. Alan Bass, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1987, translation of Le Carte Postale, Paris, Flammarion, 1980. Pi. Points. Interviews, 1974 to 1994, ed. Elizabeth Weber, trans. Peggy Kamoff et al. Stanford, Stanford University Press, 1995, translation of Points de Suspension, Paris, Galilee, 1992. The translators of the interviews cited in our volume are as follows, between brackets I, Pi 5, 29/13, 36, JA, or the Phobon 2, Pi 30, 77/37, 81, Unsealing, the Old New Language, Pi 115, 31/132, 40, Heidegger, The Philosopher's Hell, Pi 181, 90/193, 202, There Is No One Narcissism, Autobiophotographies, Pi 196, 215/209, 28, Istris 2, Ich bin all here, Pi 300, 26/309, 36, A Madness Must Watch Overthinking, Pi 339, 64/349, 75, all translated by Peggy Kamoff, comment Donner. Raison. How to Concede, with Reasons. Pi 191, 95/203, 7, trans. John P. Levy Jr. Sci. PSII. Psyche, Inventions of the Other, ed. Peggy Kamoff and Elizabeth Rottenberg, trans. Various, Volume I, Stanford, Stanford University Press, 2007, Volume 2, Stanford, Stanford University Press, 2008, Translations of Psyche, Inventions de l'Autre, 2nd edition, Volume I, Paris, Galilee, 1998, Volume 2, Paris, Galilee, 2003. The translators of the essays cited in our volume are as follows: Psyche, Invention of the Other, Sci 1, 47/11, 61, trans. Catherine Porter, Detours de Babel, Sci 191, 225/203, 35, trans. Joseph F. Graham, Telepathy, Sci 226, 61/237, 70, and Aphorism Countertime, PSII 127, 42/131, 44, trans. Nicholas Royal, How to Avoid Speaking, Denials, PSII 143, 95/145, 200, trans. Ken Frieden and Elizabeth Rottenberg, A Number of Yes, PSII 231, 40/239, 48, trans. Brian Holmes. RP. Resistances of Psychoanalysis, trans. Peggy Kamov, Pascal Ann Brault, Michael Nas, Stanford, Stanford University Press, 1998, Translation of Resistances de la Psychanalyse, Paris, Galilee, 1996. SP. Speech and Phenomena, trans. David B. Allison, Evanston, Northwestern University Press, 1979, Translation of La Voix et les Phénomènes, Paris, Presses Universitaires de France, 1967. T.W. Two Words for Joyce, trans. Jeffrey Bennington, in this volume 22-40, Translation of Deux mots pour Joyce, Ulysse Gramophone, Paris, Galilee, 1987, 15-53. UG. Ulysses Gramophone, Here Say Yes in Joyce, trans. François Raphael, in this volume 41-86, Translation of Ulysse Gramophone, Oui dire de Joyce, Ulysse Gramophone, Deux mots pour Joyce, Paris, Galilee, 1987, 57-143. W.D. Writing and Difference, trans. Alan Bass, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1978, Translation of L'écriture et la Différence, Paris, Seuil, 1967. Introduction. Derrida and Joyce, On Totality and Equivocation. Andrew J. Mitchell and Sam Sloat. Joyce is a great landmark in the history of deconstruction. Jacques Derrida, The Villanova Round Table, A Conversation with Jacques Derrida 1. Once in the Derry Days of By and By. James Joyce, Finnegan's Wake, 161.13-14. The conjunction of James Joyce and Jacques Derrida brings together what many would consider to be the arch representative of high modernism with the signal figure of postmodernism, a writer who authored some of the boldest experiments with the English language, with a thinker who reinvented theory as deconstruction and ineradicably changed the way texts are read, studied, and written. Even within the singular history of encounters between philosophy and literature, Heidegger and Hölderlin, Benjamin and Baudelaire, Sartre and Genet, to name only a few, the Derrida and Joyce relation would still hold a special place. Derrida does not comment upon Joyce, even when engaged in seemingly straightforward exegesis, but thinks with him, through him, and allows Joyce a shaping hand in his own set of philosophical concerns. While Derrida has perhaps devoted more pages in his Ode to other literary figures, Mallarmé and Celan immediately come to mind, there is no one to whom he has returned more often and across such a great variety of works in the course of an almost 40-year engagement. Derrida and Joyce, Texts and Contexts brings together all of Derrida's published writings on Joyce, in fresh, new translations, along with essays in interpretation of this engagement. In regard to Derrida's texts, our volume features the first complete translation of Derrida's book Ulysses Gramophone, containing the essays Two Words for Joyce, translated by Jeffrey Bennington, and Ulysses Gramophone, Here Say Yes in Joyce, translated by François Raphael, who likewise translated the introduction and jacket text to the volume. The versions contained in that book and translated here are revised by Derrida from earlier lecture versions, Two Words for Joyce, or first publications, Ulysses Gramophone. While these earlier versions have previously appeared in English, the final, expanded versions have not and appear here for the first time. The translation of Ulysses Gramophone is complemented here by the first English translation of Derrida's essay The Night Watch, translated by Pascal Ann Brault and Michael Nas. Full details on these translations can be found in the preceding note on the translations. Across these texts, Derrida's commitment to interrogating the bounds of philosophy and literature, of reason and its other, of the outside of the text, is on full display in all the flamboyance and provocation of his concerns. Derrida and Joyce, Texts and Contexts examines the importance of the Derrida/Joyce relation on a number of fronts, from explicit treatments of Derrida's readings of Joyce, Part 2, Returns, to elaborations of the consequences of this encounter, Part 3, Departures, and concludes with ruminations on Derrida's participation at the two Joyce events he famously attended, Part 4, Recollections. In so doing, the editors hope to demonstrate that the Derrida/Joyce relationship does not concern the appropriation of a literary exemplar, nor the establishing of a disciplinary privilege between philosophy and literature, nor even a comprehension of the thought of another, but instead a relentless pursuit for the limits of any and all such efforts at totalization, appropriation, establishment, comprehension, a concern endemic to both philosophy and literature and any possible relationship between them. Joyce's towering literary efforts provide Derrida occasion to observe the staggering failure of any totality, even the most encyclopedic and multilingual, to ever truly complete itself. But Derrida does not simply observe the failure, he provokes the fall, finds himself claimed by the same ambiguities, the same equivocations, and through this participation, finds himself falling at the same time under the mastery of Joyce. Totalization remains ineradicably equivocal. The Derrida/Joyce relation stages this deconstructive play of totality and equivocation, situating itself at the fecund limit between them. In his lecture 2 Words for Joyce, which was first delivered at the Centre National d'Art de Culture Georges Pompidou at a symposium honoring the centennial of Joyce's birth in 1982, Derrida claims that yes, every time I write, and even in academic things, Joyce's ghost is always coming on board, TW 27/27. Certainly, Derrida had referred to Joyce on a number of previous occasions, sometimes cryptically, but here he affirms Joyce's presence, albeit spectral, throughout the entire range of his philosophical writings with a yes that echoes Molly's ambiguous, polymorphous yes, itself the subject of Derrida's next major contribution to Joyce studies. Derrida's affirmation of Joyce is equivocal, not least because in the same piece he also admits I'm not sure of loving Joyce, of loving him all the time, TW 24/20. So, apparently, Joyce's ghost is always coming on board even though Derrida is unsure of loving Joyce all the time. Joyce is the visitor who is not always welcome. Given that the visitor is not a resident of one's home, but comes from somewhere beyond its bounds, comes aboard from outside the domain of one's own, the idea of a visitor brings with it a thinking of the outside. Derrida's repeated engagements with Joyce, from the passing mentions to the 3 fuller engagements later in his career, concern the question of an outside to Joyce's work. Joyce stands as a paradoxical figure of totality for Derrida. Joyce's work, or rather the event of Joyce, Ulysses and Finnegan's Wake most of all, it is only with some difficulty that one could see the claim holding for chamber music, leads Derrida to ruminations on a vast Joyce computer, UG 59/97, or Joyce software, TW 25/22-23, that would encompass and appropriate the entirety of culture and ourselves along with it. This Joyce is infinitely appropriative, an authority and master beyond reckoning. But Joyce is also a figure of ambiguity and the equivocal for Derrida. The event of Joyce is an event of division and confusion of languages. Derrida's frequent recourse to the story of the Tower of Babel in conjunction with Joyce emphasizes just this point. Yet the confusion of Joyce is the confusion of literature. Joyce stands as the event of literature's confusion, its distancing from itself in writing itself, its division within itself, the equivocal play of the spoken and the written, the gramophonic. Joyce's work would seem to embody the deconstruction of meaning theorized by Derrida to an unprecedented degree. Derrida is not sure of loving Joyce, and he notes that this effect controls the scene of our relationship with whoever writes, TW 23/19. Derrida is not sure that Joyce is loved, except when he laughs, and you'll tell me that he's always laughing. That's true, I'll come back to it, but then everything is played out between the different tonalities of his laughter, TW 23/20. The ambiguous affect of loving and not loving Joyce is tied precisely to the ambiguous laughter of Joyce's text. For Joyce's laughter is the sneering laughter of total mastery and dominance or the welcoming laughter of release, a laughter that laughs beyond the project of totalization, at the naivete of it. The difference is a difference of tone. Derrida's relation to Joyce is always an equivocal one, as a brief survey of his works will show. Derrida's equivocal response to Joyce is not without significance, since in his first major work, a lengthy introduction to his translation of Edmund Husserl's brief essay Origin of Geometry, 1962, he grandly proposed Joyce as an alternative to Husserl's project to render philosophical thinking univocal, dependent as it was upon a vision of language as self-identical, transparent, and ahistorical, A 101, 3/102, 5. For Derrida in that work, Joyce stands as an exemplar of the equivocal, Joyce's writing seeking to repeat and take responsibility for all equivocation itself, utilizing a language that could equalize the greatest possible synchrony with the greatest potential for buried, accumulated, and interwoven intentions within each linguistic atom, each voceable, each word, each simple proposition, in all wordly cultures and their most ingenious forms, mythology, religion, sciences, arts, literature, politics, philosophy, and so forth, A 102/104. And so, for Derrida, Joyce, the Joycean text, stands as an alternative to the philosophical project exemplified by Husserl, though by no means in simple opposition to it. There is a strange agreement between the two. We detect a Joycean project as well, equally expansive. This writing resolutely settles itself within the labyrinthian field of culture bound by its own equivocations, in order to travel through and explore the vastest possible historical distance that is now at all possible, A 102/104, 5. For Derrida, both Husserl's and Joyce's approaches to language share the wish to assume and interiorize the memory of a culture in a kind of recollection, Erinnerung, in the Hegelian sense, A 102/104. The questions raised here regarding the relationship between Joyce's writing and the systematizing projects of philosophy remain central for Derrida's readings of Joyce throughout his career. In this way, Joyce, or rather Derrida's reading of Joyce, would be another moment in the long quarrel between philosophy and literature. Philosophy, so the argument goes, tends to view literature as inessential, and more than a few theorists of literature have taken this definition as their own. Philosophy, it is said, deals with ideas and the fundamental concepts and structures that govern our knowledge and understanding of the world, whereas literature is basically mere rhetoric, stories about dragons, everyday people, every man, and so on. In other words, literature is little more than a distracting entertainment, but one that threatens to lead us away from the truth that philosophy proudly proclaims. Of course, such a binaristic opposition between philosophy and literature is rarely, if ever, pure. Even Plato's apparent denunciation of literature in the Republic, the archetype of philosophy's denigration of literature, is not without some irony. As Jed Deppman cogently argues in his contribution to this volume, Derrida does not simply hold Joyce as the antithesis to Husserl, rather, he brings up Joyce within his essay to suggest that the Husserlian project of transparency is already tinged by Joycean polyvalence. In his essay in this volume, Jean-Michel Rabat continues in this direction and argues how the name Joyce within Derrida's work is not, just, simply an author, but rather an exemplary model of the act of equivocation embodied by literature. For Derrida, Joyce is literature par excellence. While Derrida signals a certain Joycean strain within Husserl, the situation is once again nothing one-sided or unambiguous. For Derrida likewise signals a Husserlian side of Joyce. Joyce's project of taking responsibility for all equivocation itself, A 102/104, depends upon univocity and could only succeed by allotting its share to univocity, whether it might draw from a given univocity or try to produce another. Otherwise, the very text of its repetition would have been unintelligible, at least it would have remained so forever and for everyone, at 103/105. From the start, then, Derrida reads Joyce in a tensed relation to philosophy, at once proposing an equivocal alternative to univocal transparency and likewise casting an equally expansive and controlling project of appropriative recollection of his own. And so, if Derrida can be called a literary philosopher, that is, a philosopher thinking through literature, then Joyce is, perhaps, a philosophical literateur. On the one hand, Joyce, as perhaps the embodiment of literature par excellence, and Derrida remains equivocal on this point, embodies that which disturbs univocal metaphysics, but, on the other hand, as the embodiment par excellence of this disruption, Joyce, the logo deadless, has domesticated said disruption. In this way, Derrida signals that Joyce, the Joycean oeuvre, marks a problem for both philosophy and literature as rigorously defined or totalized disciplines, a problem that serves as the entree to this volume. While Derrida does not engage Joyce's texts in a sustained manner until the 1980s, Joyce nonetheless gets aboard a number of Derrida's most pivotal works before then. After the Husserl essay, the name Joyce appears through the 60s and 70s as though a sigil of both the greatest accomplishment of totalization since Hegel and simultaneously the foremost exemplar of literary resistance to totalization. Passing references in two 1964 essays collected in Writing and Difference set the stage. On the one hand, the lengthy reading of Levinas, Violence and Metaphysics, closes with a quote from Joyce that would seem to ally him with the agenda of philosophy, this proposition from perhaps the most Hegelian of modern novelists, "Je Greek is Greekia." Extremes meet, WD 153/228, quoting U 15.2098-99.2. Joyce here stands as a thinker invested in the reconciliation of opposition, a la Hegel. On the other hand, one of the opening epigraphs to Cogito and the History of Madness quotes Joyce in conversation with Jacques Mercanton regarding Ulysses. In any event, this book was terribly daring. A transparent sheet separates it from madness, WD 3151. Here Joyce would seem positioned as a writer aware of the limits of order and the dangerous proximity of its other, precisely the concerns at stake in this critical engagement with Foucault. The sheet of separation is transparent, the isolation imperfect, the boundary permissive. This permissive reading of Joyce surfaces again in 1968, in Derrida's genre-breaking treatment of Plato's Phaedrus, Plato's Pharmacy, first published in Telkal, where consideration is again on the limits of the logos and its relation to its other, as well as on another Joycean theme, paternity. Derrida has the following footnote to a discussion of the role of the egg in ancient Egyptian mythology. The paragraph that is about to end here will have marked the fact that this pharmacy of Plato's also brings into play Baudelaire's text, inscribing within the story of the egg the son of the accursed part, the whole of that essay, as will quickly become apparent, being itself nothing but a reading of Finnegan's Wake, D88 FN 2099 FN 17. In the 1982 address, Derrida called his Plato essay a sort of indirect, perhaps distracted, reading of Finnegan's Wake, TW 2829. The allusion, more provocative than substantive, would appear to be to the role of the hen, Greek 1, the hen whose scratching makes up the letter. The litter. FW 93.24, and the scrambling of whose egg, its mixing and dispersal, is proclaimed necessary for there to be any human home. You wish to have some homelet, yes, lady. Good, main labor. Your egg he must break himself. See, I crack, so, he sit in the pole, dimmed. FW 59.30-32. Joyce here figures as a thinker of dissemination against hegemonic unity. This Joyce climbs aboard the eclectic works of the 70s as well. In form and style, Derrida's Glass has elicited numerous comparisons to Finnegan's Wake, even though it contains precious few references or allusions to Joyce. Glass is an extended meditation upon the possibility of Hegelian Aufhebung that works by pairing Hegel with an other, in this case Jean Genet. The two columns of the text both engage in and undermine the processes of dialectic and, in so doing, suggest the terms of Derrida's reading of Joyce as that which equivocates between interiority and alterity. The rapport between Glass and Joyce is the subject of Sam Sloat's essay in this volume. In the first part of the postcard, Envoys, which consists of a series of postcards by Derrida apparently addressed to his lover, Joyce, and the Wake make a number of appearances, with mention of another fraternal couple in pp making war on itself, the penman and the postman, pc 142/154. Joyce's thinking of the postman's relation to the penman mirrors much of Derrida's concerns for postality in the text, and this relation is at the center of Andrew J. Mitchell's contribution to the volume. The postcard also makes mention of a trip to Joyce's grave at the Flundern Cemetery in Zurich by Derrida and J. Hillis Miller, pc 148/160, 61, and takes up the issue of Babel and Babelization in regard to Finnegan's Wake, pc 240, 41/257, 58.4. In fact, Derrida's next major communication on Joyce, the 1982 Two Words for Joyce, is an expansion of the two words from the Wake that he singles out for consideration in Envoys. He wore, FW 258.12. He wore. Yahweh declaring war by decreeing la dechemination, by deconstructing the tower, by saying to those who wished both to make a name for themselves, the Chemites, and to impose their particular language as the universal language, by saying Babel to them, pc 142/154, 55. Again, as in Plato's Pharmacy, Joyce figures as the thinker/writer of dissemination/dishemination. Two Words for Joyce, Derrida's 1982 address and first explicit treatment of Joyce, could be seen as an extension of this comment on Babel in the postcard 5. Clearly, this had occupied him for some time since he, briefly, mentioned the Wake and Babel in a roundtable discussion on translation at a 1979 symposium in Montreal, CEO 98, 110/132, 46 and 133, 35/176, 78, and in the essay De Tours de Babel, Sci 191, 225/203, 35, which directly feeds into the 1982 address. In De Tours de Babel, Derrida elaborates the idea that the myth of Babel is fundamental to equivocation. The problem is laid out in the word Babel that in Hebrew means God, the Father, Babel, and confusion, Babel, relating thus to both the one and the many, unity and difference. According to the biblical myth, at the destruction of the Tower of Babel, God created the plurality of languages that exists today. Therefore the tower bears both his name, Babel, and the confusion, or confounding of languages, that ensued, Sci 192, 93/204, 5. The two words that Derrida chooses from the Wake in his 1982 essay, He wore, exemplify this Babelian confusion in that they command the confusion of the Shemites, the builders of Babel, in the wake of the tower's destruction. He wore calls for translation, both orders, and forbids transposition into the other language. Change me into yourself, and above all do not touch me. Read and do not read, say and do not say otherwise what I have said and which will have been, in two words which was. Alliance and double bind. For the He wore also tells of the unreplaceability of the event that it is. It is what it is, which is also unchangeable because it has already been, a past without appeal which, before being and being present, was. So that's war declared. Before being, that is being a present, it was he, Foot, the late god of fire, the jealous god. TW 33, 34/40. But it is with his two addresses in the 80s, Two Words for Joyce, the 1982 Pompidou Center address, and Ulysses Gramophone, Here Say Yes in Joyce, a 1984 address to the Joyce Symposium in Frankfurt am Main, that the question of Joycean totality comes to the fore in all its equivocity and ambiguity. As Derrida puts it in two words, Joyce's greatness lies in bringing about an event of such magnitude that henceforth you have only one way out, being in memory of him, TW 24/21. This is not a matter of you remembering him, no, but of you being remembered by him, inhabiting his memory. The Joycean obligation is then to be in his memory, to inhabit a memory henceforth greater than all your finite recall can gather up, in a single instant or a single votiable, of cultures, languages, mythologies, religions, philosophies, sciences, histories of spirit or of literatures. I don't know if you can love that, without resentment and without jealousy, TW 24/21, 22. The totalizing drive of Joyce's absorption and disaggregation of culture and history makes us part of his programming, where in advance and forever it inscribes you in the book you are reading, TW 24/20. We become part of the programming on this 1000th generation computer, Ulysses, Finnegan's Wake, compared with which the current technology of our computers and our microcomputerized archives and our translating machines remains a bricolage, a prehistoric child's toy, TW 25/20. We become part of the Joyce software, the Joyceware that places us in his memory. This condition of Joycean hypermnesia is the subject of both Alan Ruffley and Louis Armand's essays in this volume. Armand examines the technicity of hypermnesia in the wake as transformative of communication, agency, signification, and ultimately even identity. Ruffley, on the other hand, looks at how Joyce has inhabited Derrida's work in a perpetual hypermnesic dialogue not unlike the relation between Plato and Socrates that Derrida described in the postcard. Part of the inescapable nature of Joyce is attributable to the Joycean institution, UG 58/94, or Joyce industry, in the parlance of the times, that presides over the signature of Joyce. The Joyce scholar has mastery over the computer of all memory, plays with the entire archive of culture, UG 59/97. The computer programs everything that will come after it, we are caught in this net. We find all the gestures to take the initiative of a movement announced in a superpotentialized text that will remind you, at a given time, that you are caught in a network of language, writing, knowledge and even of narration, UG 60/97. The signature of Joyce is the affirmation of this mastery and presides over this program. Ulysses' gramophone is consequently an exploration of the way in which this affirmation must remember itself in order to sustain itself. The affirmation must be archived, in other words, written somewhere and maintained. This is the gist of the term gramophone. The utterance, phone, must be archived and recorded, gram, for the utterance to remain true to itself. For it to abide there must be a recording and archiving. The two are dependent upon one another and the point holds for any utterance. Insofar as every utterance is an assertion, a pronouncement of itself, it is likewise an affirmation. A yes is coextensive with every statement UG 72/124. As a result, we are faced with the ineluctable gramophony of the yes, UG 67/114. For all affirmation is divided within itself, it must on the one hand record itself to support its later memory of itself, remembering as necessary to an affirmative self-identity, the keeping of a promise, of one's word, and it must affirm itself to someone or something outside of itself, though even in affirming itself to itself this division is operative. Point 6 This makes saying yes, L.W. Dyer, dependent upon another who hears it and acknowledges receipt, a matter of hearsay, L.W. Dyer. As such, the simple yes that occupies Derrida in his lecture, Molly's yes and also Joyce's signature, which functions as an affirmation like the yes, is something divided within itself, split by both its relation to everything outside of it on which it depends for its self-assertion, and also by its relation to itself as evidenced by its need to be remembered and restored from somewhere that it is not. The signature operates at a distance from itself, dependent on something or someone other than itself to relay itself back to itself. All the problems of the penman and the postman return here. Yes, condition of every signature and performative, addresses itself to some other, which it does not constitute, and it can only begin by asking, as a response to an always prior demand, to ask him or her to say yes, UG 74/127. Point 7 In posing the question of response, Ulysses' Gramophone deals with matters of responsibility and is thus a key text for signaling the ethical dimensions of Derrida's work. In having an undecidable referent, Molly's yes is irresponsible, and so the question is, how does one respond to the irresponsible, which is, in effect, also to ask, how does one respond to the undecidable ambiguity of the magnum opus that is Joyce? Reciprocally, two responses or two responsibilities refer to each other without having any relation between them. The two sign yet prevent the signature from gathering itself. All they can do is call for another yes, another signature. And furthermore, one cannot differentiate between two yes that must gather together like twins, to the point of simulacrum, the one being the gramophony of the other, UG 80/141. Laurent Milesi's essay in this volume explores this issue of responsibility in Derrida's reading of Joyce in relation to the various textual dialogues he participated in with Helensixus. He construes these dialogues as responses apropos responsibility. But even this computer and software that seeks to encompass all of history and culture within its program cannot so simply succeed. Joyce's texts have all the strategies and subversions of writing at their disposal. Joyce as literature is at odds with Joyce as cultural archive. In two words, this plays out in a drama of citation. Joyce's text is always quotable, detachable, and thus insertable within other projects and contexts. In quoting Joyce, his text is given an authoritative position, but that authority is also simultaneously subverted, in that he is now at an unknown author's disposal and made to serve another's ends. Paradoxical logic of this relationship between two unequal texts, two programs, or two literary softwares. Whatever the difference between them, to the point of incommensurability, the second text, the one which, fatally, refers to the other, quotes it, exploits it, parasites it and deciphers it, is no doubt the minute parcel detached from the other, the offspring, the metonymic dwarf, the jester of the great anterior text which would have declared war on it in tongues. And yet, one can see this precisely with Joyce's books, which play both roles, the ancestor and the descendant. It is also another set, quite other, bigger and more powerful than the all-powerful which it drags off and reinscribes elsewhere, in another sequence, in order to defy, with its ascendancy, genealogy itself. TW 26/25. The text for all its authority is still subject to the crudest appropriation, citation, and misuse, and this inherently qua-written work, and despite any and all the best and worst efforts of the caretakers of that signature. For Derrida, there is a freedom to be found in this, the freedom of an opening, in this war of languages. Everything we could say after it looks in advance like a minute self-commentary with which this work accompanies itself. And yet the new marks carry off, enlarge and project elsewhere. One never knows where in advance a program that appeared to constrain them, or at least watch over them. This is our only chance, minuscule but completely open, TW 27/26. The repurposing of Joyce expands the range of the computer program, to be sure, but in order for the program to grow, it must reach beyond itself, and in that extension, in that surface of contact with the outside, that moment of alterity, there is chance. Ulysses' Gramophone takes up this issue of an outside to totality in terms of the signature, and Derek Attridge's contribution to this volume focuses on the relation between signature and counter-signature in Derrida's readings. For Derrida, the confirmation of our affirmation is the counter-signature of the other. Now with the event signed Joyce, a double bind has at least become explicit, for it already has had a hold on us ever since Babel or Homer, and all that followed. On the one hand, one must write, one must sign, one must make new events with untranslatable marks happen, and this is the desperate call, the distress of a signature that demands a yes from the other. But on the other hand, the singular novelty of any other yes, of any other signature, already finds itself programmaphoned in the Joycean corpus. UG 61/99, 100. Here Derrida shows that even what comes from the outside may not be the singular event so hoped for and desired, but instead something already pre-programmed. Put in terms drawn from Ulysses, we can never be sure when we introduce the necessary breach for the coming of the other, an other that one could always call Elijah, if Elijah is the name of the unpredictable other for whom a place must be kept, whether the Elijah as other who shows up, if he shows up, will in fact be Elijah the other, or Elijah, the head of the megaprogramo telephonic network and thus pre-envisioned by the computer all along, UG 70/120. For this reason, Derrida claims in regard to the repeated yes that this essential repetition is haunted by an intrinsic threat, by the interior telephone that parasites it as its mimetic mechanical double, as its unceasing parody, UG 56/89. The singularity and novelty of the yes is challenged from the outset, contaminated, by the recording of it necessary for it to be itself. When Derrida wonders whether he loves Joyce or not, he emphasizes that this is a question of affect and feeling, of a certain tonality. Joyce is loved when he is laughing, but he is laughing all the time, we are told. Laughter, the hallmark of affirmation from a Nietzschean perspective, becomes the fundamental mood of Joyce. The totalizing hermeneutic that constitutes the task of a global and eternal foundation of Joycean studies will find itself before what I hesitate to call a dominant affect, a stimmung, or a pathos, a tonality that retraverses all the others, but which nonetheless does not belong to the series of the others since it just remarked them all, adding itself to them without letting itself be added up or totalized, like a remainder that is both quasi-transcendental and supplementary. UG 68/116. Derrida would be free to go ahead and love Joyce all the time, were it not for the fact that even this laughter suffers division. Laughter arises as the transpartition between the totality and its other, where we encounter a writing about which it is no longer possible to decide if it still calculates better and more, or if it transcends the very order of calculable economy, or even of an incalculable or an undecidable which would still be homogeneous with the world of calculation, TW 38/51. The contribution to this volume from Simon Critchley and Tom McCarthy takes up the economic side of Derrida's reading with particular attention on the role of money in both authors' work and thought. For Derrida at this point, a certain quality of laughter would accord something like affect to this beyond of calculation, and of all calculable literature, TW 38/51. But the transpartitioning quality of this laughter means that on the one hand, it is the laughter of the system, the sneering laughter of the conquering master. I can hear a reactive, even negative yes laughter resonate. It exults in a hypermnesic mastery, and by spinning a spider web that defies any other possible mastery, UG 68/117. On the other hand, it means that there is also a laughter that laughs at the very project of mastery. There is a James Joyce who can be heard laughing at this omnipotence, UG 69/117. This laughter aims in a different direction, toward the outside, a calling out to what lies beyond, a calling out or a calling back, a welcoming laughter that begins to introduce the necessary breach for the coming of the other, UG 70/120. To not be sure of loving Joyce is to remain faithful to this equivocal situation, equivocation as the pathos of responsibility. This divided laughter threatens to vibrate and resound through the institutional edifice of literary and philosophical scholarship and bring down its walls, soliciting the crumbling of its foundations. It is uncapturable, they are no longer capable of capturing. An implication of this equivocally is that the Joycean text is not necessarily reducible to a singular determinant of meaning. The Joycean text equivocates, and it does so by incorporating all sorts of meanings from many different languages across the widest number of possible fields. The implication here is that the task of reading Joyce will not be fulfilled by simply parsing away the references, by an explication du texte, since that would reduce Joyce to a simple plurivocity, that is, to the realm of a singular determinant of meaning. In this way, Derrida has here proposed a mode of reading Joyce that is largely at odds with the methods and practices of traditional literary scholarship. For Derrida is not simply noting an ambiguous quality to Joyce's texts, where Joyce would simply provide us with an undecidable choice among equally qualified meanings. Rather, Derrida reads Joyce at the limits of meaning itself, where there are no longer any discrete meanings nicely arrayed for us to choose from. Indeed, Derrida goes so far as to question what even counts as a single word, the very countability of words, but instead we are faced with the linguistic friction of meaning's emergence, the sending of meaning. We might also add that the type of reading Derrida proposes is likewise at odds with many of the interpretations of Joyce that are done under the rubric of the Derridian. Both the 1982 and 1984 addresses, which were collected together in the 1987 French volume Ulysse Gramophone, seem to mark the culmination of Derrida's engagement with Joyce. The totality of the hypermnesic cultural computer of Joyce is shown to undo itself on its own. The very extension that increases its domain undoes its self-presence. The very other that it seeks to appropriate it needs for its self-confirmation. The other that it contacts in confirmation of itself simultaneously undoes its self-identity in a showing of dependency. All the major themes of Derrida's thinking of meaning, citation, grafting, postality, mediation, technology, and the signature play predominant roles in his reading of Joyce. As do the philosophers who most preoccupy Derrida's investigations in his other works and lectures. In crafting his interpretation, Derrida enlists the assistance of Hegel. Joyce is a system builder and his work comparable to the Encyclopedia. Nietzschean affirmation is subject to the same doubling logic as Joyce's yes, Husserl, pure univocity and equivocity are equally impossible, and Heidegger, existence is a call, but this fact disrupts its purported self-presence. While Derrida had previously deployed the name Joyce selectively, and briefly, throughout a number of key works, by the late 1980s he seems to have largely abandoned Joyce. Apart from a few passing references and comments during interviews 9, it is as if he had managed to overcome his admiring resentment, TW 26/24, and had out Joyce, no longer needing him on board. And yet, in a move that shows how a presumed mastery over equivocation is never final, whether Joyce's or his own, Derrida did essay one further contribution to Joyce studies. In 2001, Derrida wrote an introduction for the republication of a monograph by his friend the psychoanalyst Jacques Trilling, James Joyce ou l'écriture matricide. 10 entitled The Night Watch. This essay adds an essential and, seemingly, final piece to Derrida's concern with Joyce. In 1994, at the conclusion of the Villanova Round Table, a conversation with Jacques Derrida, Derrida is asked about his relationship to Joyce. 11 In the lengthy answer that follows, he lays out three main areas of this relation. He refers first to the impossible task of precisely gathering in a totality, in a potential totality, the potentially infinite memory of humanity, which, as he explains, is made possible only by loading every sentence, every word, with a maximum of equivocalities, virtual associations, by making this organic linguistic totality as rich as possible. 12 We have seen this ground covered in 2 words for Joyce. The third point raised is likewise one with which we are familiar, this time through Ulysses' Gramophone, that of the doubling of the yes. When you say yes, you imply that in the next moment you will have to confirm the yes by a second yes. When I say yes, I immediately say yes, yes. I commit myself to confirm my commitment in the next second, and then tomorrow, and then the day after tomorrow. 13 But what Derrida raises as the second point of his relationship to Joyce had hitherto received no sustained treatment by him, though it is a theme that preoccupies so many of his other works. The question of filiation and paternity. Here he remarks on the supposed asymmetry between paternity and maternity, the legal fiction of fatherhood, in Joyce's famed expression, versus the natural fact of motherhood. Derrida quickly sketches the lines of an argument against this purportedly self-evident maternity. Today the mother is also a legal fiction. Motherhood is something which is interpreted, the theme of a reconstruction from experience. What one calls today surrogate mothers, for instance, and all the enormous problems that you are familiar with, attest to the fact that we do not know who the mother is. If we had time, I would try to show what the equivocal consequences would be of this fact that the situation of the mother is the same as that of the father. 14 The opportunity for drawing out these consequences is provided by The Night Watch, and we are pleased to publish Derrida's essay in this volume, in its first English translation by Pascal Anne Brault and Michael Nas. 15. The tension between writing and totalization that ran throughout the previous engagements with Joyce returns in this strange essay in striking form. The Night Watch is again very much concerned with totality, but this time on the part of the subject. The subject who appears in the world has always been born into the world, but this birth remains inappropriable or, to use Trilling's term, uncircumventable, NW 91/12, in that one cannot get behind it. As it has been a staple of Derrida's thinking that to write is to accept a certain death, the writer consequently could be seen as someone acting against their birth, contradicting it. Insofar as birth is understood as stable, as a being or an origin, NW 92/15, then to write is to wish to never have been born, to have no origin. Through the logic of Trilling and Derrida, writing becomes a form of matricide, a deconstruction of a purportedly pure origin and inception. Regarding this impure and non-inceptual origin, Derrida writes that matricide puts us on the path of a birth irreducible to all ontology, to all ontological or phenomenological thinking about originarity, NW 92/15. The act of matricide would thus contain a strange ambiguity. On the one hand, it would be the recourse of a subject who wished to eradicate all marks of dependence in an impossible quest for self-sufficiency and self-identity. It would be driven by a desire for totality and completion. On the other, matricide would be the writing that makes way for birth of a different sort, a birth without the purity of origin, where being born, as Derrida emphasizes, comes to me from the other, NW 92/15. This tension is played out in the ambiguity between the mother and maternity in the essay, and it returns once again to Derrida's Joycean tension between totality and its other, an innovative return, to be sure, and one with consequences for our understanding of Derrida's thinking of the phantasm, the feminine, authorship, natality, and alterity, to name just a few of the concerns addressed. We are fortunate to include here two exceptional essays commenting on the Night Watch, one by its co-translator, Michael Nas, detailing the logic of the phantasm operative in the essay, and one by Christine van Bohemenshoff taking up the problematic erasure of woman in the text. If, in the Night Watch, the moment of birth is the uncircumventable exteriority that occasions interiority, then, for Derrida, the event Joyce is the uncircumventable exteriority of philosophy, the unwelcome visitor who marks and remarks philosophy as incomplete. Confronted by an ineradicable, uncircumnavigable, ineluctable equivocation, and always from the outset being forced to respond, having already said yes to this condition, being so tied to the other for even the simplest self-affirmation that we can no longer be said to be ourselves, to be marked by the other through and through, to never be whole while seeking to be whole, to be written ourselves while at the same time writing, such is the equivocal situation of this existence. Perhaps no one will have helped us to understand our situation more than Joyce and Derrida. 1. Texts by Jacques Derrida. Ulysses' Gramophone, 2 words for Joyce. And The Night Watch. Ulysses' Gramophone, 2 words for Joyce. Yes, laughter. Translated by François Raffael. Yes, laughter. Throughout Joyce's oeuvre, the yes and laughter are intertwined. They form one and the same condition of possibility, a kind of transcendental that for once provokes laughter while making one think. It indeed accompanies all significations, the history and languages of the encyclopedia. It thus exceeds them also, in an unfolding whose anamnestic power resembles the last challenge of literature and philosophy. Joyce has more than one laughter, but how can one distinguish between them? And can one, without laughing, inquire about the yes, its origin or its essence? Yes, this is always a response. Now the responsibility of affirmation must be repeated, yes, yes. Hence the circle. For it then divides itself in order to safeguard memory or institute the promise, repetition, citation, simulacrum, comedy, parasitism, technology of communication, bank archives, telephone, typewriter, or gramophone, alone for a datum. Confessions or short travel reports, these lectures navigate around certain privileged places, for example a gramophone or Molly's inexhaustible yes in Ulysses, the war of idioms declared by God, and he wore, in Finnegan's Wake. Babel, the struggle for power of languages, who has the rights of translation, knowledge, and authority? These questions were once addressed to the improbable institution of Joycean studies at the University of Modern Times that Joyce simultaneously prescribed and prohibited. Circumstances. Translated by François Rafal. How could a discourse, in 2 words, encircle itself without turning in circles? How could it speak about something, other, without ceasing to speak about itself, and indeed returning to itself? Why revenant, 2 words in one? If we followed the gaps of these ageless metaphors or this incredible typology, we would have to accept that a discourse must speak about itself in order to interrupt narcissism, in any case to bring it to view or to thought. To speak about itself, about what happens and arrive to it or with it in order to address itself to the other and at last tell him or her something else. We would have to accept that a voice still resonates with its inscription in the circle, when it says around. Around, to turn around, to keep oneself around. In the circumstance, Ulysses the Revenant. These 2 essays not only retain the mark, as one sometimes says, of their circumstance. When they still had, in the present tense, the form of a speech, they were first given with the intent of exhibiting the said circumstance. Such circumstance was not around but rather occupied the center of a journey, quite close to a kernel of reflection. What was then said seemed to concern it, to turn around it, to speak about it, whether it was a symposium or what renders possible or completely impossible, one and the other, one like the other such a symposium, the constitution of the Joycean critique, an institution of Joyce studies. As for keeping oneself or turning around, let us note in passing, the circular motions of the conference or the circumference, of the circumnavigation or the circumcision, the turns and returns of all kinds adumbrate here the most recurrent motifs. Is reference possible as circumference? What does it bring back? What is the scope portee or bearing port of this question in return? It is thus, by circumstance, a situation of speech, review parley in one case, symposium in the other, which becomes here the privileged theme, an object of analysis, the title of questions, a situation of speech along with the singular events that cannot be separated from it. I therefore neither could, nor wanted to, neutralize its effects after the fact. To suspend the reference to these singular events, to attempt to mitigate their circumstance, or even to erase what is left of it, would this not amount to destroying these texts, annihilating them a second time? But this time in order to better safeguard them, to safeguard them from what in them was destined for an immediate consumption? Would this not amount to returning them to their conditions as self-destructive artifacts, bound by their formation, or their very destination, to expend themselves on the spot, as self-destroying or self-consuming objects, one perhaps they are in fact that. Perhaps they have remained so. Perhaps it is appropriate only now to confirm it. But why? Why confirm it? Under what conditions can or should these marks be repeated? What can it mean for them to remain? One never knows whether such an operation can be repeated, and whether the apparatus named gramophone or tape recorder magnetophone is essential to it. One never knows whether such an operation has ever been undertaken. Let us say that through this publication I have wanted, after the fact, to share this concern, to submit a hypothesis, to multiply questions. 2 words for Joyce corresponds to the transcription of a short discourse, improvised on the basis of a few notes, and delivered on November 15, 1982, at a conference entitled Poor James Joyce, which was organized by the Centre Georges Pompidou in La Revue Parlée, the Irish Embassy in Paris and the British Council. The conference was coordinated by Jacques Aubert and Jean-Michel Rabat, who presided over the session, and who himself presented a lecture before mine and that of Helen Success. The transcription of the taped lecture was first published in English, Post-Structuralist Joyce, Essays from the French, ed. Derrida and Daniel Ferrer, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1984, then in French in L. Hearn 50, 1985. Ulysses Gramophone was given on June 12, 1984, in Frankfurt, at the opening of the James Joyce International Symposium, and first published in Genus de Babel, Joyce et la Création, ed. Claude Jacques, Paris, CNRS, 1985. Notes. 1tn, these last two expressions in English in the original. 2 words for Joyce. Translated by Geoffrey Bennington. I. It is very late, it is always too late with Joyce, I shall say only 2 words. I do not yet know in what language, I do not know in how many languages. How many languages can be lodged in 2 words by Joyce, inserted or inscribed, kept or burned, celebrated or violated? I shall say 2 words, supposing that words in Finnegan's Wake can be counted. One of Joyce's great bursts of laughter resounds through this challenge: just try to count the words and the languages I consume. Put your principle of identification and numeration. What is a word? I shall no doubt return to Joyce's laughter. As for the languages, Jean-Michel Rabat tells me that the experts have counted at least 40. 2 words then, simply to put back into play what Helensixus has just been saying: the primal scene, the complete father, the law, jouissance through the ear, by the ear, more literally, by the word ear, in the ear mode 1 in English, for example, and supposing that enjoyment jouir via the ear is, for the most part, feminine. What are these 2 English words? They are only half English, if you will hear them, that is, do a little more than hear them, read them. I take them from Finnegan's Wake, 258.12. He wore. I spell them out, HEWAR, and sketch a first translation: he wars, he wages war, he declares war, he makes war, which can also be pronounced by babblizing a bit, for it is in a particularly Babelian scene of the book that these words rise up, by Germanizing. Then, in Anglo-Saxon, he wore, he was. He was he who was. I am he who is, who am, I am that I am, says Yahweh, supposedly. Where it was, he was, declaring war. And it was true. Pushing things a bit, taking the time to draw on the vowel and to lend an ear, it will have been true, war. That's what can be guarded, warren, bewarren, in truth. God guards. He guards himself thus, by declaring war. He, is he, the him, the one who says I in the masculine, he, war declared, he who was war declared, in declaring war he who was and he who was true, the truth as being a war, he who has declared war verified the truth of his truth by war declared, by the act of declaring the war that was in the beginning. Declaring is an act of war. He declared war in tongues languis and on language and by language, which gave languages. That's the truth of Babel when Yahweh pronounced its voceable, Babel. Difficult to say if it was a name, a proper name or a common noun, sowing confusion. I'll stop here, provisionally, through lack of time. Other transformations remain possible, a very great number about which I'll say another 2 words later. 2. Coming here, I said to myself that there are basically perhaps only 2 great manners, or rather 2 greatnesses, in this madness of writing by which whoever writes effaces himself, leaving, only to abandon it, the archive of his own effacement. These last 2 words bespeak madness itself. Perhaps that's an overly extreme simplification. There are certainly other greatnesses, but I take the risk of saying it so as to say something of my feeling about Joyce. I do indeed say my feeling, that major affect which, beyond all our analyses, evaluations, interpretations, controls the scene of our relationship with whoever writes. One can admire the power of a work and have, as they say, a bad relationship with its signatory, at least the signatory as one projects his or her image, reconstructs, or dreams, or offers him or her the hospitality of a haunting. Our admiration for Joyce ought to have no limit, no more than should the debt owed to the singular event of his work. It is no doubt preferable to talk here of an event rather than a work or a subject or an author. And yet, I'm not sure I love Joyce. Or more exactly, I'm not sure he is loved. Except when he laughs, and you'll tell me that he's always laughing. That's true, I'll come back to it, but then everything is played out between the different tonalities of his laughter, in the subtle difference that separates several qualities of laughter. Knowing whether one loves Joyce, is that the right question? In any case, one can attempt to account for these affects, and I do not believe that the task is a secondary one. I'm not sure of loving Joyce, of loving him all the time. It's to explain this possibility that I talked of two greatnesses. Two measures for that act of writing by which whoever writes pretends to efface himself, leaving us caught in his archive as though in a spider's web. Let's simplify outrageously. There is first of all the greatness of whoever writes in order to give, in giving, and therefore in order to give, to forget the gift and the given, what is given and the act of giving. Beyond any return, any circulation, any circumference. This is the only way of giving, the only possible and impossible way. The only possible way as impossible. Before any restitution, symbolic or real, before any gratitude, the simple memory, in truth the mere awareness of the gift, by giver or receiver, annuls the very essence of the gift. The gift must open or break the circle, remain without return, without a sketch, even a symbolic one, of gratitude. Beyond any consciousness, of course, but also beyond any symbolic structure of the unconscious. Once the gift is received, the work having worked to the extent of changing you through and through, the scene is other and you have forgotten the gift and the giver. Then the work is lovable, and if the author is not forgotten, we have for him or her a paradoxical gratitude, which is however the only gratitude worth its name if it is possible, a simple gratitude without ambivalence. That is what's called love. I'm not saying that it happens, perhaps it never presents itself, and the gift I'm describing can doubtless never make a present. At least one can dream of this possibility, and it is the idea of a writing that gives. As for the other greatness, I shall say, with some injustice perhaps, that for me it's like Joyce's greatness, or rather that of Joyce's writing. Here the event deploys such plot and scope that henceforth you have only one way out, being in memory of him. Not only overwhelmed by him, whether you know it or not, but obliged by him, constrained to measure yourself against this overwhelming. Being in memory of him, not necessarily to remember him, no, but to be in his memory, to inhabit a memory henceforth greater than all your finite recall can gather up, in a single instant or a single vocabule, of cultures, languages, mythologies, religions, philosophies, sciences, histories of spirit or of literatures. I don't know if you can love that, without resentment and without jealousy. Can one pardon this hypermnesia which indebts you in advance? In advance and forever it inscribes you in the book you are reading. One can pardon this Babylonian act of war only if it happens always, from all time, with each event of writing, thus suspending each one's responsibility. One can pardon it only if one remembers too that Joyce himself must have endured this situation. We remember it because he first wanted to remind us of it. He was the patient of this situation, it's his theme, or, I prefer to say, his scheme. He talks about it often enough for there to be no simple confusion between him and some sadistic demiurge, setting up a hypermnesiac machine, there in advance, decades in advance, to compute you, control you, forbid you the slightest inaugural syllable. For you can say nothing that is not programmed on this 1000th generation computer, Ulysses, Finnegan's Wake, compared with which the current technology of our computers and our microcomputerized archives and our translating machines remains a bricolage, a prehistoric child's toy. A toy whose mechanisms, especially, drag their feet. Their slowness is incommensurable with the quasi-infinite speed of the movements on Joyce's cabling. And how could one simulate a work of this type? If these questions are so formidable, this is because they do not primarily concern the speed of the mental operations of a subject, author or reader. What is the speed in question here, then? How could one calculate the speed with which a mark, an indexed piece of information, is placed in relation with another in the same word or from one end of the book to the other? For example, at what speed is the Babelian theme or the word Babel, in each of their components, but how could you count them, coordinated with all the phonemes, semes, mythemes, etc., of Finnegan's Wake? The criterion of speed is perhaps not pertinent, it comes under a kinetic objectivity with no common measure with the essence of what is taking place here. Here and everywhere else, but Joyce's work has for us the privilege of having made these questions a practical challenge, right on the work, a work whose structure and theme make this provocation explicit. Counting the connections, calculating the speed of the communications or the length they travel, would at least be impossible, de facto, so long as we have not constructed the machine capable of integrating all the variables, all the quantitative or qualitative factors. This won't be happening anytime soon. In any case, this machine would only be the weighty double of the Joyce event, the simulation of what this name signs or signifies, the signed work, the Joyce software today, Joyceware. No doubt it is being built, the worldwide institution of Joyce studies, James Joyce Incorporated, is working on it, unless it already is it. It is with this sentiment, or one should say this resentment, that I must have been reading Joyce for a long time. Am I the only one? Ellman has recently quoted the avowals of so many writers, critics, artists, all admirers or friends of Joyce, who expressed something of this malaise. But I'm not sure that one can say reading Joyce as I just have. Of course, one can do nothing but read Joyce, whether one knows it or not. But the utterances of the type, I am reading Joyce, read Joyce, have you read Joyce, have always seemed to me to be comical, irresistibly. Joyce is the one who wanted to make us laugh, burst out laughing when faced with such phrases. What exactly do you mean by read Joyce? Who can pride himself on having read Joyce? Imprisoned in this admiring resentment, one remains on the edge of reading. For me this has been going on for more than 25 years, and the endless diving in throws me back onto the bank, on the brink of another possible dip, ad infinitum. Is this true to the same extent of all works? In any case, I have the feeling that I haven't yet begun to read Joyce, and this not having begun to read defines the odd, I would even say active and invasive relationship I have with this work. For there are so many other oeuvres, as you know, of which we can say no such thing. We have begun to read them, we have even finished reading them after the first page, a well-known program. That is why I've never dared to write on Joyce. At most I've tried to mark in what I write. You were kind enough to recall this, dear Jean-Michel Rabat, so as to incite me to talk about it, Joyce's scores portées, Joyce's reaches portées. 2. Beyond the musical measure that can be recognized in this word, which speaks too of the generous proliferation of the animal, I shall also hear this in it, such and such a text bears port in truth the signature of Joyce, it bears Joyce and lets itself be borne by him, or even borne off de porter in advance. Paradoxical logic of this relationship between two unequal texts, two programs, or two literary softwares. Whatever the difference between them, to the point of incommensurability, the second text, the one which, fatally, refers to the other, quotes it, exploits it, parasites it and deciphers it, is no doubt the minute parcel detached from the other, the offspring, the metonymic dwarf, the jester of the great anterior text which would have declared war on it in tongues. And yet, one can see this precisely with Joyce's books which play both roles, the ancestor and the descendant. It is also another set, quite other, bigger and more powerful than the all-powerful which it drags off and reinscribes elsewhere, in another sequence, in order to defy, with its ascendancy, genealogy itself. Each writing resembles not the grandson as grandfather, but, beyond Oedipus, both a detached fragment of a program and a more powerful program than the other, a part derived from but already bigger than the whole of which it is a part, from which it is a part don't est party. Finnegan's Wake already represents this parting, this departure, and this partition with respect to all the culture, all the history and all the languages it condenses, puts in fusion and fission by each of its forgings, at the heart of each lexical or syntactic unit, with each phrase that it forges, stamping invention on it. In the simulacrum of this forgery, in the ruse of the invented word, the greatest possible memory is stamped and smelted. Finnegan's Wake is a little what, a little son, a very little grandson of Western culture in its circular, encyclopedic, Ulyssean, and more than Ulyssean totality. And then it is, simultaneously, much bigger than even this Odyssey. Finnegan's Wake comprehends it, and this prevents it, dragging it outside itself in an entirely singular adventure, from closing in on itself and on this event. What is called writing is the paradox of such a topology. Given this, the future holds itself in reserve. The situation of Finnegan's Wake thus also prefigures our situation with respect to this immense text. In this war of languages, everything we could say after it looks in advance like a minute self-commentary with which this work accompanies itself. And yet the new marks carry off, enlarge, and project elsewhere one never knows where in advance a program that appeared to constrain them, or at least watch over them. This is our only chance, minuscule but completely open. 3. I'm replying to your suggestion, then. Yes, every time I write, and even in academic things, Joyce's ghost is always coming on board. 20 years ago, in Husserl's Origin of Geometry, an introduction 3 at the very center of the book, I compared the strategies of Husserl and of Joyce, two great models, two paradigms with respect to thought, but also with respect to a certain operation of the relationship between language and history. Both try to grasp a pure historicity. To do this, Husserl proposes to render language as transparent as possible, univocal, limited to that which, by being transmittable or locatable in a tradition, thereby constitutes the only condition of a possible historicity. Some minimal readability, an element of univocity or an analyzable equivocally, must resist the Joycean overload and condensation for a reading to begin to take place, and for the work's legacy, even if it is always in the mode of I would never have started reading. For example, something of the meaning of he wore must cross the threshold of intelligibility, through the 1001 meanings of the expression, for a history to take place, if at least it is to take place, and at least the history of the work. The other great paradigm would be the Joyce of Finnegan's Wake. He repeats and mobilizes and babblizes the asymptotic totality of the equivocal. He makes this his theme and his operation. He tries to bring to the surface, with the greatest possible synchrony, at top speed, the greatest power of the meanings buried in each syllabic fragment, subjecting each atom of writing to fission in order to overload its unconscious with the whole memory of man, mythologies, religions, philosophies, sciences, psychoanalysis, literatures. And the operation deconstructs the hierarchy which, in one sense or another, subordinates these latter categories to one or another of them. This generalized equivocally does not translate one language into another on the basis of common nuclei of meaning. It talks several languages at once, it parasites them as in the example of he wore to which I shall return in a moment. For there will remain the question of knowing what one should think of the possibility, writing several languages at once. A few years later, I had the feeling that without too much difficulty one could have presented Plato's Pharmacy as a sort of indirect, perhaps distracted, reading of Finnegan's Wake, which mimes, between Shem and Shan, between the penman and the postman, down to the finest, most finely ironized detail, the whole scene of the pharmakos, the pharmakon, the various functions of thought, other, etc. I cannot here reconstitute, even remotely, the extreme complexity of this network. I had to be content with playing, in a single note, at recalling that, of course, as will quickly have been understood, the whole of Plato's Pharmacy was only a reading of Finnegan's Wake, for this double genitive implied that this modest essay was read in advance by Finnegan's Wake, in its wake or its lineage, at the very moment that Plato's Pharmacy was itself presenting itself as a reading head or principle of decipherment, in short another piece of software, for a possible understanding of Finnegan's Wake. There again, there is a paradoxical metonymy, the most modest, the most miserable descendant of a corpus, its sample in another language, can appear to be more capacious than what it allows to be read. I pass quickly over Scribble. 5. The title of that introduction to the essay Sur les Hieroglyphes, a partial translation of Warburton's essay, in which, beyond even the title and the quotations, I constantly refer to Scribble de Hobble, the workbook for Finnegan's Wake, 1961. And I pass quickly over Glass, which is also a sort of wake, from one end to the other, the long procession in 2 columns of a joyful theory, a theory of mourning. Above all, a few years later, the postcard is haunted by Joyce, whose funerary stele stands at the center of the envoys, the visit to the cemetery in Zurich. The spectre invades the book, a shadow on every page, whence the resentment, sincere and feigned, always mimed, of the signatory. He sometimes confides his impatience in his addressee, whom, in the first words of the book, 2 years earlier, he had conceded was right. Yes, you were right. You are also right about Joyce, one time is enough. It's so strong that in the end nothing resists it, whence the feeling of facility, however deceptive it might be. One asks oneself what he wound up doing, that one, and what made him run. After him, no more starting over, draw the veil and let everything come to pass behind the curtains of language at the end of its rope. A coincidence nonetheless, for that seminar on translation I followed all the Babelian indications in Finnegan's Wake, and yesterday I wanted to take the plane to Zurich and read out loud sitting on his knees, starting with the beginning, Babel, the fall, and the Finno-Phoenician motif, the fall, Bababe Dalg. The great fall of the off-wall entailed at such short notice the J-shoot of Finnegan, fall if you but will, rise you must, and none so soon either shall the farce for the nuns come to a set-down secular finish, up to the passage on Giglots Hill and Babel Market toward the end, passing through the Babelus with their thungas vain have been, Confucium hold them. Who else tunca dio, a space of dumb silly. And they fell upon one another, and themselves they have fallen, and through this battering Babel allow the door and sidon posts, and the entire page up to Filans, Filush. Sher Chan's la flam. Fam fam. Fam fam, through this passage which you know better than anyone, p. 164, and in which I suddenly find the babbling pumped of Platonism, through that other one around the Terrace of Babel, the entire passage about Anna Livia Plurabile, translated in part, in which you will find things that are absolutely unheard of, and that everything that comes around a and a ab ad abu abiad. A Babel men dub gulch of tears or around, and shall not Babel be with le bob. And he wore. And he shall open his mouth and answer, I hear, O Ismael. And he did, up to O loud. Loud. Ha he hi ho hu. Mumyum. I draw out the text, as one says of actors, at least up to usque. 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 Lignum in. Is the Stray's world moving mound of what static babble is this, tell us. PC 240, 41/257, 58. Elsewhere, in front of Joyce's funerary monument, he has read all of us and plundered us, that one. I imagined him looking at himself posed there by his zealous descendants, I suppose, PC 148/161. Read and pillaged in advance, then. The whole scriptural and postal scenography of Finnegan's Wake is put back into play, starting with the couple Shem/Sean, the penman/the postman, up to the war over the invention of the postage stamp and the penny post, which is to be found written in Joyce's book, PC 138-39, 142/151, 155. With the whole family of James, Jacques, Giacomo, Giacomo Joyce runs rhythmically through the envoys which are sealed, near the end, by the envoy of Giacomo Joyce, envoy, love my umbrella. August 11, 1979, James, the 2, the 3, Jacques, Giacomo Joyce, your counterfacture is a marvel, the counterpart to the invoice, envoy, love my umbrella. I forgot, Giacomo also has 7 letters. Love my umber, L not me. Do you love me? And you, tell me, PC 238, 39/255. But I repeat, it is above all the Babelian motif which obsesses the envoys. Here we get back to the he war to which I should like to return in conclusion. If you will permit, I shall read first a fragment of the card which quotes the he war. No, my love, that's my wake. The other day, while speaking to you about all these PP, private picture postcard and penny post, I was first of all struck by this. Prepayment institutes a general equivalent which regulates the tax according to the size and weight of the support and not the number, tenor, or quality of the marks, even less on what they call the meaning. This is unjust and stupid, barbarous, even, but of an immense import d'une immense portée. Whether you put 1 word or 100 in a letter, a word of 100 letters or 100 words of 7 letters, the price is the same. This is incomprehensible, but this principle has the capacity to account for everything. Let's drop it. In writing penny post I had also foretold in my memory that Jean le facteur, Sean, John the postman, was not very far off. Another fraternal couple in PP making war on itself, the penman and the postman. The writer, Shem, is the heir of HCE, here comes everybody, which I translate in my idiom as here comes whoever will have in body loved me I see I vind quiconque m ora en cor anime. So I looked for the penny post for 2 hours, and here it is, at least here is one that one day you might bind to an all-powerful he war, Yahweh declaring war by decreeing la decamination, by deconstructing the tower, by saying to those who wished both to make a name for themselves, the Chemites, and to impose their particular language as the universal language, by saying Babel to them, I call myself and I impose my name as Father, a name that you confusedly understand as confusion, try, I beg you, to translate, but indeed I hope that you will not be able to. This is my double bind, while passing through his penisilate war and the sogecesthers of the first page. Here then, from page 307 of Finnegan's Wake, visit to Guinness Brewery, clubs, advantages of the penny post, when is a pun not a pun. Facing this, in the margin in italics, the names, you know. Here, Noah, Plato, Horace, Isaac, Tiresias. On the preceding page, I'm sampling only this, for later, a place for everything and everything in its place, is the pen mightier than the sword, which pulls the following string, for example, P211, a sunless map of the month, including the sword and stamps, for Shamus Oshan the post, reread what follows in the vicinities of El Trouvatout and where is he, whatever you like, etc. Look at them, sword/pen. I just called you, it was impossible, you understood clearly, one has to be naked on the telephone. But at the same time it suffices that you undress for me to see myself naked. Our story is also a twin progeniture, a procession of Sojas/Soja, Atros/Thyestes, Shem/Sean, S/P, P/P, Penman/Postman, and more I metempsychose myself from you, I am with the others as you are with me, for the better, but also, I see clearly, for the worse, I do the same things to them. Never have I imitated anyone so irresistibly. I am trying to shake myself, for if I love you infinitely I do not love everything about you, I mean those inhabitants of you with their little hats. The uniquely each time that I love, beyond everything that is, you are the one and therefore the other. PC 141, 43/154, 55. 4. He wore, then. Then, he wore. I speak, I read, he was, then in several languages. But how to read these two words? Are there two of them? More or less? How to hear them? How to pronounce them? How to pronounce on their subject? The question how to hear them, multiplies itself, moreover. It echoes in the passage from which I extract these two words with the unjustifiable violence that the situation imposes on us, the little time at our disposal. How to hear them? Everything around speaks of the ear and to the ear, what speaking means, but first what listening means, lending one's ear, ear, he, ar, ear, hear, and obeying the Father who raises his voice, the Lord who talks loud, Lord, loud. What rises so high is praise, laud. This audiophonic dimension of the divine law and its sublime height is announced in the English syllabification of he, w, ar, is doubled in the w and disseminates, for both sema and form, on the whole page. 6. The rhythm of biblical writing is mimed by the end, of and he wore, I read very loudly. And let Nekulan extol Mac Mokal, and let him say unto him, Imi ami semi. And shall not Babel be with Lebob? And he wore. And he shall open his mouth and answer, I hear, O Ismael, how they laud is only as my loud is one. If Nekulan shall be Havenfald, surely Mokal haven heavens. Go to, let us extol Mokal, yeah, let us exceedingly extol. Though you have lean among your pospots, my excellency is over Ismael. Great is him whom is over Ismael, and he shall me connect of Macnaculan. And he did. Applauderama inagain. For the clearer of the air from on high has spoken in Tumbaldum to his Tembaldum Tombaldum world, and, Mogupanoised by that fun emanon, the unhabitants of the earth have terrorumbled from firmament unto fundament, and from tweedledee-dums down to twiddle-dee-dees. Loud, hear us. Loud, graciously hear us. Now have thy children entered into their habitations. And nation glad, camp meeting over, to Shinnet, Gubby thanked. Thou hast closed the portals of the habitations of thy children, and thou hast set thy guards thereby, even Garda Didymus and Garda Domas, that thy children may read in the book of the opening of the mind to light, and err not in the darkness which is the afterthought of thinometer, by the guardians of those guards which are thy bowed men, the cheery both with the carry bombers in their crowbeams. Pray your prayers, Timothy, and back to bunk Tom. Till tree from tree, tree among trees, tree over tree become stone to stone, stone between stones, stone under stone forever. O loud, hear the we beseech of each of these the unlitten ones. Grant sleep in hours time, O loud. That they take no chill. That they do ming no murder. That they shall not go meet mad how I trees. Loud, heap miseries upon us, yet entwine our arts with laughters low. Ha he hi ho hu. Mummium. 258.11 to 259.10. Let us leave to one side, given the lack of time, numerous intersecting motifs, accumulated or condensed in the immediate context of he wore, fall by fall, the curtain drops, applause uploud. Applauderama inagain. After the Gerterdemmerung-GTTRDMRNRNG, the double, Garda Didymus and Garda Domas, the two policemen, Vico's ghost everywhere, the children's prayer, etc. 257 to 58, and let us limit ourselves, so to speak, to all that passes through the voice and the phenomenon as phoneme, at the center of the sequence, here the phenomenon. It reflects, in a state of extreme concentration, the whole Babelian adventure of the book, or rather its Babelian underside, and shall not Babel be with Lebob. The palindrome overturns the Tower of Babel. It also speaks of the book. 7. A few examples among others. The Babelers with their Thungas vain have been, Confucium hold them, they were and went, thinking thugs were and how earn him songtoms were and comely norgels were and polyfool fianzes. And they fell upon one another, and themselves they have fallen, 15.12 to 19, or again, and we list, as she bibs us, by the waters of Babylon, 103.10 to 11, the babbling pumped of Platonism, 164.11, the Terrace of Babel, 199.31, is the Stray's world moving mound, or what static Babel is this, tell us. 499.33 to 34, to my reputation on Babel market for daughters in trade being lightly clad. 532.24 to 26, etc. In the landscape immediately surrounding the he war, we are, if such a present and such a place are possible, at Babel. It's the moment when Yahweh declares war, he war, exchange of the final R and the central H in the anagram's throat, he punishes the Shem, those who, according to Genesis, declare their intention of building the tower to make a name for themselves. They bear the name, Shem. And the Lord, the Most High, be he blessed, Lord, loud, laud, declares war on them by interrupting the construction of the tower. He deconstructs by speaking the vocable of his choice, the name of confusion, Babel, which by confusion, in the hearing, could be confused with a word indeed signifying confusion. Once this war is declared, he was it, war, by being himself this act of war which consisted in declaring, as he did, that he was the one he was, war. The God of fire assigns to the Shem the necessary, fatal, and impossible translation of his name, of the vocable with which he signs his act of war, of himself. The palindrome, and shall not Babel be with Lebab, overthrows the tower but plays too with the meaning and the letter, the meaning of being and the letters of being, 8, B, EB, Babel/Lebab, as it does with the meaning and the letter of the name of God, Le. The names of the Father, Dad, Bab, are moreover dispersed on the same page, along with those of the Lord and of an Anglo-Saxon God, go to, Gov, which can spread out elsewhere into governor and scapegoat. This act of war is not necessarily anything other than an election, an act of love, the very alliance. We would have to reread here the prodigious pages around this Paleoparisian schola of tinkers and spanglers who say I'm wrong. Parsecua, 151.9 to 10. We would find the following: for aught I care for the contrary, the all is where in love as war and the plain where, 151.36 to 152.1. And as in Panj's Le Solile place en Abime, the red-headed whore is not far from the Father, in his very bed she becomes one with him, in my Lord's bed by one whore, 105.34. This is in the great series introduced by Thus We Hear of, 104.5. But I break off this reconstruction here. So what happens when one tries to translate this he war? It is impossible not to want violently, to do so. Reading even consists, from its very first movement, in sketching out translation. He war calls for translation, both orders, and forbids transposition into the other language. Change me into yourself, and above all do not touch me, read and do not read, say and do not say otherwise what I have said and which will have been, in 2 words which was. Alliance and double bind. For the he war also tells of the unreplaceability of the event that it is. It is what it is, which is also unchangeable because it has already been, a past without appeal which, before being and being present, was. So that's war declared. Before being, that is being a present, it was he, Phud, the late god of fire, the jealous god. 9 And the call to translate rejects you, thou shalt not translate me. Which will also perhaps be translated in the banning of translation, as representation, image, statue, imitation, so many inadequate translations of Timuna. 10 It immediately follows the moment at which Yahweh names himself, me, Yahweh, your Elohim. The law announced in the performative dimension is thus also the ban on the very principle of translation, the ban in the very principle of translation, as one and the same experience of language, of the one language as one God. And, just as impossible, transgression consists, among other things, in translating just that. And in perverting into a description or a constatation, he wore, in the third person, what was a first person performative, the performative of the first person or rather of the first word. V. What happens when one attempts to translate he war? Nothing, everything. Beyond immense difficulties, an essential limit remains. The difficulties: is it possible to make heard, to hear, all the semantic, phonic, graphic virtualities that communicate with the he war in the totality of the book and elsewhere? The essential limit repeats Babel, the act of war declared, but not declared, that Joyce is reprinting here. It pertains to the graft, without any possible rejection, of one language onto the body of another. In 2 words, of which each figures the head, the capital or, if you prefer, the principal member of the phrase, the subject, the verb. Imagine the most powerful and refined translation machines, the most competent translation teams. Their very success cannot but take the form of a failure. Even if, in an improbable hypothesis, they had translated everything, they would by that very fact fail to translate the multiplicity of languages. They would erase the following simple fact: a multiplicity of idioms, not only of meanings but of idioms, must have structured this event of writing which now stands as law. It will have laid down the law about itself. It was written simultaneously in both English and German. 2 words in one, war, and thus a double noun, a double verb, a noun and a verb which were in the beginning. War is an English noun, a German verb, it resembles an adjective, war, in that same language, and the truth of this multiplicity returns, from the attributes the verb is also an attribute. Who is he? The one who was back toward the subject, he, and is divided from the origin. In the beginning, difference, that's what happens, that's what has already taken place, there, that's what was when language was act, and the tongue long writing. Where it was, he was. 11. The German war will only have been true, war, in declaring war on English. Making war on it in English. A war that is no less essential of the essence for being fratricidal. The fact of the multiplicity of languages, what was done as confusion of languages can no longer let itself be led back, by translation, into one language, nor even, I'll come to this in a moment, into language long. To translate he war into the system of a single language 12 is to erase the event of the mark, not only of what is said in it but its saying and writing, which also form, in this case, the essential content of what is said. It is to erase the mark of its law and the law of the mark. The current concept of translation is still regulated according to the twice one, the operation of passing from one language into another, each of them forming an organism or a system the rigorous integrity of which remains presupposed, like that of a body proper. The translation of the Babelism involving at least 2 languages would demand an equivalent that would restore not only all the semantic and formal potentialities of the hapax he war, but also the multiplicity of languages in it, the cohesion of that event, in truth its very number, its numerous and rhythmic essence, the one different in itself, and from itself, in the difference of itself, as Heraclitus would have said in French. You can always try. Translation is necessary. Is that not what I am doing here? Yes, but you need more than 2 words. So I am not translating, or am translating without translating. It is not only Finnegan's Wake which here resembles a too powerful, oversized calculator incommensurable with any translating machine conceivable today. It is already the event that the book translates, mimes, repeats, it is the act of war before which it, Finnegan's Wake, will have presented itself. This event was, it remains impossible to erase, but one can only erase it. And what was in the beginning is just that, this drama, this action that can only be erased because it is impossible to erase. Not an event with a double character, erasable/unerasable. This very duplicity, this war internal to the action that is an act of language, or rather, as we are going to see, of writing, that is the very event, as it was in truth, war, the essence of war. Not the God of war, but war in God, war for God, war in the name of God, as one says fire in the forest, war taking hold in the name of God. There is no war without a name of God and no God without war. That is, see above, without love. You can translate war as love, it is in the text. For a little while now, I've been speaking out loud. In proffering he war, I entrust myself to this truth, so often recalled, in this book, in this event worked on by the confusion of languages, multiplicity remains controlled by a dominant language, English. Now despite the need to phonetize, despite this book's appeal for reading out loud, for song and for timbre, something essential in it passes the understanding as well as the hearing. 13 Here in that a graphic or literal dimension, literally literal, a muteness that one should never pass over in silence. You can't do without it. This book could not be read without it. For the Babylonian confusion between the English war and the German war cannot fail to disappear, in becoming determined, when listened to. One must choose, and it is always a drama. Confusion, indifference, is erased, and with confusion the difference is also erased when it is pronounced. One is constrained to say it either in English or else in German. It cannot therefore be received as such by the ear, nor by the eye alone. Confusion indifference requires a space between eye and ear, a phonetic writing inducing the pronunciation of the visible sign but resisting its pure erasure in the voice. Here the homography, war as an English and a German word, retains the effect of confusion. It shelters the Babylism which plays, then, between speech and writing. An Anglo-Saxon commerce, an exchange of a piece of merchandise, where, under the standard of truth, in time of war, in the name of God. This has to pass through acts of writing. The event is linked to the spacing of its archive. It would not take place without it. You need it to be put into letters and onto the page. Erase the typeface, mute the graphic percussion, subordinate the spacing, that is, the divisibility of the letter, and here I emphasize what is inaudible, its divisibility, and you would again reappropriate Finnegan's Wake into a monolingualism, subjugate it to the hegemony of a single language. Of course this hegemony remains indisputable, but its law henceforth appears as such. It shows up in the course of a war through which English tries to erase the other domesticated idioms, neo-colonized, to present them for reading from only one angle. Which was never so true today. But one must also read the resistance to this commonwealth. It is pronounced but primarily written against it. Against him. And this is indeed what happens. Between islands of language, across each island. Ireland and England would merely be emblems of this. What matters is the contamination of the language of the master by the language he claims to subjugate, on which he has declared war. In doing so he locks himself in a double bind from which Yahweh himself will not have escaped. If it is impossible to sing in German and English at one and the same time, the written form retains polyglossia by placing the tongue at risk. He wore God's signature. In giving the law, and language, that is, languages, he declared war. The inauguration of the law, the institution of languages supposes no right, even if this originary violence claims to put an end to war, to transform it into conflict, Kant would say, that is, subject it to possible arbitration. The originary assignation of the law is neither the supposed brutality of nature or the animal, nor the manifestation of right. It is not yet that, and never again will be. He wore, the quotation of the signature replays the whole of the world's memory. In Finnegan's Wake, one can only quote, mention, as the speech act theorists would say, rather than use, the I which thenceforth becomes he, him, or the he, a pronoun cited rather than a real subject, aimed at by some direct reference. He and not she, he who was he in declaring war, by the fact of the war that he made. He resounds, he gives himself to be heard, he articulates himself and makes himself heard right up to the end, in opposition to the mummium, to the last murmur which closes the sequence, a maternal inarticulate syllabification which falls as close as can be to the hush chut or the fall shoot after the last vocalization, the series of expiring vowels, voices out of breath. Ha he hi ho hu. Mummium. These are the last words, and they are no longer words, this is the last word of the sequence. In the series of vowels, echoing a certain IOU, in Ulysses, a reading of which should happen here but cannot be fulfilled, the he reappears, a simple second place in the sequence of a general hubbub. And if the page is turned, after a broad blank there is the beginning of Book 2, Chapter 2. I content myself here with letting read and resound. As we there are where are we there unde et ube from tomtito to titatum totalitarian. TT 200. 260.123. The final mummium, maternal syllable or infant's apostrophe of the mother could, if one so wished, be made to resound with the final yes we of Ulysses, said to be feminine, the yes of Mrs. Bloom, of Alp, or of any wee girl, as has been noted, Eve, Mary, Isis, etc. The great mother on the side of the river, of time, of vowel and of life, but the father on the side of the law, creation, consonant, and fall. In William York Tyndall's book on Finnegan's Wake, I came across the following sentence where the word hill plays more or less innocently with the personal pronoun, the third person masculine in our language, il. Not to speak of the isle, the island, and of Hor, as Hce is the hill in Joyce's familial geography, so she is the river. This we, or we, girl is Eve, Mary, Isis, any woman you can think of, and a pool at once a river pool, a whore, and a little hen 14. What was I saying? Yes, I'm not sure I love Joyce. I'm not sure he is loved, except when he laughs, he's always laughing, everything is played out in the difference between several tonalities of laughter. That is what I had suggested as I started. The question would then be this: why does laughter here traverse the whole of the experience which relates us to Finnegan's Wake? Why does it not let itself be reduced to any of the other modalities, apprehensions, affections, whatever their richness, their heterogeneity, their overdetermination? And what does this writing teach us of the essence of laughter when it sometimes laughs at the essence, at the limits of the calculable and the incalculable? When the totality of the calculable is outplayed by a writing about which it is no longer possible to decide if it still calculates better and more, or if it transcends the very order of calculable economy, or even of an incalculable or an undecidable which would still be homogeneous with the world of calculation. A certain quality of laughter would accord something like affect to this beyond of calculation, and of all calculable literature. The word affect would then be indeterminate, an X still, save by what in it would expose any supposed mastering and manipulative activity of the subject to what is given beyond calculation, even before any project, any significance. Perhaps, this quality of laughter, and none other, resounds, very loud or very soft, I don't know, through the tears of the prayer that immediately precedes the ha-he-hi-ho-hu at the end, loud, heap miseries upon us yet entwine our arts with laughter's low 15. Laugh down low of the signature, sign the signature with a laugh, calm the crazy laughter and the anguish of the proper name in the murmured prayer, forgive God by asking him to let us perform the gesture of giving according to art, and the art of laughter. At the beginning, that resentment I was talking about. Always possible with respect to Joyce. But it was a way of considering, on a small scale, Joyce's revenge with respect to the god of Babel. That vindictive god Spinoza cannot get over in the Tractatus Theologico-Politicus, he gave laws to avenge himself. But this god, already, tortured his own signature. He was this torment, a priori resentment with respect to any possible translator. I order you and forbid you to translate me, to interfere with my name, to give a body of writing to its vocalization. And through this double commandment he signs. The signature does not come after the law, it is the divided act of the law, revenge, resentment, reprisal, revindication as signature. But also as gift and gift of languages. And God lets himself be prayed to, he condescends and leans over, loud/low. Prayer and laughter absolve perhaps the pain of signature, the act of war with which everything will have begun. This is art, Joyce's art, the space given for his signature made into the work. He wore, it's a counter-signature, it confirms and contradicts, effaces by subscribing. It says we and yes in the end to the Father or to the Lord who speaks loud there is scarcely anyone but him but here leaves the last word to the woman who in her turn will have said we and yes. Countersigned God, God who signeth thyself in us, let us laugh, Amen, sic, SIOC, oil. 16. Ulysses Gramophone, here say yes in Joyce. Translated by François Raphael. We, you are hearing me well, these are French words. To be sure, and I do not need to confirm it with another sentence, it suffices that you have heard this first word, we, to know, at least if you know enough French, that thanks to the authorization generously granted to me by the organizers of this James Joyce Symposium, I would address you, more or less, in the language supposed to be mine ma langue supposée, this last expression nevertheless remaining a quasi-Anglicism. However, can we be cited and translated? This is one of the questions that I intend to raise in this talk. How will one translate the sentences that I just sent your way? The one I began with, just as Molly begins and ends what one calls a bit lightly her monologue, namely with the repetition of a we, does not merely mention, it uses in its own way the two we's, those that I now cite, we. In my incipit, you could not decide, and you still cannot, whether I was telling you we or whether I was citing, or, more generally speaking, whether I mentioned the word we twice to recall, I am citing, that these are indeed French words. In the first instance, I affirm or acquiesce, I subscribe, I approve, I respond, or I promise, I commit myself in any case and I sign, to take up the old speech-act theory distinction, still useful up to a point, between use and mention, the use of the we is always at least implicated in the moment of assigning. In the second instance, I would have mentioned or cited, rather, the we. Now, if the act of citing or mentioning no doubt also supposes some signing and confirmation of the mentioning act, it still remains implicit and the implicit we is not to be confused with the cited or mentioned we. Thus, you still do not know what I meant to say or do by beginning with this sentence, we, you are hearing me well, these are French words. In truth, you do not hear me or understand me well at all. I repeat the question, how will one translate the sentences that I just sent your way? To the extent that they mention, or cite the we, it is the French word that they repeat and the translation is in principle absurd or illegitimate. Yes, these are not French words. When at the end of the Discours de la Methode, Descartes explains why he decided to write in the language of his country, the Latin translation of the Discours simply omits this paragraph. What would be the sense of writing in Latin a sentence that essentially states, here are the good reasons why I am presently writing in French? It is true that the Latin translation was the only one to have violently erased this affirmation of the French language. For it was not indeed one translation among others, since it claimed to return the Discours de la Methode, according to the prevailing law of philosophical society of the time, to what should have been the true original in its true language. Let's leave this for another occasion. Point 1. I simply wanted to emphasize that the affirmation of a language by itself is untranslatable. The act that, in a language, remarks the language itself thus affirms it twice, once by speaking it, and once by saying that it is thus spoken, it opens the space of a remarking that at once and in the same double stroke, defies and calls for a translation. Following a distinction that I ventured elsewhere with respect to the history and name of Babel, what remains untranslatable is in the end the only thing to translate, the only thing translatable. Point 2. What is to be translated in the translatable can only be the untranslatable. You have already understood that I was preparing the way to speak to you about the we, or at least about some of its modalities, and as a first sketch in certain passages from Ulysses. To put an end without delay to the interminable circulation or circumnavigation, to avoid the aporia while seeking the best beginning, I threw myself in the water, as one says in French, and I decided to surrender myself along with you to a chance encounter. With Joyce, chance is always recaptured by law, sense, and the program, in accordance with the overdetermination of figures and ruses. And yet the chance character of encounters and the random nature of coincidences are themselves affirmed, accepted, yes, even approved in all occurrences essences. In all occurrences, that is to say, in all the genealogical chances that divert a legitimate filiation, in Ulysses and probably elsewhere. This is all too clear in the encounter between Bloom and Stephen, to which I will return shortly. To throw oneself in the water, I was saying. I was thinking of the water of a lake, to be precise. But you might have thought, a bottle in the sea, you know Joyce's word. Lakes were not that foreign to him, I will clarify this further. The chance to which I said we, thereby deciding to surrender you to it, I shall give it the proper name of Tokyo. Tokyo, would this city find itself in the western circle that leads back to Dublin or Ithaca? An errancy without calculation, the path randonnée of a randomness 3 led me one day to this passage, Eumaeus, the shelter, 1 a.m., where Bloom names the coincidence of meeting, discussion, dance, row, old salt of the here today and gone tomorrow type, night loafers, the whole galaxy of events, all went to make up a miniature cameo of the world we live in, U 16.1222-25. The galaxy of events was translated in French by a gerbe d'événements for that loses all the milk and thus also the milky tea that constantly irrigate Ulysses to precisely make of it a Milky Way or galaxy. Allow me here another parenthetical. We were wondering what happens to the we when it is repeated, whether in a mention or in a citation. What happens when it becomes a trademark, the non-transferable title of a kind of commercial license? And since we are here spinning in milk, what happens when yes becomes, yes, a brand or a brand name of yogurt? I will often refer to Ohio, this marked place in Ulysses. Now there is in Ohio a brand of Dannon yogurt which is simply called Yes. And under the big yes that is on the lid, the ad slogan says, bet you can't say no to yes. Coincidence of meeting, states the passage I was in the process of citing. A bit further the name Tokyo appears, suddenly, like a telegram or the heading of a newspaper page, the Telegraph, which is below Bloom's elbow, as luck would have it, U 16.1233, it is said at the beginning of the paragraph. The name Tokyo is associated with a battle, Great Battle, Tokyo, U 16.1240. It is not Troy but Tokyo in 1904, the war with Russia. Now I happened to be in Tokyo more than a month ago, and it is there that I began to write this lecture, or rather to dictate its main points to a small pocket tape recorder. I decided to date it in this way. Now dating is signing that morning of May 11th when I was looking for postcards in a sort of newsstand in the basement of the Okura Hotel. I was specifically looking for postcards portraying Japanese lakes, shall we say precisely inland seas. I had the idea of following the edges of the lake in Ulysses, of venturing in a great tour of the lakes, between the lake of life that is the Mediterranean Sea and the Lacus Mortis mentioned in the hospital scene, precisely dominated by the maternal symbol, they come trooping to the sunken sea, Lacus Mortis. Onward to the Dead Sea they tramp to drink, U 14.1091-96. In truth, I had first thought, for this lecture on Ulysses, to address, as you say in English, the scene of the postcard, in a sense the inverse of what I had done in the postcard, where I had tried to vestige the Babelization of the postal system in Finnegan's Wake. You probably know this better than I. An entire set of postcards perhaps suggests the hypothesis that the geography of Ulysses' trips around the Mediterranean lake could well have the structure of a postcard or cartography of postal sendings. This will be verified progressively, but for now I am singling out a phrase from J.J. that speaks of the equivalence between a postcard and a publication. Any public writing, any open text is also offered as the displayed, not private, surface of an open letter, and thus of a postcard, with its address included in the message, hence suspect, with its language both coded and stereotypical. Trivialized by the very code and number. Reciprocally, any postcard is a public document, deprived of any privacy. 5. And which furthermore, by this very fact, falls under the scope of the law. This is precisely what JJ says, and moreover, says JJ. These are not just any initials, a postcard is publication. It was held to be sufficient evidence of malice in the test case Sajro v. Hole. In my opinion an action might lie, U 12.1071-73. Translate, there would be cause for pursuing this before the law, to sue 6. But also, the action could lie. At the beginning there is the Speech Act. 7. One will find the trace or relay of this postcard to follow, then, in Mr. Reggie's postcard, his silly postcard that Gertie could tear into a dozen pieces, U 13.596. There is also, among others, the postcard to Flynn on which, in addition, Bloom remembers having forgotten to write the address, which underlines the character of anonymous publicity. A postcard does not have a proper addressee, apart from whoever acknowledges receipt through some inimitable signature. Ulysses, an immense postcard. Mrs. Marion. Did I forget to write address on that letter like the postcard I sent to Flynn? U 13.843-44. I single out these postcards in the course of a discursive, or, more precisely, narrative path that I cannot reconstitute each time. There is here an ineluctable problem of method to which I will return later on. The postcard without address that cannot be forgotten comes back to Bloom at the very moment when he searches for a lost letter. Where did I put the letter? Yes, all right, U 13.779. We can assume that the reassured yes accompanies and confirms the return of memory. The location of the letter has been found again. A bit further, after Reggie's silly postcard, we come across the silly letter, damned glad I didn't do it in the bath this morning over her silly I will punish you letter, U 13.786-87. Let us allow the perfume of this bath and the vengeance of the letter the time to arrive to us. This increase in derision includes Molly's sarcasms against the one who now he's going about in his slippers to look for £10,000 for a postcard up oh sweetheart May, U 18.228-29. I was thus buying postcards in Tokyo, in an underground passage of the Okura Hotel. Now the sequence that mentions, in a telegraphic style, Great Battle, Tokyo, after having recalled the coincidence of meeting, the misleading genealogy and the erratic seed that links Stephen to Bloom, the galaxy of events, etc., is a passage from another postcard. Not, this time, from a postcard without address, but from a postcard without a message. One would therefore say from a postcard without text, and which would be reduced to the mere association of an image and an address. Now it so happens that here the address is also fictitious. The addressee of this card without message is a kind of fictitious reader. Before returning to it, let us form a circle with the Tokyo sequence, which I must cite. It follows closely the extraordinary exchange between Bloom and Stephen on the motif of belonging. You suspect, Stephen retorted with a sort of half-laugh, that I may be important because I belong to the Faubourg Saint Patrice called Ireland for short, U 16.1160-62. I would go a step farther, Mr. Bloom insinuated by rendering, a step farther as un peu plus loin, 8. The French translation, notwithstanding the cosigner JJ, Mrs., among so many other things, the stepfather which superimposes, at the heart of all these genealogical fantasies, with their genetic crossovers and hazardous disseminations, a dream of legitimation through adoption and return of the son or through marriage with the daughter. Now, one never knows who belongs to whom, what to whom, what to what, who to what. There is no subject of the belonging, no more than there is an owner of the postcard. It remains without an assigned addressee. But I suspect, Stephen interrupted, that Ireland must be important because it belongs to me. What belongs? Queried Mr. Bloom, bending, fancying he was perhaps under some misapprehension. Excuse me. Unfortunately I didn't catch the latter portion. What was it you? Stephen then hastens matters. We can't change the country. Let us change the subject. U16.1160-71. It is not enough to go to Tokyo to change the country, or even the language. A bit farther, then, the return of the messageless postcard addressed to a fictitious addressee. Bloom thinks of the chance nature of encounters, the galaxy of events. He dreams of writing about what happens to him, as I do here, his story, my experiences, as he says, and as it were keeping a chronicle of it, a diary journal in a newspaper journal, a personal diary or newspaper, by freely associating. Here is, we are getting to it, the postcard close to Tokyo, the coincidence of meeting, the whole galaxy of events. To improve the shining hour he wondered whether he might meet with anything approaching the same luck, my italics as Mr. Philip Beaufoy if taken down in writing. Suppose he were to pen something out of the common groove, as he fully intended doing, at the rate of 1 guinea per column, my experiences, let us say, in a cabman's shelter, U16.1222-31. My experiences, that is, both my phenomenology of spirit, in the Hegelian sense of a science of the experience of consciousness, and the great circular return, Ulysses' autobiographico-encyclopedic circumnavigation. One has often spoken of the Odyssey of the phenomenology of spirit. Here, the phenomenology of spirit would have the form of a diary of consciousness and of the unconscious in the chance form of letters, telegrams, newspapers called, for instance, the telegraph, long-distance writing, and finally, taken out of a sailor's pocket, postcards whose text at times only displays a phantom address. Bloom has just spoken of my experiences, the pink edition extra sporting of the Telegraph telegraphic lily, as luck would have it, beside his elbow, and as he was just puzzling again, far from satisfied, over a country belonging still to him and the preceding rebus, the vessel came from Bridgewater and the postcard was addressed A boot and find the captain's age, his eyes, I emphasize the word eyes, I will return to this, went aimlessly over the respective captions which came under his special province, the Al-Embracing give us this day our daily press. First he got a bit of a start, but it turned out to be only something about somebody named H. Du Bois, agent for typewriters or something like that. Great battle, Tokyo. Love-making in Irish, £200 damages, U16.1232-41. I will not analyze here the stratigraphy of this Tokyo battlefield, experts could do that without end, the constraints of a conference only allow me to narrate to you, like a postcard cast to sea, my experiences in Tokyo, and then raise in passing the question of the yes, of chance, and of the Joycean experience as expertise. What is an expert, a PhD in things Joycean? What of the Joycean institution, and what am I to think of the hospitality that it honors me with today in Frankfurt? Bloom associates the allusion to the postcard with what itself already presents a pure associative juxtaposition, an apparently insignificant contiguity, while underlying its insignificance, it is the question of the captain's age, which one must guess rather than calculate, after the presentation of a series of facts, the figures of a rebus without any obvious relation to the question at hand. Nonetheless, what this joke makes clear is that the captain is the captain of a ship. Now the postcard is precisely the one that a sailor was talking about, a sea traveler, a captain who, like Ulysses, returns one day from a long circular journey around a Mediterranean lake. A few pages above, same place, same time, why, the sailor answered upon reflection upon it, I've circumnavigated a bit since I first joined on. I was in the Red Sea. I was in China and North America and South America. I seen icebergs plenty, growlers. I was in Stockholm and the Black Sea, the Dardanelles under Captain Dalton, the best bloody man that ever scuttled a ship. I seen Russia, I seen man-eaters in Peru, U16.458-70. He went everywhere except to Japan, I said to myself, and yet here he is getting a messageless postcard out of his pocket. As for the address, it is fictitious as Ulysses, and this is the only thing that Ulysses has in his pockets. He fumbled out a picture postcard from his inside pocket which seemed to be in its way a species of repository and pushed it along the table. The printed matter on it stated, Choza del Dios. Beni, Bolivia. All focused their attention on the scene exhibited, at a group of savage women in striped loincloths. His postcard proved a center of attraction for Messrs. the Greenhorns for several minutes, if not more. Mr. Bloom, without evincing surprise, unostentatiously turned over the card to peruse the partially obliterated address and postmark. It ran as follows: Tarjeta Postal, Señor A. Budin, Galeria Bic, Santiago, Chile. There was no message evidently, as he took particular notice. Though not an implicit believer in the lurid story narrated, having detected a discrepancy between his name, assuming he was the person he represented himself to be and not sailing under false colors after having boxed the compass on the strict QT somewhere, and the fictitious addressee of the missive which made him nourish some suspicions of our friend's bona fides, nevertheless. U16.473-99. I am thus in the process of buying postcards in Tokyo, pictures of lakes, and I am apprehensive about giving an intimidated presentation before Joyce scholars on the yes in Ulysses and on the institution of Joyce studies, when, in the store where I find myself by chance, in the basement of the Okura Hotel, coincidence of meeting, I fall upon a book entitled 16 Ways to Avoid Saying No, by Masaaki Ime. It was, I thought, a book of commercial diplomacy. It is said that out of courtesy Japanese avoid, as much as possible, to say no even if they mean to say no. How does one makes a no heard when one means to say no without saying it? How one translates no by yes, and what does translation mean when confronted with the singular couple of the yes/no? This is a question that awaits us in return. Point 9. Next to this book, on the same shelf and by the same author, another book, still in an English translation, Never Take Yes for an Answer. Now, if it is very difficult to say anything with any certainty, and certainly metalinguistic, on this singular word yes, which names nothing, which describes nothing, and whose grammatical and semantic status is most enigmatic, I believe that one can at least affirm this about it: it must be taken for an answer. 10. It always has the form of an answer. It occurs after the other, to answer the claim or the question, at least implicit, of the other, even if of the other in me, of the representation in me of another speech. The yes implies, Bloom would say, an implicit believer to some call by the other. The yes always has the sense, the function, or the mission of an answer, even if this answer, we will see this too, at times has the scope of an unconditional and originary commitment. Now our Japanese author advises us to never take yes for an answer. This could mean two things: yes can mean no, or yes is not an answer. Outside of the diplomatic commercial context in which it seems to be located, this cautiousness could take us further. But I continue the chronicle of my experiences. At the very moment when I was writing down these titles, an American tourist of the most typical type leaned over my shoulder and sighed, "So many books. What is the definitive one? Is there any?" It was a very small bookstore, a newsstand, really. I almost replied to him, "Yes, there are two of them, Ulysses and Finnegan's Wake, 11." But I kept this yes to myself and smiled dumbly like someone who does not understand the language. 2. Up to this point I have talked to you about letters in Ulysses, about postcards, typewriters, and telegrams. There is still missing the telephone, and I must tell you about a telephonic experience. For a long time, and still today, I thought that I would never be ready to give a lecture on Joyce before an audience of experts. What is an expert, when it comes to Joyce? This is my question. Still intimidated, and behind schedule, I found myself quite embarrassed in March when my friend Jean-Michel Rabat called me on the phone asking me for a title. I did not have one. All I knew was that I wanted to treat the yes in Ulysses. I had even tried, casually, to count them, more than 222 occurrences of the word yes in the so-called original version, and we know better than ever with what caution we must use this expression. Point 12. I only reached that number, no doubt imprecise, after a first count that only took into account the explicit yes. Point 13. I indeed mean the word yes, for there can be a we, a yes, without the word yes, and especially since, immense problem, the count is no longer the same in the translation. The French translation adds a lot of them. More than a quarter of these yes are gathered in what is ingenuously called Molly's monologue. As soon as there is a yes, a break will have occurred in the monologue, and the other is connected to some telephone. When Jean-Michel Rebate called me, I had thus decided to question, if I can put it this way, the yes of Ulysses as well as the institution of Joyce experts, and also what happens when a yes is written, cited, repeated, archived, recorded, grammophoned, and made a subject of translation and transference. Still, I did not have a title, only a statistic and a few notes on a single page. I asked Rebate to wait a minute. I went back up to my room, took a quick look at the page of notes, and a title came to mind with a sort of irresistible brevity, The Authority of a Telegraphic Order, the saying yes in Joyce Louis de Joyce. You are hearing me well, the saying yes in Joyce, but also the saying or the yes that is heard, the saying yes that travels like a citation or like a circulating rumor, circumnavigating through the labyrinth of the ear, what one only knows through ouï dire, hearsay. Point 14. This can only play out in French, in the confused and Babelien homonymie between the we, with only one dotted I on point sur lycée tout 15 and the we with an umlaut or 2 points. The untranslatable homonymie can be heard, by hearsay, then, more than it can be read with the I-16. This last word, eyes, I should note in passing, itself giving the grapheme yes to be read more than heard. Yes in Ulysses can thus only be a mark that is both spoken and written, vocalized as grapheme and written as phoneme, yes, in a word grammophoned. The ouï dire thus seemed to me a good title, sufficiently untranslatable and potentially capable of encapsulating what I wanted to say about the yes of Joyce. Rebate said yes to me over the phone, agreeing with that title. A few days later, less than a week, I received his wonderful book, Joyce, Portrait de l'auteur en autre lecteur, whose fourth chapter is entitled Molly, ouï dire, with an umlaut. Point 17. Curious coincidence, Mr. Bloom confided to Stephen unobtrusively, U16.414, at the moment when the sailor declares that he already knew Simon Daedalus, coincidence of meeting, U16.1222-23, Bloom says a bit later about his encounter with Stephen. I therefore decided to keep this title as a subtitle to commemorate the coincidence, certain as I was that we were not telling the same story under that same title. Now, and Jean-Michel Rebate can attest to this, it was during a similar chance encounter, I was driving my mother and jumped out of my car onto a Paris street when I saw Jean-Michel Rebate, that we later told each other, after my return from Japan, that this coincidence had to have been telegraphed, as it were, through a rigorous program whose pre-recorded necessity as on an answering machine, and even if it went through a great number of wires must have gathered in some central site and acted upon us, one and the other, one with or on the other, one before the other without any possibility of assigning any legitimate belonging. But this story of correspondences and telephones does not end here. Rebate must have shared with someone by telephone my title, which did not fail to produce certain deformations, specifically Joycean, and programmed at the Expert Center, since one day I received a letter on letterhead from the 9th International James Joyce Symposium from Klaus Reichert with this paragraph, I am very curious to know about your Louis/Wees, which could be spelled Lewis as well, I suppose. And the Lewis have not yet been detected in Joyce as far as I know. Thus it sounds promising from every angle. There is at least one fundamental difference between Rebate, Reichert, and myself, as there is between all of you and myself, namely competence. All of you are experts, and belong to the most singular of institutions. That institution bears the name of the one who has done everything, and said so, to make it indispensable and to make it function for centuries, like a new Tower of Babel to make a name again, like a powerful reading, signing, and countersigning machine in the service of his name, of his patent. But this is an institution that, as in the case of God with the Tower of Babel, he did everything to render impossible and improbable in its principle, to deconstruct in advance, to the point of undermining the very concept of a competence on which an institutional legitimacy could be based, whether it is a competence in knowledge or know-how. Before returning to this question, that is, the question of what you and I are doing here, with competence and incompetence, I remain a few moments more connected on the phone, before interrupting a more or less telepathic communication with Jean-Michel Rabat. We have up to this point accumulated letters, postcards, telegrams, typing machines, etc. One must recall that if Finnegan's Wake is the sublime babelization of a penman and a postman, 18 the motif of postal difference, of remote control telecommanda and telecommunication, is already powerfully at work in Ulysses. And this is even remarked, as always, en abîme. For instance, in The Wearer of the Crown, under the porch of the General Post Office, shoeblacks called and polished. Parked in North Prince's Street, His Majesty's vermilion mail cars, bearing on their sides the royal initials, ER, received loudly flung sacks of letters, postcards, letter cards, parcels, insured and paid, for local, provincial, British and overseas delivery, U 7.15 to 19. This remote control technology of television is not an external contextual element, as it affects from within the most elemental meaning, including the inscription or statement of the quasi-smallest word, the gramophony of the yes. This is why the circumnavigating errancy of a postcard, letter, or telegram displaces destinations only in the continuous buzzing sound of a telephonic obsession, or, if you take into account a gramophone or an answering machine, a telegramophonic obsession. If I am not mistaken, the first phone call rang with these words from Bloom, "Better phone him up first, U 7.219, in the sequence entitled "And It Was the Feast of the Passover," U 7.203. A little earlier, he had repeated, a bit mechanically, like a record, this prayer, the most serious for a Jew, the one that should never be allowed to become mechanical or be gramophoned, Shema Israel. Adonai Elohenu, U 7.209. If, more or less legitimately, for everything is legitimate and nothing is when one borrows some segment in the name of a narrative metonymy, one singles out this element in the most manifest thread of the story, one can then speak of a telephonic Shema Israel between God, who is at an infinite distance, a long-distance call, a collect call from or to the collector of prepuces U 1.394, 9.609, 19, and Israel. Shema Israel means, as you know, call to Israel, listen Israel, hello Israel, address to the name of Israel, a person-to-person call. Point 20 The scene of the "Better Phone Him Up First" takes place in the offices of the newspaper The Telegraph, Le Telegram, and not the Tetragram, and Bloom had just stopped to watch a type of typewriter, or rather, a typesetting machine, a typographic matrix. He stayed in his walk to watch a typesetter neatly distributing type U 7.204. And since he reads it backwards first, U 7.205, composing the name Patrick Dignam, the name of the father, Patrick, from right to left, he recalls his own father reading the Haggadah in the same way. In this paragraph, around Patrick, one could follow the whole series of fathers, of the 12 sons of Jacob, etc., and the word practice appears twice to chant this patristic and perfectly paternal litany. Quickly he does it. Must require some practice. And 12 lines lower, how quickly he does that job. Practice makes perfect. Almost immediately thereafter, we read, "Better phone him up first, plutôt un coup de téléphone pour commencer," says the French translation. Point 21 Let us say, a phone call, un coup de téléphone, rather, to begin. In the beginning, there must have been some phone call. Before the act, or the word, was the telephone. In the beginning was the telephone. We can hear this coup de téléphone, which plays on apparently random numbers and on which there would be much to say, ring all the time. And it opens within itself this yes toward which we slowly return, circling around it. There are several modalities or tonalities of the telephonic yes, but one of them amounts to simply registering that we are there, present, listening, on the end of the line, ready to answer but without answering anything else for the moment than the readiness to answer, hello, yes, I am listening, I hear that you are there, ready to talk at the moment when I am ready to talk with you. In the beginning was the telephone, yes, at the beginning of the phone call. A few pages after the Shema Israel and the first phone call, right after the unforgettable Ohio scene under the title of Memorable Battles Recalled, you are hearing well that from Ohio to the Tokyo battle a voice moves very quickly, a certain telephonic yes resonates with a bing bang that recalls the origin of the universe. A competent professor just passed by. A perfect critic, the professor said. Long, short and long, after the cry Ohio, my Ohio. U 7.367 to 69. Then, at the beginning of O, Harpyolian. U 7.370, there is the sound of trembling teeth as one applies dental floss, and if I tell you that that very year, before going to Tokyo, I had passed through Oxford, Ohio, and even bought dental floss, that is, an Aeolian harp in a drugstore in Ithaca, you would not believe me. You would be wrong, it is true and can be verified. When the resonant unwashed teeth vibrate in the mouth to the dental floss, one hears, bing bang, bang bang, U 7.374, Bloom then asks to make a call. I just want to phone about an ad, U 7.376. Then the telephone word inside, U 7.384. This time the Aeolian harp is no longer the dental floss but the telephone, the cables of which are elsewhere the navel cords that connect to Eden. 28. No. 20. Double 4, yes, U 7.385. One does not know whether this yes is in a monologue, approving the other within, yes, this is the right number, or whether he is already speaking to the other at the end of the line. And one cannot know. The context is cut, it is the end of the sequence. Yet at the end of the following sequence, spot the winner, the telephonic yes rings again in the very same offices of the telegraph, yes, Evening Telegraph here, Mr. Bloom phoned from the inner office. Is the boss? Yes, telegraph. To where? Aha. Which auction rooms? Aha. I see. Right. I'll catch him, U 7.411 to 13. It is said several times that the phone call is interior. Mr. Bloom, made for the inner door, U 7.375, emphasis added, when he wants to make a call, then the telephone word inside, U 7.384, emphasis added, and finally Mr. Bloom phoned from the inner office, U 7.411, emphasis added. A telephonic interiority, then, for before any apparatus bearing that name in modernity, the telephonic techne is at work within the voice, multiplying the writing of the voices without instruments, as Mallarmé would say, a mental telephony which, inscribing the far, distance, difference, and spacing in the phone, at the same time institutes, prohibits, and disrupts the so-called monologue. At the same time, in the same way, from the first phone call and the simplest vocalization, from the monosyllabic quasi-interjection of the we, yes, I, and a fortiori for the yes, yes that the theoreticians of the speech act propose as examples of the performative and that Molly repeats at the end of the so-called monologue, the yes, yes, I do consenting to marriage. When I speak of mental telephony, even masturbation, I implicitly cite the sins of the past, in a medley of voices. He went through a form of clandestine marriage with at least one woman in the shadow of the Black Church. Unspeakable messages he telephoned mentally to Miss Dunn at an address in D'Olier Street while he presented himself indecently to the instrument in the call box, U 15.3027 to 31. The telephonic spacing is in particular superimprinted on the scene called a distant voice. The latter crosses all the lines of the network, the paradoxes of competence and of the institution, here represented by the figure of the professor, and, in all senses of the word, the repetition of the yes, between eyes and ears. One can draw all these telephonic lines from a single paragraph. A distant voice. I'll answer it, the professor said, going. Hello. Evening Telegraph here. Hello. Who's there? Yes. Yes, yes. The professor came to the inner door. Inner again. Bloom is at the telephone, he said. U7.657 to 71. Bloom is at the telephone. The professor thus defines a particular situation at a given moment of the narration, to be sure, but as always in the stereophony of a text which gives several layers to each statement and always allows metonymical borrowings to which I am not the only reader of Joyce to give into, in a way both legitimate and abusive, authorized and improper, he also names the permanent essence of Bloom. One can read it through this particular paradigm: he is at the telephone, he is always there, he belongs to the telephone, and he is both attached and destined to it. His being is a being at the telephone. He is connected to a multiplicity of voices or answering machines. His being there is a being at the telephone, a being toward the telephone, in the way in which Heidegger speaks of the being toward death of Dasein. I am not playing when I say this. The Heideggerian Dasein is also a being called, it is always, it is said in being and time, and as my friend Sam Weber reminded me, a Dasein who only has access to itself from the call, der Ruf, a call from afar that is not necessarily heard through words, and which in a certain way says nothing. One could apply to this analysis, to the last detail, the entire section 57 of Senende Zeit an der Ruf, for example, around sentences like this one: Der Angriffen ist eben dieses Dasein, aufgerufen zu seinem eigensten sein können, sich vorweg. Und aufgerufen ist das Dasein durch den Anruf den Verfallen in das Man, the called one is precisely this Dasein, summoned, provoked, called toward its own most possibility of being, ahead of itself. And Dasein is thus summoned by this call from or out of the fall in the they. 22. I unfortunately do not have the time to conduct this analysis, within or beyond a jargon of Eigentlichkeit that still resonates in this university. Bloom is at the telephone, he said. Tell him go to hell, the editor said promptly. X is Davies Public House, c. U7.671 to 73. Bloom is at the telephone, connected to a powerful network to which I will return shortly. In his essence he belongs to a polytelephonic structure. But he is at the telephone in the sense in which one waits at the telephone. When he says Bloom is at the telephone, as I will later say, Joyce is at the telephone, the professor is saying, he waits for someone to answer him, something the editor, who decides about the future of the text as well as about its safekeeping and truth, does not want to do, and who at this point sends him down to hell, into the Verfallen, in the hell of censured books. Bloom waits for someone to answer him, for someone to say to him hello, yes. He asks for someone to say yes, yes, to him, beginning with the telephonic yes indicating that there is indeed another voice, if not an answering machine, at the end of the line. When, at the end of the book, Molly says yes, yes, she responds to a request, but a request that she requests. She is at the telephone even in bed, requesting, waiting for someone to ask her, on the telephone, since she is alone, to say yes, yes. And the fact that she asks that with my eyes does not prevent her from being at the telephone, on the contrary, well as well him as another, and then I asked him with my eyes to ask again yes, and then he asked me would I yes to say yes my mountain flower, and first I put my arms around him yes and drew him down to me so he could feel my breasts all perfume yes, and his heart was going like mad, and yes I said yes I will yes, U18.1604-9. The last yes, the last word, the eschatology of the book only gives itself to be read since it is distinguished from others by an inaudible capital letter, just as the literal incorporation of the yes in the I, of language, the yes in the eyes, remains also inaudible and only visible. Long D.23. We still do not know what yes means and how this little word, if it is indeed a word, functions in language and in what one imperturbably calls speech acts. We do not know if it shares anything with any other word from any language, even with a no that is certainly not symmetrical to it. We do not know if there is a grammatical, semantic, linguistic, rhetorical, philosophical concept capable of that event marked yes. Let us leave that aside for the moment. Let us act as if, and this is not a mere fiction, it did not prevent us, on the contrary, from hearing what a yes commands. We will ask the difficult questions later, if we have the time. The yes on the telephone can be traversed in one and the same occurrence by several intonations whose differentiating qualities are possibilized on stereophonic long waves. They may seem to be limited to interjection, to the mechanical quasi-signal indicating either the sheer presence of the interlocutor docile at the end of the line, hello, yes, or the passive docility of the secretary or of the subordinate ready to register orders like an archiving machine, yes, sir, or limiting oneself to give merely informative answers, yes, sir, no, sir. An example among many others. I deliberately choose it in those places where a typewriter and the name HEL.Ys lead us to the last piece of furniture of this vestibule or of this techno-telecommunicational preamble, a certain gramophone, at the same time that they connect it on the network of the prophet Elijah. Here it is, but of course I section and select, filter the noise. Miss Dunn hid the Capel Street Library copy of The Woman in White far back in her drawer and rolled a sheet of gaudy notepaper into her typewriter. Too much mystery business in it. Is he in love with that one, Marion? Change it and get another by Mary Cecil Hay. The disc shot down the groove, wobbled a while, ceased and ogled them. 6. Miss Dunn clicked at the keyboard. 16 June 1904. Almost 80 years. 5 Talwita hatted Sandwichman between Monipiny's corner and the slab where Wolftone's statue was not, healed themselves turning HEL.Ys and plodded back as they had come. The telephone rang rudely by her ear. Hello. Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, sir. I'll ring them up after 5. Only those two, sir, for Belfast and Liverpool. All right, sir. Then I can go after 6 if you're not back. A quarter after. Yes, sir. 27 and 6. I'll tell him. Yes, 1, 7, 6. She scribbled 3 figures on an envelope. Mr. Boylan. Hello. That gentleman from Sport was in looking for you. Mr. Lenihan, yes. He said he'll be in the Ormond at 4. No, sir. Yes, sir. I'll ring them up after 5. U 10.368 to 96. 3. The repetition of the yes can take mechanical, servile forms, bending the woman to her master, but this is not by accident, even if any response to the other as a singular other must, it would seem, escape it. The yes of affirmation, of assent or consent, of alliance, engagement, signature, or gift, must carry this repetition within itself if it is to be of any value. It must immediately and a priori confirm its promise and promise its confirmation. This essential repetition is haunted by an intrinsic threat, by the interior telephone that parasites it as its mimetic mechanical double, as its unceasing parody. We shall return to this fatality. But we can already hear the gramophony that records writing within the liveliest voice. It reproduces it a priori, in the absence of any intentional presence of the affirmer. Such a gramophony certainly responds to the dream of a reproduction that preserves, as its truth, the living yes, archived in its liveliest voice. But by this very fact, it allows the possibility of a parody, a technology of the yes that persecutes the most spontaneous and the most giving desire of the yes. To respond or correspond répondre to its destination, this yes must reaffirm itself immediately. Such is the condition of a signed commitment. The yes can say itself only if it promises to itself the memory of itself. The affirmation of the yes is an affirmation of memory. Yes must preserve itself, and thus repeat itself, archive its voice to give it once again to be heard. This is what I call the gramophone effect. Yes gramophones itself and telegramophones itself a priori. the desire for memory and the mourning of the yes set into motion the anamnesic machine, as well as its hypermnesic unleashing. The machine reproduces the living, and duplicates it with its automaton. The example I choose for it has the benefit of a twofold contiguity, from the word yes to the word voice and the word gramophone in a section that speaks of the desire for memory, desire as memory of desire, and desire for memory. It takes place in Hades, in the cemetery, around 11 a.m., the moment of the heart, as Heidegger would still say, the place of preserving memory and truth, and here of the Sacred Heart Sacre. The Sacred Heart, that is, showing it. Heart on his sleeve. How many? All these here once walked round Dublin. Faithful departed. As you are now so once were we. Besides, how could you remember everybody? Eyes, walk, voice. Well, the voice, yes, gramophone. Have a gramophone in every grave or keep it in the house. After dinner on a Sunday. Put on poor old great-grandfather Crarark. Hella hello amophaliglet kirk ophaligladasir again hello amof krpthsth. Remind you of the voice like the photograph reminds you of the face. Otherwise you couldn't remember the face after 15 years, say. For instance who? For instance some fellow that died when I was in Wisdom Hellies. U 6.954 to 69, 24. With what right do we borrow or interrupt a quotation from Ulysses? It is always legitimate and illegitimate, to be made legitimate like an illegitimate child. I could follow the sons of Heli, Bloom's old boss, in all kinds of genealogies. Rightly or wrongly, I judge it more economical here to rely on the associations with the name of the prophet Elijah Elia, to whom many passages are devoted, or rather whose arrival is regularly promised. I pronounce Elia in the French style, but in the English Elijah you can hear Molly's ja resonate. If Molly gives voice to the flesh, remember that word, which always says yes, stetsbejat, Joyce recalls, reversing Goethe's words. Point 25 I will not seek further on the side of a voice out of heaven, calling, Elijah. Elijah. And he answered with a main cry, Abba. Adonai. And they beheld him, even him, Ben Bloom Elijah, amid clouds of angels, U 12.1914-16. No, I go without transition toward repetition, toward what is called the second coming of Elijah in the brothel, U 15.2175-76. The gramophone, the character, and the voice, if I may put it this way, of the gramophone just cried out, Jerusalem. Open your gates and sing Hosanna, U 15.2171-73. Second coming of Elijah, near the end of the world. Elijah's voice gives itself as a telephonic center or as a triage station. All the networks of communication, transportation, transfers, and translations go through him. Polytelephony goes through Elijah's programophony. Do not forget, whatever you can do with it, that Molly recalls it Ben Bloom Elijah had lost his position at his boss Helly's. He had thought of prostituting Molly, of making her pose nude for a very rich man. Elijah is just a voice, a skein of voices. That voice says, C'est moi qui opère tous les téléphones de ce réseau la 26 French translation, sanctioned by Joyce, for say, I am operating all this trunk line. Boys, do it now. God's time is 12.25. Tell mother you'll be there. Rush your order and you play a slick ace. Join on right here. Book through to Eternity Junction, the non-stop run, U 15.2190-93. I would insist in French on the fact that one must lure, booking, reserve one's seats with Elijah, one must praise lure Elijah, sing his praises and faire la louange. And the location/booking of such praise is none other than the lever, book, which holds the place of an Eternity Junction as transferential and teleprogramophonic central. Just one word more, Elijah continues, who then evokes a second coming of the Christ and asks whether we are all ready, Flory Christ, Stephen Christ, Zoe Christ, Bloom Christ, etc. Are you all in this vibration? I say you are, U 15.2199 to 2200, translated into French by Moi Je Disque 27, a problematic translation although not illegitimate, to which we will need to return. And the voice of the one who says Kwi, yes, Elijah, says to those who are in the vibration, a word that is essential in my eyes, that they can call him at any time, immediately, instantaneously, without even going through technology or a postal system, but by way of the sun, through cables and solar rays, through the voice of the sun, one would say through photophone or heliophone. He says by sunphone, got me? That's it? You call me up by sunphone any old time. Bamusers, save your stamps, U 15.2206-7. Thus do not write me letters, save your stamps, you may collect them as Molly's father does. We have reached this point because I told you about my trip experiences, round trip, and a few phone calls. If I tell stories, it is in order to delay the moment when I would speak about serious things, and because I am too intimidated. Nothing intimidates me more than a community of experts in Joyce studies. Why? I first wanted to speak to you about it, speak to you about authority and intimidation. I wrote the page that I am about to read in the plane that was taking me to Oxford, Ohio, a few days before the trip to Tokyo. I decided then to raise before you the question of competence, of legitimacy, and of the Joycean institution. Who has the recognized right to speak about Joyce, to write on Joyce, and who does it well? What do competence and performance consist of here? When I accepted to speak before you, before the most intimidating assembly in the world, before the greatest concentration of knowledge on such a polymathic body of work, I was first appreciative of the honor that was done to me. And I wondered how I had made anyone believe that I deserved it in the slightest way. I do not intend to answer this question here. But I do know, like you do, that I do not belong to your large and impressive family. I prefer the word family to that of foundation or institute. Someone answering, yes, in Joyce's name, succeeded in linking the future of an institution to the singular adventure of a signed proper name, for writing one's proper name does not amount yet to signing. If in a plane you write your name on a custom form that you give out upon arriving in Tokyo, you have not signed yet. You sign when the gesture with which, in a certain place, preferably at the end of the card or the book, you inscribe your name again, takes then the sense of a yes, this is my name, I certify it, and, yes, I could certify it again, I will remember later, I promise it, that it is indeed I who did sign. A signature is always a yes, the synthetic performative of a promise and of a memory that makes any commitment possible. We shall return to this obligatory point of departure for any discourse, according to a circle that is also that of the yes, of the so be it, of the amen and of the hymen. I did not feel worthy of the honor that had been bestowed upon me, far from it, but I must have harbored the secret desire to belong to this powerful family that tends to encompass all others, including their hidden stories of bastardy, legitimation, and illegitimacy. If I accepted, it was mostly because I suspected the existence of some perverse challenge in a legitimation so generously offered. You know this better than I. The worry about family legitimation is what makes both Ulysses and Finnegan's Wake vibrate. I was thinking in the plane of the challenge and the trap, because these experts, I said to myself, with the lucidity and experience that a long acquaintance with Joyce gave them, must know better than others how much, behind the simulacrum of a few signs of complicity, references, or citations in each of my books, Joyce remains foreign to me, as if I did not know him. They know that incompetence is the basic truth of my relation to a work that in the end I only know indirectly, by hearsay, rumors, gossip on did, second-hand exegeses, and always partial readings. For these experts, I said to myself, it is time that this deception is exposed, and how could it be better exposed or denounced than at the opening of a large symposium? Thus, to defend myself against this hypothesis, almost a certainty, I asked myself, in the end, what would competence mean, in the case of Joyce? And what can a Joycean institution or family, a Joycean international, be? I do not know to what extent one can speak of Joyce's modernity, but if there is one, aside from the apparatus of postal and programmaphonic technologies, it lies in the fact that the declared project to mobilize generations of academics during centuries of Babelian edification must itself have been adjusted to a model of the technology and division of academic labor that could not be that of past centuries. The design to bend vast communities of readers and writers to this law, to retain them through an interminable transferential chain of translation and tradition, can be traced back to Plato as well as to Shakespeare, to Dante, and to Vico, not to mention Hegel or other finite divinities. But none of them was able to calculate his effect as well as Joyce was, by adjusting it to certain types of world research institutions ready to utilize not only means of transportation, communication, organizational programming that facilitate an accelerated capitalization, an unhinged accumulation of knowledge interests blocked in the name of Joyce, even though he lets all of you sign with his name, as Molly would say. I could often have written out a fine check for myself and write his name on it U18.1525-26, but also modes of archiving and the consultation of data unheard of by all the grandfathers that I just named, omitting Homer. This is where the intimidation lies. The Joycean experts are the representatives as well as the effects of the most powerful project to program over centuries the totality of research in the ontologico-encyclopedic field while commemorating his own signature. A Joyce scholar 28 by right disposes of the totality of competences in the encyclopedic field of the universitas. He or she has the mastery over the computer 29 of all memory, plays with the entire archive of culture, at least the so-called Western culture, and of what within it returns to itself according to the Ulyss-Shawn circle of the encyclopedia, and this is why one can always dream at least of writing on Joyce and not in Joyce, from the phantasm of some Far East capital, without in my case harboring much illusion on this subject. You know the effects of this pre-programming better than I. They are both admirable and terrifying, at times of an intolerable violence. One of them has the following form: nothing can be invented on the subject of Joyce. All that can be said of Ulysses, for example, is already anticipated, including, as we saw, the scene of the academic competence and the ingenuity of meta-discourse. We are caught in this net. We find all the gestures to take the initiative of a movement announced in a superpotentialized text that will remind you, at a given time, that you are caught in a network of language, writing, knowledge, and even of narration. This is one of the things that I wanted to demonstrate earlier, when telling you all these stories, all true, I might add, of postcards, trips to Ohio, or phone calls with rebate. We have been able to verify it. All this had its narrative paradigm, was already narrated in Ulysses. Everything that happened to me, including the narration that I would attempt to make of it, was said in advance, narrated in advance in its dated singularity, prescribed in a sequence of knowledge and narration, within Ulysses, to say nothing of Finnegan's Wake, by this hypermnesic machine capable of storing in a giant epic work, with the memory of the West and virtually all the languages of the world, the very traces of the future. Yes, everything has already happened to us with Ulysses, and in advance signed by Joyce. It remains to be seen what happens to the signature in these conditions. This is one of my questions. This situation reverses everything, and this is due to the paradox of the yes. The question of the yes, moreover, always refers to that of the Dasein, of that which is opined in opinion. This is the paradox. At the moment when the work of such a signature sets to work the most competent and efficient machine of production and reproduction, others would say, when it submits to this, or in any case relaunches it for itself so that it can come back to itself, it also simultaneously ruins its model. At least it threatens to ruin it. Joyce relied on the modern university, but he challenges it to reconstitute itself after him. He outlines its essential limits. In the end, there cannot be a Joycean competence, in the strong and rigorous sense of the concept of competence, with the criteria of evaluation and legitimation that are attached to it. There cannot be a Joycean foundation or family. There cannot be a Joycean legitimacy. What relation does this situation have with the paradox of the yes or the structure of a signature? The classical concept of competence supposes that one can rigorously dissociate knowledge, in its act or position, from the event in question, and especially from the equivocation of written or oral marks, let us say gramophonies. Competence supposes that a metadiscourse is possible, neutral, and univocal with respect to a field of objectivity, whether or not it has the structure of a text. In principle, the performances regulated by this competence must be able to lend themselves to a remainderless translation with respect to a corpus that is itself translatable. They must especially not be, for the most part, of a narrative style. One does not tell stories in the university, in principle. One does history, one narrates in order to know and explain, one speaks about narrations or epic poems, but events and stories must not appear there as institutionalized knowledge. Now with the event signed Joyce, a double bind has at least become explicit, for it already has had a hold on us ever since Babel or Homer, and all that followed. On the one hand, one must write, one must sign, one must make new events with untranslatable marks happen, and this is the desperate call, the distress of a signature that demands a yes from the other. But on the other hand, the singular novelty of any other yes, of any other signature, already finds itself programmophoned in the Joycean corpus. I do not only perceive the effects of this challenge of this double bind on myself, in the terrified desire that I might have of belonging to a family of the representatives of Joyce of which I could only be a bastard. I also perceive them in you. On the one hand, you have the legitimate assurance of possessing or of being on the way to constituting a supercompetence, on a par with a corpus that virtually includes all others treated in the university, the sciences, technologies, religions, philosophies, literatures, and, coextensive with all that, languages. Nothing transcends this hyperbolic competence. Everything is internal, mental telephony. Everything can be integrated into the domesticity of this programmo-telephonic encyclopedia. On the other hand, one must know at the same time, and you know it, that the signature and the yes that occupy you are capable, it is their destination, of destroying the very root of this competence, of this legitimacy, of its domestic interiority, capable of deconstructing the academic institution, its internal or interdepartmental borders as well as its contract with the extra-academic world. Hence this mixture of assurance and distress that one can sense in the Joyce scholars. On the one hand, as crafty as Ulysses, they know, like Joyce, that they know more, that they always have one more trick up their sleeves, whether when it is a question of a totalizing synthesis, or of a subatomstic micrology, what I call divisibility of the letter. No one does it better. Everything can be integrated in the "this is my body" of the corpus. On the other hand, this hypermnesic interiorization can never close itself on itself. For reasons pertaining to the structure of the corpus, of the project and signature, one cannot secure any principle of truth or legitimacy. Therefore you also have the feeling that, since nothing can surprise you from within, something finally might happen to you from an unpredictable outside. And you have guests. 4. You wait for the arrival or the second coming of Elijah. And, as a good Jewish family, you always keep a seat at the table for him. While waiting for Elijah, even if his coming is already gramophoned in Ulysses, you are all ready to recognize, without too many illusions I think, the external competence of writers, philosophers, psychoanalysts, linguists. You even ask them to open your conferences. And for instance to ask a question like, what is happening today in Frankfurt, in the city where the Joycean International, the cosmopolitan yet very American James Joyce Foundation, established Bloomsday 1967, the president of which, representing a very large American majority, is in Ohio, still Ohio, pursues its edification in a modern Babel that is also the capital of the book fair and of a famous philosophical school of modernity. When you call on incompetent people, such as myself, or on allegedly external competences, even though you know that there aren't any, isn't it in order to both humiliate them and because you are expecting from these guests not only some news, Some good news that would come to finally free you from the hypermnesic interiority in which you run in circles like madmen in a nightmare, but also, paradoxically, a legitimacy. For you are both very sure and very unsure of your rights, and even of your community, of the homogeneity of your practices, methods, and styles. You can count on no consensus, no axiomatic agreement among yourselves. In the end, you do not exist. You are not authorized funds to exist as a foundation, and this is what Joyce's signature gives you to be read. You call on strangers so that they come to tell you, which is what I do by responding to your invitation, you do exist, you intimidate me, I recognize you, I recognize your paternal and grandpaternal authority, recognize me, give me a diploma in Joycean studies. Naturally, you don't believe a word of what I am telling you right now. And even if it was true, and even if, yes, it is true, you would not believe me if I told you that my name is also Elijah. That name is not inscribed, no, on my birth certificate, but it was given to me on my 7th day. Elijah, moreover, is the name of the prophet who is present at all circumcisions. He is the patron, as it were, of circumcision. The chair on which the newborn baby boy is held during the circumcision is called Elijah's chair. We should give this name to all the chairs of Joycean studies, to the panels and the workshops organized by your foundation. In fact, rather than postcard from Tokyo, I had thought of calling this lecture Circumnavigation and Circumcision. A midrash tells the story that Elijah had complained about how Israel had forgotten the alliance, that is to say, forgotten circumcision. God would have then given him the order to be present at all circumcisions, perhaps as a form of punishment. One could have made the scene of signature bloody by connecting all the announced arrivals of the prophet Elijah to the event of circumcision, moment of entry into the community, the alliance, and legitimacy. At least twice in Ulysses, one finds the expression collector of prepuces. The islanders, Mulligan said to Haynes casually, speak frequently of the collector of prepuces, U 1.393-94, or Jehovah, collector of prepuces. What's his name? Icky Moses. Bloom. He rattled on. Jehovah, collector of prepuces, is no more. I found him over in the museum where I went to hail the foam-born Aphrodite. U 9.607-10. Each time, and often near an arrival of milk or foam, circumcision is associated to the name of Moses, as in this passage where, before the name of Moses Herzog, circumcised. Says Joe, says I. A bit off the top, U 12.19-20. I, says I, yes, says I, or also, I says I, or I, says, I, yes, says, yes, I, yes, 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 I, etc. Tautology, monology, but judgment synthetic a priori. You could also have played on the fact that in Hebrew the word for stepfather, recall Bloom when he claims to be ready before Stephen to go a step farther, also names the circumcisor. And if Bloom has a dream, it is to have Stephen become part of the family and thus, by way of marriage and adoption, to circumcise the Greek. Where are we thus going with the alliance of this Joycean community? What will become of it at this rate of accumulation and commemoration in 1 or 2 centuries, taking into account the new technologies of archiving and storing of information? In the end, Elijah is not me, nor some stranger who would come to say this thing to you, the news from outside, maybe the apocalypse of Joycean studies, namely the truth, the final revelation, and you know that Elijah was always associated with the apocalyptic discourse. No, Elijah, it's you are Ulysses Elijah, who appears as the great telephonic center, hello there, central. U 7.1042, the triage station, the network through which all information must transit. One can imagine the existence soon of a giant computer of Joycean studies, operating all this trunk line. Booked through to Eternity Junction. It would capitalize all the publications, would coordinate and teleprogram the lectures, conferences, theses, the papers 30 would construct indexes in all languages. One could consult it at any moment via satellite or heliophone, sunphone, day and night, relying on the reliability of an answering machine. Hello, yes, yes, what are you asking for? Oh. For all the occurrences of the word yes in Ulysses? Yes. It would remain to be seen whether the basic language of such a computer would be English and whether its certificate, its patent, would be American, due to the overwhelming and significant majority of Americans in the trust of the Joyce Foundation. It would also remain to be seen whether one can consult this computer with respect to the yes in all languages, if one can be content with the word yes, and whether the yes, in particular the one involved in the operations of consultation, can be counted, calculated, numbered. A circle will lead me later to this question. In any case, the figure of Elijah, whether it is that of the prophet, of the circumcisor, of the polymathic competence and telematic mastery, is only a synecdoche of the Ulyssean narration, at once smaller and greater than the whole. We should therefore abandon a twofold illusion and intimidation. 1. No truth can come from the outside of the Joycean community and without the experience, the cunning, and the knowledge accumulated by expert readers. 2. But inversely or symmetrically, there is no model for Joycean competence, no possible interiority and closure for the concept of such a competence. There is no absolute criterion to measure the pertinence of a discourse on a text signed Joyce. The very concept of competence finds itself shaken up by this event. For one must write in one language, respond to the yes and countersign in another language. The very discourse of competence, that of neutral and metalinguistic knowledge, save from all untranslatable writing, etc., is also incompetent, the least competent one with respect to Joyce, who, incidentally, also finds himself in the same situation whenever he speaks of his work. Instead of pursuing these generalities, and given the time passing fast, I return to the yes in Ulysses. For a very long time, the question of the yes has mobilized or permeated everything that I attempt to think, write, teach, or read. To only speak of readings, I had devoted seminars and texts to the yes, to the double yes in Nietzsche's Zarathustra. Thus spake Zarathustra. Mulligan says in fact U 1.727-28, the yes of the hymen, which is always the best example for it, the yes of the great midday affirmation, and then the ambiguity of the double yes. One of them comes down to the Christian assumption of one's burden, the ja of the donkey overburdened, as the Christ was with memory and responsibility. The other yes is a yes that is light, airy, dancing, solar, also a yes of reaffirmation, promise, and oath, a yes to the eternal return. The difference between the two yes, or rather between the two repetitions of the yes, remains unstable, subtle, and sublime. One repetition haunts the other. The yes always finds its chance with a certain woman for Nietzsche, who also, like Joyce, predicted that one day there would be professorships created to study his Zarathustra. Similarly, in Blancotte's The Madness of the Day, the quasi-narrator attributes the power to say yes to women, to the beauty of women, beautiful insofar as they say yes, yet I have met people who have never said to life, quiet, who have never said to death, go away. Almost always women, beautiful creatures. 31. The yes would then be of the woman and not only of the mother, the flesh, the earth, as one says so often about Molly's yes in most of the interpretations that are devoted to it, Penelope, bed, flesh, earthy, monologue, says Gilbert 32 and so many after him, or even before him, and here Joyce is not more competent than any other. This is not false, and is even the truth of a certain truth, but this is not all, and it is not so simple. The law of genre seems to me largely overdetermined and infinitely more complicated, whether it is the sexual or grammatical gender genre, or rhetorical technique. To call this a monologue is nothing but somnambulistic carelessness. I have thus wanted to hear again Molly's yes. But could this be done without making them resonate with all the yes that announce them, correspond to them and keep them at the end of the line throughout the whole book. Last summer, in Nice, I thus reread Ulysses, first in French, then in English with a pencil in hand, counting the we, then the yes, and sketching a typology. As you can imagine, I was dreaming of connecting myself on the computer of the Joyce Foundation, and the result of the count was not the same from one language to the other. Molly is not Elijah, is not Molly, and you know that the Mohel is the circumcisor, and Molly is not Joyce, but nonetheless, her yes circumnavigates and circumcises, it encircles Ulysses' last chapter, since it is both her first and last word, her opening and closing fall, yes because he never did, U 18.1, and at the end, and yes I said yes I will yes, U 18.1608-9. The last yes, the eschatological yes, occupies the place of the signature, at the bottom right of the text. Even if we distinguish, as we should, Molly's yes from that of Ulysses, of which it is only a figure and a moment, even if we distinguish, as we also should, these two signatures, Molly's and that of Ulysses, from that of Joyce, they read and call each other. They call each other precisely through a yes that always sets up a scene of call and demand, it confirms and countersigns. Affirmation demands a priori confirmation, repetition, the safekeeping and memory of the yes. A certain narrativity is to be found at the simple core of the simplest yes. I asked him with my eyes to ask again yes, and then he asked me would I yes to say yes, U 18.1605-6. A yes never comes alone, and one is never alone in saying yes. Nor does one laugh alone, as Freud said. I will return to this. Freud also emphasizes that the unconscious knows nothing of the no. In what way does the question of Joycean signature implicate what I will call here, curiously, the question of the yes? There is a question of the yes, a demand for the yes, and perhaps, for this is never certain, an unconditional and inaugural affirmation of the yes that cannot necessarily be distinguished from the question or the demand. Joyce's signature, at least that which interests me here and whose phenomenon I will never claim to exhaust, cannot be reduced to the appending of his seal in the form of the patronymical name and the play of signifiers, as one says, in which to reinscribe the name Joyce. The inductions that have taken place for a long time through these plays of association and society pastimes are facile, tedious, and naively jubilatory. Even if they are not always without pertinence, they begin by confusing a signature with the simple mention, apposition, or manipulation of one's official name. Now, neither in its juridical scope, as I suggested above, nor in the essential complexity of its structure, does a signature amount to the sole mention of the proper name. Nor can the proper name itself, which a signature does not merely spell out or mention, be reduced to the legal surname. This one runs the risk of creating a smoke screen toward which the psychoanalysts would hasten, in their rush to conclude. I tried to show this in the case of Janet, Ponge, or Blancat. 33. As for the scene of the surname, the first pages of Ulysses should suffice to help educate a reader. V. Who signs? Who signs what in the name of Joyce? The answer should not take the form of a key or of a clinical category that one pulls out of a hat at the occasion of a conference. Nonetheless, as a humble preamble, one that perhaps interests me alone, I thought it possible to raise that question of the signature through the question of the yes that it always implicates, and insofar as it weds here or marries, S.E. Marie, I insist on this French word, the question of knowing who laughs and how it laughs with Joyce, in Joyce, singularly so since Ulysses. Who is the man who laughs? Is it a man? And that which laughs, how does it laugh? Does it laugh? For there is more than one modality, more than one tonality of laughter, as there is an entire gamut, a polygamy, in the game or gamble 34 of the yes. Why this gamut, game, and gamble? Because before the gramophone, just before, and Elijah's speech as operator of the Grand Telephone Central, the gnome, the hobgoblin speaks in French the croupier's language. Tu vint. Elijah, I assume, or the Christ Samoy. L'homme qui rit. L'homme primigene. He whirls round and round with dervish howls, see et dames, fates vos jug. He crouches juggling. Tiny roulette planets fly from his hands. Leja sunt fates. The planets rush together, uttering crepitant cracks, Reen VA+. U 15.2159-63, 35 il Vint, Reen VA+, in French in the original. The French translation does not make a mention of it, the French thus erases the French, at the risk of cancelling a connotation or an essential reference in the self-presentation of the man who laughs. Since we speak of translation, tradition, and transfer of yes, let us note that the same problem arises for the French version of the oui when it is found, as one says, en français dans le texte, in French in the original, and even in italics. The erasure of these marks is all the more serious since the mon père, oui, then takes on the sense of a citation that displays all the problems of the cited yes. In episode 3, Proteus, shortly after the evocation of the ineluctable modality of the visible and of the ineluctable modality of the audible, U 3.1, 13, in other words, the ineluctable gramophony of the yes, sounds solid names the same passage through the navel cord that puts into question the consubstantiality of Father and Son, and this quite close to a scripturo-telephonic and Judeo-Hellenic scene. Hello. Kinch here. Put me on to Edenville. Aleph, Alpha, not, 1. Yes, sir. No, sir. Jesus wept, and no wonder by Christ, U 3.39-40, 68-69. On this same page 44, and we must, for essential reasons, treat things here by contiguity, what the French translation, co-signed by Joyce, renders by we, is not yes but first I am and second I will. We will return to this in a circular way. Here is thus the passage, followed closely by the mother's postal order that Stephen cannot cash in a French post office, counter closed, and by the allusion to the blue French telegram, curiosity to show another dying come home father, U 3.197-99, 36. C'est tordant, vous savez. Moi, je suis socialiste. Je ne crois pas en l'existence de Dieu. Faut pas le dire à mon père. Il croit. Mon père, oui. U 3.169-72, 37, in French in the original. Since the question of signature remains entirely open before us, the modest but indispensable preliminary dimension of its elaboration should be situated, I believe, at the intersection of the yes, the visible yes, and the audible yes, the oui, the heard yes, without any etymological filiation between the two words we and we, of the yes for the eyes and the yes for the ears, and of laughter, at the intersection of the yes and laughter. In sum, through the telephonic lapsus that made me say or hear we dire, hear say, it was the we rire, yes laughter, which was making its way, as well as the consonantal difference from the D of dire to the R of rire. These, moreover, are the only consonants of my name. Why laugh? Everything has probably been said already on laughter in Joyce, as well as on parody, satire, derision, humor, irony, and mockery. And also on his Homeric and Rabelaisian laughter. It perhaps remains to think, precisely, laughter as remainder. What does laughter mean? Chu skekca vut dire, le rire. What does laughter want? Chu skekca vut rire. Once we recognize in principle that in Ulysses the virtual totality of experience, of sense, of history, of the symbolic, of languages and writings, the great cycle and the great encyclopedia of cultures, of scenes and effects, the sum total of sum totals in sum, tends to unfold and recompose itself by playing out all its combinatory possibilities, with the writing that seeks to occupy their virtually all places, well, the totalizing hermeneutic that constitutes the task of a global and eternal foundation of Joycean studies will find itself before what I hesitate to call a dominant affect, a stimmung, or a pathos, a tonality that retraverses all the others, but which nonetheless does not belong to the series of the others, since it just remarked them all, adding itself to them without letting itself be added up or totalized, like a remainder that is both quasi-transcendental and supplementary. And it is the yes laughter wearier that overmarks not only the totality of writing but all the qualities, modalities, genres of laughter whose differences could be classified in some typology. Why, then, the yes laughter before and after all, for all that a signature accounts for? Or leaves out less pour compte? Why this remainder? I do not have the time to begin this work and typology. Cutting through fields, I will simply say 2 words on the double relation, thus the unstable relation that informs with its double tonality my reading or rewriting of Joyce, this time beyond even Ulysses, my double relation to this yes laughter. My presumption is that I am not alone in projecting this double relation. It would be instituted and required by the Joycean signature itself. With one ear, with a certain hearing OUIE, I can hear a reactive, even negative yes laughter resonate. It exults in a hypermnesic mastery, and by spinning a spider web that defies any other possible mastery, as impregnable as an alpha and omega programmophone in which all histories, stories, discourses, types of knowledge, all the signatures to come that Joycean institutions as well as a few others might address would be prescribed and computed in advance beyond any actual computer, pre-understood, captive, predicted, partialized, metonymized, exhausted, just like the subjects, whether they know it or not. And science or consciousness cannot help in any way, to the contrary. It merely allows putting its supplemental calculation at the service of the master signature. It can laugh at Joyce, but in this way is indebted to him. As it is said in Ulysses, 197, was du verlaxt wirst du noch dienen. / brood of mockers, U 9.491-92, 38. There is a James Joyce who can be heard laughing at this omnipotence and at this great trick tour played. I speak about Ulysses' tricks and turns, Ulysses the cunning one, the great tour he concluded when on his return he returned from everything. 39 This is certainly a triumphant and jubilatory laughter, but a jubilation always betrays some mourning, and laughter can also be with a resigned lucidity. Indeed, omnipotence remains a phantasm, as it opens and defines the dimension of phantasm. Joyce cannot not know this. He cannot not know this, for instance, that the book of all books, Ulysses, or Finnegan's Wake, remains but one volume among millions of titles in the Library of Congress, forever absent, no doubt, in the little newsstand of a Japanese hotel, lost also in a non-book archive whose accumulation has no longer anything in common with the library. Billions of tourists, whether Americans or not, will have less and less opportunities to run into this thing in some curious meeting. And this crafty little book, some would consider it still too clever, industrious, manipulative, overloaded with a knowledge impatient to show itself by hiding itself, by supposing itself under everything, in some, bad literature, vulgar in that it never leaves its chance to the incalculable simplicity of the poem, grimacing with an overcultivated and hyperscholastic technology, literature of a subtle doctor, a little too subtle, in other words, the literature of a Dr. Pangloss with his eyes newly opened. Wasn't this somewhat Nora's opinion, who would have had the calculated chance of being censored, and thus launched, by the U.S. postal authorities? Even in its resignation to the phantasm, this yes laughter reaffirms the mastery of a subjectivity that gathers all by gathering itself, or by delegating itself to the name, in what is nothing but a great general rehearsal repetition, during the course of the sun, for one day from the Orient to the Occident. It condemns and condemns itself, at times sadistically, sardonically, cynicism of a grimace, of sarcasm and sneer, brood of mockers. It condemns itself and accuses itself, it takes upon itself the whole of memory, and it takes on the resumption, the exhaustion, and the second coming. There is no contradiction in saying so. This yes laughter is that of Nietzsche's Christian donkey, the one that cries out Jah, perhaps even that of the Judeo-Christian animal that wants to make the Greek laugh once circumcised from his own laughter, an absolute knowledge as truth of religion, assumed memory, guilt, literature of burden psalm as one speaks of a beast of burden, literature of summons summation, moment of the dead, a, e, I, o, u, u 9.213, iou, this I constitutes itself from the dead itself, where it comes to itself only on the basis of the dead. 40. This relation between the dead and vowels, between the iou, and vocalization, should have led me, but I do not have the time for it, to connect what I attempted to say elsewhere, in the postcard or in 2 words for Joyce, about the and he wore and Finnegan's wakes ha, he, hi, ho, who, FW 259.9, with Ulysses IOU, a strange anagram of the French we, translated horribly and didactically by J. Vaudois 41 in the version authorized by Joyce, the one to which he said yes. And thus consented to. Did he say it in French, all in vowels, or in English? Laughter laughs about having generations of heirs, readers, guardians, Joyce scholars 42 and writers forever in its debt. This yes laughter of encircling reappropriation, of omnipotent audition recapitulation, accompanies the setting up of an apparatus virtually capable of impregnating in advance its own certified signature, including perhaps also Molly's, all the counter-signatures to come, even after a death of the artist as an old man, who then only carries off an empty shell, the accident of a substance. The filiation machine, legitimate or illegitimate, is functioning well, is ready for anything, to domesticate, to circumscribe or circumvent everything. It lends itself to the encyclopedic reappropriation of absolute knowledge that gathers itself as the life of logos, that is to say, also in the truth of natural death. We are here in Frankfurt to bear witness to this, in commemoration. Yet, the eschatological tone of this yes laughter seems to me to be inhabited or traversed, I prefer to say haunted, joyfully ventriloquized by an entirely different music, by the vowels of a completely different song. I can hear it too, quite close to the other one, like the yes laughter of a gift without dead, light affirmation, practically amnesic, of a gift or an abandoned event, which is called in classical language the work, a signature lost and without proper name that names and reveals the cycle of reappropriation and domestication of every paraph only to limit its phantasm, and in so doing, in order to introduce the necessary breach for the coming of the other, an other that one could always call Elijah, if Elijah is the name of the unpredictable other for whom a place must be kept, and no longer Elijah the grand operator of the central, Elijah the head of the megaprogramo telephonic network, but the other Elijah, Elijah the other. But this is a homonym. Elijah can always be either one at the same time, one cannot call on one without risking getting the other. And one must always run this risk. I thus return, in this last movement, to the risk or the chance of this contamination of one yes laughter by the other, to the parasiting of an Elijah, that is, an ego, by the other. Why did I associate the question of laughter, of a laughter that remains, as fundamental and quasi-transcendental tonality, to that of the yes? In order to wonder what happens/arrive with Ulysses, or with the happening/arrivee of whatever or whomever, that of Elijah for instance, and we must attempt to think the singularity of the event, and thus the uniqueness of a signature, or rather an irreplaceable mark that cannot necessarily be reduced to a phenomenon of copyright readable through a proper name, after circumcision. We must attempt to think circumcision, if you will, on the basis of a possibility of the mark, that of a feature preceding and providing its figure. Now if laughter is a fundamental or abyssal tonality in Ulysses, if the analysis of it is exhausted by none of the available knowledge precisely because it laughs from knowing and at knowledge, then laughter bursts out at the very event of signature. Now there is no signature without yes. If signature does not amount to manipulating or mentioning a name, it supposes the irreversible commitment of the one who confirms, by saying or by doing yes, the contract of a mark left behind. Before wondering about who signs, whether Joyce is or is not Molly, and about the difference between the author's signature and that of a figure or fiction signed by the author, before debating on sexual difference as duality and stating one's conviction with respect to the one-sidedly womanly woman character, I cite Frank Budgeon and a few others after him, of Molly the beautiful plant, the herb, or the pharmacon, or the one-sidedly masculine character of James Joyce 43 before taking into account what he said of the non-stop monologue as the indispensable countersign to Bloom's passport to eternity 44. The competence of the Joyce of letters and conversations does not seem to me to enjoy any privilege, before manipulating clinical categories and a psychoanalytic knowledge that are derivative of the possibilities of which we speak here. We will wonder what a signature is. It requires a yes older than the question what is, since this question already supposes it, older than knowledge. We will wonder why the yes always arrives/happens as a yes, yes. I say the yes and not the word yes, for there can be some yes without a word. P.S. January 2, 1987. A yes without word thus could not be a word origin, an archeword, your word. It resembles it, nonetheless, and there lies the whole enigma, as one can resemble God. And it is true that the yes of which Rosenzweig spoke has the original character of an your word only to the extent that it is a silent word, mute, a sort of transcendental of language, before and beyond any affirmative statement. It is the yes of God, the yes in God. This is the power of the yes, that it adheres to everything, that unlimited possibilities of reality lie hidden in it. It is the original word of language, your word, one of those which make possible not sentences but, to begin with, simply words that go into sentences, words as elements of the sentence. Yes is not an element of the sentence, nor even the shorthand sign of a sentence, although it can be used as such. In reality it is the silent companion of all the elements of a sentence, the confirmation, the sick, the amen behind every word. It gives to every word in the sentence its right to existence, it offers it the chair where it may sit, it sets. The first yes in God establishes the divine essence in all infinity. And the first yes is in the beginning. 45. 6. It would thus be necessary, it would have been necessary, to preface all these discourses by a long meditation, learned and thoughtful, on the meaning, the function, and especially the presupposition of the yes, before language, in language but also in an experience of the plurality of languages that perhaps no longer pertains to a linguistics in the strict sense. Broadening the scope toward a pragmatics, although necessary in my view, remains insufficient so long as it does not open onto a thinking of the trace or of writing, in the sense that I attempted to articulate elsewhere and that I do not want to reconstitute here. What is being said, written, and what happens/arrives with yes. Yes can be implied without the word being said or written. This allows, for instance, the multiplication of we in the French translation everywhere where one supposes that a we is marked by English sentences in which the word yes is absent. However, since a yes is coextensive with every statement, it is very tempting, in French but first in English, to duplicate everything by a sort of continuous yes, to double even the articulated yes by the simple mark of a rhythm, intakes of breath in the form of pauses or murmured interjections, as it happens sometimes in Ulysses. The yes comes, from me to the other in me, from the other to me, to confirm the basic telephonic hello, yes, that's right, that's what I am saying. I am speaking, yes, there I am speaking, yes, yes, you are hearing me, I can hear you, yes, we are here speaking, there is language, you are hearing me well, this is the case, it is taking place, it happens/arrives, it writes itself, it marks itself, yes, yes. We start again from the phenomenon yes, the yes that is manifest and manifestly marked as a word, whether spoken, written, or phonogrammed. Such a word says, but says nothing by itself, if by saying we mean to designate, so, or describe something that would be outside language or outside marking. Its only references are other marks, which are also marks of the other. Since the yes says, shows, names nothing outside marking, some might be tempted to conclude from this that yes says nothing, an empty word, barely an adverb, since any adverb, following the grammatical category according to which one situates the yes in our languages, has a richer, more determined semantic charge than the yes, even if it always supposes it. In sum, the yes would be transcendental adverbiality, the ineffaceable supplement of all verbs. In the beginning was the adverb, yes, but as an interjection, still very close to a preconceptual vocalization, the perfume of a discourse. Can one sign with a perfume? In the same way that one cannot replace yes by a thing that it would supposedly describe, in fact it describes nothing, states nothing even if it is a sort of performative implied in any statement, yes I am stating, it is stated that, etc., nor even by the thing it is supposed to approve or affirm. Likewise one cannot replace the yes by the names of concepts supposed to describe this act or this operation, if it is even an act or an operation. The concept of activity or actuality does not seem to me apt to account for a yes. And one cannot replace this quasi-act by approval, affirmation, confirmation, acquiescence, consent. The word affirmative used in the military in order to avoid all kinds of technical risks does not replace the yes, but still presupposes it. Yes, I do say affirmative. What does this yes, which names, describes, designates nothing, and which has no reference outside marking, gives us to think? Outside marking and not outside language for the yes can occur without words, in any case without the word yes. Because of its radically non-constitutive or non-descriptive scope, even if it says yes to a description or to a narration, yes is through, and par excellence, a performative. But this characterization seems to me insufficient. First, because a performative must be a sentence, and a sentence sufficiently endowed with meaning by itself, in a given conventional context, to produce a particular event. Now I do believe, yes, that to state this in a classical philosophical code, yes is the transcendental condition of every performative dimension. A promise, an oath, an order, a commitment, always imply a yes, I sign. The I in the I sign says yes, and says yes to itself even if it signs a simulacrum. Any event brought about by a performative mark, any writing in the broad sense, engages a yes, whether or not phenomenalized, that is, verbalized or adverbalized as such. Molly says yes, she recalls yes, the yes she says with her eyes, to ask for yes with her eyes, etc. We are here in a place that is not yet the space where the great questions of the origin of negation, of affirmation and denegation can and must be deployed. And not even the space where Joyce was able to reverse the Ich bin der Geist der Stets by saying that Molly is the flesh that always says yes. The yes we are referring to now is prior to all these reversible alternatives, to all these dialectics. They presuppose and include it. Before the Ich in Ich bin affirms or denies, it posits itself or preposes itself, not as an ego, a conscious or unconscious ego, masculine or feminine subject, spirit or flesh, but as the pre-performative force that, in the form of an I for instance, marks that the I addresses itself to some other, however indeterminate he or she may be. Yes I say to the other, even if I says no and even if I addresses itself without speaking. The minimal and basic yes, telephonic hello or tap through a prison wall, marks, before meaning vulvar dire or signifying, I there, listen, answer, there is some mark, there is some other. Negativities may ensue, but even if they engulfed everything, such a yes can no longer be erased. I had to yield to the rhetorical necessity of translating this minimal and undetermined, almost virginal, address into words, and words such as I am, language, etc., at the place where the position of the I, of being and of language are still derivative with respect to this yes. This is the whole difficulty for those who want to say something about the yes. A metalanguage will always be impossible on this subject to the extent that it will itself suppose an event of the yes that it will not be able to understand. This will be the same for any accounting or computation, for any calculation aiming to adjust a series of yes to the principle of reason and its machines. Yes marks that there is an address to the other. This address is not necessarily a dialogue or an interlocution, since it supposes neither voice nor symmetry, but in advance the haste of a response that is already asking. For there is some other, thus if there is some yes, the other is no longer produced by the same or the ego. Yes, condition of every signature and performative, addresses itself to some other, which it does not constitute, and it can only begin by asking, as a response to an always prior demand, to ask him or her to say yes. Time only appears from this singular anachrony. These commitments may remain fictitious, fallacious, always reversible, and the address may remain divisible or undetermined. This changes nothing in the necessity of the structure. It breaks a priori any possible monologue. Nothing is less a monologue than Molly's monologue, even if, within certain conventional limits, one is justified in considering it as belonging to the genre or kind monologue. But a discourse situated between two qualitatively different yes, two yes in capital letters, thus two grammophoned yes, could not be a monologue, at most a soliloquy. But we understand why the appearance of a monologue can impose itself here, precisely because of the yes, yes. The yes says nothing and asks nothing but another yes, the yes of another, which we will see is analytically or by an a priori synthesis implied in the first yes. The latter only poses itself, proposes itself, marks itself in the call for its confirmation, in the yes, yes. It begins with the yes, yes, by the second yes, by the other yes, but since it is still only a yes that recalls, and Molly remembers and recalls herself from the other yes, one is always tempted to call this anamnesis a monologue and a tautology. The yes says nothing but the yes, another yes that resembles the first yes, even if it says yes to the coming of a wholly other yes. It seems monotautological or specular, or imaginary, because it opens the position of the I, itself the condition of any performativity. Austin recalls that the grammar of the performative par excellence is that of a sentence in the first person of the present indicative: yes, I promise, I accept, I refuse, I command, I do, I will, etc. He promises is not an explicit performative, and it cannot be so except if an I is implied, as for instance, in, I swear that he promises, etc. Recall Bloom at the chemist's. He speaks to himself, among other things, about perfumes. And also recall that Molly's yes, the herb, also belonged to the element of perfume. I could have, and I thought about doing it for a moment, transformed this paper into a treatise of perfumes, that is, of the pharmakon, and titled it Of the Perfumative in Ulysses. Recall that Molly remembers all these yes, and remembers herself through all these yes as so many consents to that which smells good, namely perfume. He asked me would I yes to say yes my mountain flower Bloom's name, flower, pseudonymized on the postcard as poste restant, evaporates here, and first I put my arms around him yes and drew him down to me so he could feel my breasts all perfume yes, U 18.1605-8. At the very beginning of the book, the bed, flesh, and the yes are also calls of perfume, to smell the gentle smoke of tea, fume of the pen, sizzling butter. Be near her ample bed-warmed flesh. Yes, yes, U 4.237-39. The yes, I will seems tautological. It unfolds the repetition called and presupposed by the so-called primary yes, which in sum only says I will and I as I will. Well, do recall, I was saying, Bloom at the chemist's. He speaks to himself about perfumes, had only one skin. Leopold, yes. 3 we have, U 5.498-99. A line further, but you want a perfume too. What perfume does your Podiaspigny? That orange flower, U 5.499-501. From there, he goes to the bath, then to a massage, hammam. Turkish. Massage. Dirt gets rolled up in your navel. Nicer if a nice girl did it? Also I think I. Yes I. Do it in the bath, U 5.502-4. If one isolates this passage, also I think I. Yes I, as one always has the right, and not, One has the minimal proposition, moreover equivalent to the I will, which manifests the heterotautology of the yes that is implied in every cogito as thinking, positing of self and will to position of self. But despite the umbilical, narcissistic, or navel-gazing nombrilic scene, navel cord again, despite the archinarcissistic and auto-affective appearance of this yes I that dreams of massaging itself, of washing itself, of appropriating itself, of making itself clean by itself in the caress, the yes addresses itself to some other and can only appeal to the yes of the other, and begins by responding. We are running out of time, I hurry up and use an even more telegraphic style. The French translation for I think I. Yes I is quite insufficient, since it proposes je pense aussi I. We, je, instead of je pense je, I think the I or the I thinks I, etc. As for the curious longing I that follows immediately, becomes in French drôle d'envie la, moi 46. The response, the yes of the other, comes from elsewhere to bring him out of his dream, in the somewhat automatic form of the yes of a chemist. Yes, sir, the chemist said, U 5.507, who twice tells him how much he owes. Yes, sir, the chemist said. You can pay altogether, sir, when you come back, U 5.514 to 15. The dream of a perfumed bath, a clean body, and a smooth massage goes on as far as the Christly repetition of a "this is my body," a repetition thanks to which one crosses oneself in ecstasy like the anointing of the Lord. Enjoy a bath now, clean trough of water, cool enamel, the gentle tepid stream. This is my body, U 5.565 to 66. The following paragraph refers to the anointing of Christ, oiled by scented melting soap U 5.568, the navel, the flesh, his navel, bud of flesh, the remainder of the umbilical cord as remainder of the mother, and it's the end of the chapter with, again, the word flower, Bloom's other signature, a languid floating flower, U 5.571 to 72. The great dream of perfumes unfolds in Nausicaa. It is a movement of fidelity to Molly that begins with a yes. That's her perfume and articulates itself as a grammar of perfumes. This self-position of the self in the yes returns unceasingly, each time in a different form, all through the journey. One of those places, among others, I cite it because it is quite close to one of the AEIOU, is the one that calls the I an ant leche of forms. But I is there both mentioned and used. But I, ant leche, form of forms, am I by memory because under ever-changing forms. I that sinned and prayed and fasted. A child con me saved from pandas. I, and I. AEIOU. U 9.208 to 13. A bit further, her ghost at least has been laid forever. She died, for literature at least, before she was born, U 9.215 to 16. This is the section about the ghost and the French Hamlet listened au livre we meme, U 9.114.47. John Eglinton says there, concerning the French, that yes. Excellent people, no doubt, but distressingly short-sighted in some matters, U 9.127 to 28. Elsewhere, at the end of Nausicaa, Bloom writes then erases something in the sand. Write a message for her. Might remain. What? I. A.M. A. U 13.1256 to 64. The self-position in the yes, or the I, is nonetheless neither tautological nor narcissistic, nor is it egological even if it initiates the movement of circular reappropriation, the odyssey that can give rise to all these determined modalities. It keeps open the circle it begins. Similarly, it is not yet performative, not yet transcendental, although it remains presupposed by all performativity, a priori for any constitutive theoricity, for all knowledge and transcendentality. For that very reason, it is pre-ontological, if ontology says what is or the being of what is. The discourse about being presupposes the responsibility of the yes, what is said, I respond, or it is responded to the call of being, etc. Still in a telegraphic style, I would then situate the possibility of the yes and of the yes laughter in the place where transcendental egology, the onto encyclopedia, the great speculative logic, fundamental ontology, and the thought of being open onto a thinking of the gift and of sendings that they presuppose but cannot incorporate. I cannot develop this argument as I would need to and as I have attempted to do elsewhere. I will content myself with connecting these remarks to those, at the beginning of this journey, which concern the network of postal sendings in Ulysses, postcard, letter, check, telegramophone, telegram, etc. The self-affirmation of the yes can only address itself to the other by recalling itself to itself, by saying to itself yes, yes. The circle of this universal presupposition, quite comical in itself, is like ascending to oneself, ascending back from oneself to oneself that at the same time never leaves itself and yet never arrives at itself. Molly says to herself, apparently speaking to herself alone, she recalls that she says yes by asking the other to ask her to say yes, and she begins or ends up by saying yes by responding to the other in her, but in order to tell that other that she will say yes if the other asks her, yes, to say yes. These sendings and sendings back always mimic the situation of the questions/answers of the scholastics. And we see the scene of sending oneself to oneself replayed many times in Ulysses in its literally postal form. As well as always marked with derision, like phantasm and failure themselves. The circle does not close. For lack of time, I will but mention 3 examples. First, Millie, who at the age of 4 or 5 was sending herself love notes comparing herself to a looking glass. Oh Millie Bloom, / you are my looking glass U 4.287-88. She left to that end pieces of folded brown paper in the letterbox, U 4.285-86. This is, at least, what the French translation says, LS envoyed, 48. The English text is less clear, but never mind. As for Molly, the philatelist's daughter, she sends herself everything, like Bloom and Joyce, but this is remarked en abîme in the literality of the sequence that narrates how she also sends herself to herself through the post of bits of paper, like here's not a letter from a living soul except the odd few I posted to myself with bits of paper in them, U 18.698-99. 4 lines above, she is sent or sent back by him, but he never forgot himself when I was there sending me out of the room on some blind excuse, U 18.694-95. 7. It is thus a question of sending oneself. And in the end, of sending someone to oneself who says yes, without needing, in order to say it, what the idiom or slang babblizes in the name of getting off envoyer swami man el air or getting off with somebody envoyer quelqu'un. 49. The sending oneself barely allows itself a detour via the Virgin Mother when the Father imagines that he sends himself the seed of a consubstantial Son, a mystical estate, an apostolic succession, from only begetter to only begotten. U 9.838-39. This is one of the passages on amor matris, subjective and objective genitive, may be the only true thing in life. Paternity may be a legal fiction, U 9.842-44. My third example precedes it slightly and comes immediately after the was du verlaxt wirst du noch dienen, he who himself begot Midler the Holy Ghost and himself sent himself, Eigenbier, between himself and others, who, U 9.493-94. 2 pages further. Telegram. He said. Wonderful inspiration. Telegram. A papal bull. He sat on a corner of the unlit desk, reading aloud joyfully. The sentimentalist is he who would enjoy without incurring the immense debtorship for a thing done. Signed, Daedalus. U 9.548-51. To be more and more aphoristic and telegraphic, I would say to conclude that the Ulyssian circle of sending oneself governs a reactive yes laughter, the manipulative operation of hypermnesic reappropriation, when the phantasm of a signature wins out, and a signature gathering the sending in order to gather itself by itself. But when, and this is only a question of rhythm, the circle opens, reappropriation is renounced, the specular gathering of the sending can be joyfully dispersed in the multiplicity of unique yet countless sendings, then the other yes laughs, the other, yes, laughs. Now, the relation of a yes to the other, of a yes to the other and a yes to the other yes, must be such that the contamination of the two yes remains fatal. And not only as a threat, but also as a chance. With or without words, heard in its minimal event, a yes demands a priori its own repetition, its own memorizing, and that a yes to the yes inhabits the arrival of the first yes, which is therefore never simply originary. One cannot say yes without promising to confirm it and to remember it, to harbor it, countersigned in another says yes, without promise and memory, without the promise of memory. Molly remembers, recalls herself se rappel. This memory of a promise initiates the circle of reappropriation, with all the risks of technical repetition, automated archives, gramophony, simulacrum, of errancy without an address and destination. A yes must entrust itself to memory. Having come already from the other, in the dissymmetry of the demand, and from the other to whom it is asked to ask for a yes, the yes entrusts itself to the memory of the other, of the yes of the other and of the other yes. All the risks are already crowding around, as early as the first breath of the other. And the first breath is suspended in the breath of the other, already, always a second breath. It remains so out of sound and out of sight, in advance connected to some gramophone in the grave. We cannot separate the twin yes, and yet they remain wholly other. Like Shem and Sean, like writing and the post. Such a coupling seems to me to secure, not so much the signature of Ulysses, but the vibration of an event that only happens by asking, only succeeds in asking qui en arrive to a demander. A differential vibration of several tonalities, of several qualities of yes laughters that cannot be stabilized in the indivisible simplicity of one single sending, from oneself to oneself, or from a single co-signing, but which call for the countersigning of the other, for a yes that would resonate in an entirely different writing, another language, another idiosyncrasy, with another timbre. I return to you, to the community of Joycean studies. Suppose that a department of Joycean studies, under the authority of an Elijah professor, chairman, or chairperson, decided to put my reading to the test by instituting a program, the first phase of which would consist in sketching a great typology of all the yes in Ulysses, before moving on to the yes in Finnegan's Wake. The chairperson agrees, the chair, the flesh law chair, always says yes, to buy an nth generation computer that would be up to the task. The proposed operation could go quite far. I could keep you for hours describing what I have myself computed with a pencil, the mechanical counting of the yes legible in the original, more than 222 in all, of which more than a quarter, at least 79, are to be found in Molly's so-called monologue, an even greater number in French, if we include the types of words, phrases, or rhythmic pauses that are effectively translated by we, I, well, he nodded, etc., 50 even at times in the absence of the word yes. Another count would be necessary in each language, with a special treatment reserved for those used in Ulysses. What should we do, for example, with mon père, we, which is in French in the original, or with that osi certo whose yes stands as near as possible to satanic temptation, that of the spirit saying no, you prayed to the devil, osi, certo. Sell your soul for that, you 3.130 to 32. Beyond this very perilous counting of the explicit yes, the chairperson would decide or promise two tasks which would be impossible for the computer of which we have today the concept and mastery. These are two impossible tasks for the reasons I have given and which I reduce to two main types. One, by hypothesis, we would have to organize the different categories of yes according to a large number of criteria. I have found at least 10 categories of modalities. 51 This list cannot be closed, since each category can be divided into two, depending on whether yes appears in a manifest monologue as a response to the other within oneself 52 or in a manifest dialogue. We would have to take into account the different tonalities of these alleged modalities of the yes, in English and in all languages. Now, even if we suppose that we could give the computer the relevant instructions to discern these subtle changes in tone, which is already quite doubtful, the overmarking of every yes with the remainder of a quasi-transcendental yes laughter can no longer give rise to a diacritical analysis ruled by binary logic. The two qualitatively different yes laughters call out to each other and imply each other irresistibly as soon as they both demand and risk the signed pledge. One doubles the other, not as a countable presence, but as a specter. The yes of memory, the recapitulating mastery, the reactive repetition immediately duplicates the light, dancing yes of affirmation, the open affirmation of the gift. Reciprocally, two responses or two responsibilities refer to each other without having any relation between them. The two sign yet prevent the signature from gathering itself. All they can do is call for another yes, another signature. And furthermore, one cannot differentiate between two yes that must gather together like twins, to the point of simulacrum, the one being the gramophony of the other. I hear this vibration as the very music of Ulysses. The computer today cannot enumerate these interlacings, despite all the many ways it is already able to help us. Only a computer which has not yet been invented could answer that music in Ulysses, by attempting to integrate its other language and writing, and therefore by adding its own score. What I say or write here only advances one proposition, a small piece in comparison with that other text that the unheard of computer would be. 2. Hence the second form of the argument. The operation assigned to the computer or the institute by the chairperson, 53. Its very program, in fact, presupposes a yes. Some would call it a speech act which, in responding as it were to the event of the yes in Ulysses and to their call, to that which in their structure is or proffers the call, both belongs and does not belong to the analyzed corpus. The chairperson's yes, like that of the program of whoever writes on Ulysses, responding and countersigning in some way, can neither be counted nor discounted, any more than the yes that it calls for in turn. It is not just binarity, but also and for the same reason totalization, which proves impossible, as well as the closing of the circle, and Ulysses' return, and Ulysses himself, and the sending to oneself of some indivisible signature. Yes, yes, this is what provokes laughter, and one never laughs alone, as Freud said correctly, never without sharing something of the same repression. 54. Or, rather, this is what provokes laughter done arrière as it, d, makes one think done appenseur. And as it, d, gives ca done, quite simply, beyond laughter and beyond the yes, beyond the yes/no/yes, beyond the ego/not ego, which can always turn into a dialectic. But, is it possible to sign with a perfume? Only another event can sign, or countersign to bring it about that an event has already happened. This event, which one naively calls the first event, can only affirm itself through the confirmation of the other, a wholly other tout autre event. The other signs. And the yes relaunches itself infinitely, much more than, and quite differently from, yes, 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 yes. Mrs. Breen's week of 7 yes when she listens to Bloom tell her the story of Marcus Tertius Moses and Dancer Moses, Mrs. Breen, eagerly, yes, 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 U 15.575 to 76. I decided to stop here because I almost had an accident as I was jotting down this last sentence, when, on leaving the airport, I was driving home returning from Tokyo. The Night Watch 1. Over the Book of Himself. Translated by Pascal Anbrault and Michael Nas. Aha! I know you, grammar. 2. James Joyce, Ulysses. Mallarmé, about Hamlet. He says, Ilse Pramine, listen o liverdel we meme, don't you know, reading the book of himself. James Joyce, Ulysses, cited by Jacques Trilling 3. Chapter 11, which takes place in the dwelling of the Sirens, reproduces a fugue per canonum, complete with trills, semi-breve, staccato, presto, glissando, martellato, fortemento, pizzicati. Jean Paris, James Joyce Parle meme, cited by Jacques Trilling. To read the effects of the text in a sort of polyphony, in multiple registers. Jacques Trilling, James Joyce ou l'écriture matricide. In a word, in brief, as befits a preface, I will speculate about a working hypothesis, one that will remain for me, to be sure, the object of a risky choice. It is a deliberate selection that I intend to sign, a boldly assumed sorting out, a try, I might even say an essay, a trial run, an experimental attempt, a try for, a word that apparently has the same etymology as try. To what hypothesis am I referring? The author of this book, so well known and so well versed in literature, psychoanalysis, music, and a few other arts, here proposes, he first of all, to sort things out, to tryer. My own try would thus raise the stakes or speculate upon his own. For Jacques Trilling would have proposed a try or sorting out between the mother and maternity. To distinguish between the mother and maternity, to sort them out tryer, to draw an infinitely fine but indivisible line between them, even when the thing seems undecidable, that, I would say, is Trilling's decisive gesture, his critical operation, his Crinean. And this operation takes place at the very moment he reminds us of the inevitability or fatality for the one who writes, and par excellence for Joyce, of a certain matricide. But here is the aporia that never fails to appear, and far from paralyzing the matricidal desire, this aporia actually exacerbates it, begins by motivating it, and opens the way for it. If one distinguishes between tryer, the mother, and maternity, it follows that one can dream of doing away with the mother, some particular mother, though one will never be done with the maternity of the mother. One can always murder the mother, says Trilling, but one will not for all that have done away with maternity. 5. One can always attempt, or try 6, to kill the mother, but the best one can do is succeed in murdering some particular mother or figure of the mother, while maternity itself, maternity in its phantasm, survives. And it or she watches el veil, the night watcher or night vigil, the night light or vigil light veilleuse. She or it survives servite and surveille surveille. Funeral vigil veille funèbre. Wake. 7. Maternity goes on, and will always go on, defying the matricide. One can kill the mother, yes, but one will never be done trying to be done with maternity, which, as a result, is never over and done with, an interminable analysis, therefore, since one is never done killing off morning 8. Maternity or the hounding of matricide. By chasing after matricide, by giving chase with such perseverance, one chases it away, deferring it and attempting to exclude it. Maternity is that which will never be done calling for and escaping impossible matricide. And thus impossible mourning. And it will never be done provoking writing. Watching over it and surveying it, like a spectre that never sleeps. The key witnesses here, Ulysses, Joyce, and a few others. Calling them to the witness stand, Trilling is able to get them to talk. In their own language. He interprets them in all their languages, and there are so many. This try or sorting out between the mother and maternity is at once inevitable and impossible. It condemns the matricide to impotence, but also to the repetition of the murder, to the attempted murder in writing. We are given a demonstration of this in the course of an exercise whose musical virtuosity, to mention only this among its many virtues, consists most often in an oscillation, a beat, or, better, an accelerated vibration between adjacent but distinct notes. It is enough to have heard, as I once had the chance to do, Jacques Trilling play piano, whether alone or accompanied by the voice of Jacqueline Rousseau Dujardin, and then to listen to a few notes of this text, to have the word trill on the tip of one's tongue. This book plays like a trill. My wish, however, goes beyond an invitation to the concert or to the Voyage 9, it is that one may return over and over to this masterpiece of Jacques Trilling, as I myself return to it, for a second time, after a long period of latency and reflection, overwhelmed precisely by the art of return, by the polytropic and polyphonic multiplication of anamneses, so many memories in one and so many other memories in oneself, as by an Otis Sean nostalgia. Everything is here re-inaugurated, indeed augured, through this anticipation in the interpretation of signs that is the hallmark of augurs. Everything is reinvented following in the tracks of Ulysses, the written tracks, of course. Those of Homer and, in a brilliant superimposition, those of Joyce. Then those of the author. Between the two voyages, the two Ulysseses, there is the daring of a psychoanalytic invention, the discovery of a law. Freud reread and disturbed by Trilling. Beginning, perhaps, by Jacques Trilling as a child, Trilling as a schoolboy. But the schoolboy knows how to listen to himself and knows how to read, he is a writer at school, and he is disobedient, a writer who knows everything but makes fun of the lessons learned, a schoolboy who has become a scholar 10 and who ventures forth self-analytically, as we naively say there where he understands that we must no longer place our trust in accredited knowledge, in the canon, in consensual normality. For example, in Freud, in Oedipus, in Parricide, in the name of the Father, in the symbolic order and other reassuring stories of filiation. 11. I reread James Joyce ou l'écriture matricide, 1973, with a sort of jubilation tinged with a melancholic fervor. This piece of writing watched over Vale the birth of a friendship. Jacques Trilling generously sent it to me more than a quarter of a century ago, no doubt so that I might recognize, among so many other things, a few complicitous winks, particularly with regard to the Phaedrus and Plato's Pharmacy, not far from a nod toward our friend Helensixus, who was already the author of the first great reading of Joyce in France. We had not yet met, Jacques and I, or as I would wish to say, as elsewhere, James and I. Joyce was our common friend, like a secret between us, turning each of us into a sort of secret sharer. 12 To cite the title of a novella on the spectral double, the novella of another foreigner who knew how to make English his own. The secret sharer is not only a secret companion uncompagnant secret, as the title of this story of Conrad has been translated into French, I would prefer to speak of an acolyte, a secret guardian, or else for the syntax of the title, the secret sharer, allows it, secret being at once a noun and an attribute, the secret of the subject who shares and the secret as the object shared, kept, or guarded by the two of them, a guardian who knows how, in secret, to watch over the secret that is shared, a secret partaker or sharer of the secret. I immediately expressed my admiration and gratitude to Jacques, and from that time on we never stopped sharing a sort of irony, always just a bit criminal, with regard to all the most frequented places, all the common places 13 where so many crossings still seemed forbidden, unknown, in truth unnavigable. How could I have known that one day I would be entrusted with this formidable task, to attempt, after Jacques' death, to preface this work without, unfortunately, being able to avoid privileging an interpretation, a speculation, a hypothesis, a try 14 one that would risk betraying the inheritance, as if the truth could never but be betrayed by the inheritance, by the simple experience of the wake la veille, of legacy or filiation. Rousseau was keenly aware of this inevitability or fatality in the sorting out try of letters. In the Confessions, 11, he confides that what troubled him most was the want of a literary friend whom I could trust, in whose hands I could deposit my papers, so that, after my death, he might pick and choose from them. Triage. 15. Unnavigable, I said. The unnavigable impraticable here becomes the very decor of this theater, the setting practicable for all the displacements of matricidal writing at work right here in James Joyce ou l'écriture matricide, the inventive clearing of a trail on the trail of another trail, following the trace of another trace, steps ventured at dangerous crossroads, between the reefs, I should say for this Homeric navigation, the risky crossing of an autobiography after Freud, an interminable self-analysis, if you prefer, the most tender, playful, teasing, the most implacable as well, the very school of self-analysis, that of a schoolboy who also reads the book of himself. All this boldly puts to work a very refined Joycean knowledge, one worthy of what is called in the Academy a Joyce scholar, drawing so precisely, and so surely, from one of Jacques Trilling's mother tongues. And this knowledge is always put in the service of the revolution within the psychoanalytic revolution, the matricide rather than Oedipus, the matricide who weaves his ruses into the act of writing, a matricide who hounds the mother since he cannot have his way with maternity. A certain Jacob is never very far away, all you have to do is go up a bit, toward the association of Freud's dream related to the death of Jacob Freud, his father. We are asked to close 16. This association indeed calls for a reader who has set out with Telemachus Stephen in search of paternity. But what is singular, for these two dreams of gazes and of light no doubt govern the very particular writing of the immortal interpretation of dreams, is that with Joyce light and the gaze appear above all to be scrutinizing maternity. It is by means of a detour through hell, with Freud, that we have found, in Homer, the spectre of a mother who has died of love for her absent son. What is being questioned here is the link between the giving birth of writing and maternity, this latter being more or less absent from the Traumdeutung, that is, the ineluctability of birth, of the marked hour, always already inscribed, and what the association of the dream "Father, can't you see I'm burning" implies about the desire for the child's death. For Joyce, the place for such a link seems unlocatable between shadow and light, the ghost of the mother and the absent father. Stephen already assailed by the spectre of the mother in Ithaca in Martello Tower. The mother rises up again. As if the mother's womb, which one always wishes to be without a navel, arose here and there throughout the entire book, an uncircumventable representation that language would run up against and turn around. 17. You will have noticed, and I underscore this so as to justify my speculation, the trill of a rapid alternation between what denotes the supposedly real mother, the mother's womb, and what connotes maternity, defined by the ineluctability of birth, of the marked hour, always already inscribed. One can already imagine the stakes of this try and its remainder, which will endlessly reanimate, which will always make rise up, as its leaven, as its ferment, the ineluctability or fatality of matricide. It is indeed possible to kill the mother, to replace her, to substitute one womb for another. This is more possible today than ever, though the possibility is ageless. But what is impossible to expunge is birth, dependency upon an originary date, upon an act of birth before any birth act or certificate. One can of course curse this act of birth, this act without act, this act before the act, this act before the first act. But the curse remains powerless. From Job, "Why did you bring me forth from the womb?" Job 10:18, to Shakespeare, so important for Joyce and for Trilling, and right here in this text to Baudelaire and so many others. 18. There is a curse because in cursing one does no more than confess that some evil or some accursed thing has taken place, without any possibility of remission. In confessing, the curse confirms, repeats, reproduces, and makes endure that which it would like to repress. There is no sense in wanting to expunge this evil mal insofar as it remains the very condition for such a wanting. The wanting inscribes denegation within it. I do not want, I cannot want what I say I want, not to be born or to die. Like suicide, matricide, the curse of being born, bears within it this contradiction. But far from paralyzing matricide, the contradiction motivates it. Compulsively, interminably, and writing comes to be inscribed in this repetition. It signs it and countersigns it. What appears impossible through this curse or malediction, but also through every blessing or benediction, through every diction, is to expunge, contest, or even confirm the contingency of my being born, which always presupposes some denegation of being born, and the simple thought of my virtual not being born. Yet this impossible remains the only possibility I have of gaining access to the experience of existence, to the I am, as well as to time, to the temporality of time, inasmuch as it is always and first of all my time, my living present. This access to the experience of the I exist is of varying intensity, no doubt, but the intensity is to be measured against that of an I might have not been born, which is presupposed by every I should not have been born, and against the correlative I could die, which is presupposed by every I should die. How could one want not to be born? The curse of birth seals the powerlessness, protests against an irreversible being born, an unforgivable, intransitive, unthinkable being born, more or less, something other in any case, than a being or an origin. 19 Matricide puts us on the path of a birth irreducible to all ontology, to all ontological or phenomenological thinking about origin or writing. Being born, the event of being born, has already come in place of the origin. Not only is the question no longer, not only is it already no longer, to be or not to be, but it is even too late for the question to be born or not to be born. Too late, then, for the question. Yes, the question comes too late, being born has taken place, namely, what comes to me, in short, me from the other. From the other me. Before me the other me. Who is, without being my double, another secret sharer. That is what is pursued, that is who is hounded, under the name of maternity, through the attempted murder. The desperate attempt that races and races to the rescue, as in Conrad's The Secret Sharer, to save what it loses, its other double. Out of breath after such a delay, that is the race of matricidal writing. Not its source, for it has no source, and for good reason, but its endless race. A race without end because without origin. Birth, being born, not the being born nothing or from nothing, but always the being born from, or into's, me and before me the other me. This is neither the beginning nor the origin nor even, save the phantasm, a point of departure. A dependency, no doubt, but not an origin or point of departure. A generation, perhaps, but without origin. The word generation is big with all these ambiguities. It's a ventriloquial word. 20. Matricidal desire can thus become insatiable, it can oscillate, vacillate, vibrate very quickly, like a trill, between two notes, between the mother and maternity, but as we have already said, if it has any chance of succeeding with the mother, it cannot but fail, it cannot but persist, going from one failure to another, in its pursuit of maternity. On its shore arrive, without ever arriving there arriver or touching shore, without ever succeeding arriver ought to touch it, if only to kill it. That is why, and those who write know this well, writing is a killer, one is never done with it. Even if the mother dies, even if a son kills her, for trilling does not speak, it seems to me, of the matricidal daughter, or at least he doesn't make of her the decisive or specific focus of his analysis, of an analysis concerned instead with mothers of certain male writers. 21 The mother reappears in maternity, and it is no doubt for this reason that trilling must so often evoke the spectre of the mother, the ghost of the mother. 22 The spectrality would be what remains of a necessary but impossible try or sorting out between existence and essence, between a real mother and an essential maternity, between a mother who appears and the appearing of this appearance. The fact that trilling insists on the son's matricide rather than the daughter's, in other words, on the desire or phantasm of the son rather than that of the daughter, does not prevent him from putting the difference between the sexes at the center of his analysis. Were one to follow, through all these learned meanderings, two decisive lexical elements or two intersecting guiding threads, on the one hand, grammar, 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 grandmother, and so on, and, on the other, to remake, refair, to remake oneself, to make oneself anew, you will not do fair as that again, to remake oneself by oneself, meaning without the mother. I want to be my own ancestor, said Freud, then one will come to understand that the murder of maternity bears in itself, so to speak, as one bears a child, infanticide. Must we, asks Trilling, in order to remake, a word that bears the sign of desire, go by way of the murder of the child? 23 One speaks in English of a rhetorical question. 24 When the answer yes is known in advance. Matricide forms a pair, so to speak, with infanticide. And since we are talking about a child who tries to kill his mother, the matricide infanticide leads on to suicide. Carnage is the response to the rhetorical question. The inflexible cruelty of the law that condemns Iphigenia to death, the virgin daughter as the potential for childbearing. Sacrifice her while she is still virgin, only potentially childbearing, that is in fact what the name Iphigenia means. May this virgin womb remain forever virgin. That is what a womb that has given birth can never be again, no matter what one does. Virgin womb or virgin white sheet, untouched by writing? Everything happens as if the maternal womb were the sheet already blackened beneath its surface by previous writings, the irrefutable proof of an engendering that is already that of the other. The two murders of the virgin daughter by the father, of the mother by the son reflect, as in a mirror, the impossible condition of the wish symbolized by the effacement of Troy, the center of gravity, the driving force of tragedy. This effacement, placed at the heart of the polysemic tragedy, would be a response to the only assignable goal of omnipotence, namely, to deny the only reality, the difference between the sexes. In the double murder are inscribed the limits that the child, on the one hand, and the mother, on the other, assign to desire. Not just any child, a virgin, Iphigenia, born in power. In this writing, woman enjoys a special privilege, that of making Colossus's point 25. If one translates omnipotence by sovereignty, or rather by the phantasm of sovereignty, one will conclude from this that the denegation of sexual difference is part of the program of sovereignty itself, of sovereignty in general. And the political stakes among others of such a thought would be difficult to circumscribe. Trilling in fact notes in passing, knowledge about the word mot is knowledge about the death mort of sovereign speech, 26. If one then follows Trilling's reading of the Colossus 27 here interpreted as a substitute for the penis and, especially, as a figurine of replacement, the child being the ideal example of this since it uses its voice to console the woman for presence/absence, one will question a whole series of equivalences, the psychoanalyst Colossus, the fusion of the mother with the voice of the substitute, here the son writer, perhaps particularly consolable mothers, those sensitive to the fusion of their voices with the phone of the substitute, would be the mothers of such writers. As for man, he would not be able to give birth to such figurines, and especially the couple remake/Graham Mayer, which refers at once to desire and to the two murders to which a desire is destined, to the all-powerful desire, to the murder of the mother and the murder of the child. It is impossible to underestimate the spectral dimension of matricide. Spectral, which is to say, phantasmatic. In Greek phantasma also means phantom, ghost. This maternal spectrality is no doubt one of the privileged ways of gaining access to what phantasm is and means. Before being the spectrality of the dead or murdered father, see the treatment of Hamlet by Joyce, by Freud, and by Trilling. Spectrality is essential to matricide, that is, at once to the desire and failure of the murder, to an interminable attempted murder. For maternity always survives, by coming back, by returning to its haunts en revenanti. It has the last word, and it remains vigilant, it wakes veil. Point 28 It is watchful veil, this night watch, this vigil light, this night light veilus, to use the word Trilling puts in capital letters, la veilus. 29 It never sleeps, it not only keeps watch veil over the survivors but keeps vigil for them el veil les survivants, it surveys them and survives them because those who come after it are also dead children, children who are already, like it, in the process of dying. Yes, matricide forms a pair with infanticide. The specter of the night watch or vigil light is a phantasm that fantasizes, that phantasmates, transforming into phantasm everything that would like to touch it. Maternity is generative of the phantasm as such, it is the genitor, I dare not say the mother of the phantasmatic. And we will not be able to think this phantasmatic except by departing from it, or, more precisely, except by parting from it. And thus by risking to repeat here again an attempted murder. Phantasm is what counts here. Trilling will have said this better than anyone, what is seen read vulu, if not wished vulu, up until now, is indeed a phantasm of the murder of maternity. Perhaps, when it is a matter of writing, this death must be constantly denied in order for it to have access as it would wish to a rebirth. 30. If there were a denunciation here, it would not just be of the crime or the attempted murder, the hounding of the mother or of maternity, there would also be a denunciation, indeed a ruthless denunciation, of writing, and, above all, that of Joyce. The exorcism, the supplication, the conjuring away of the death or murder of the mother, this death must be constantly denied, is a denegation. And just as we would be holding here the key to a logic of the phantasm, we would also be approaching, in the same step with the same not the essential mechanism of what is called denegation. In the beginning, before the logos, before the act, there would have been this originary denegation, this denegation of origin, or rather the denegation of this being born natura. Writing, literary writing, writing of writing, the signature which is always exceptional, always the signature of a law of exception, the writing of Joyce according to another exemplary privileging such would be, in their respective places of generality or singularity, the paradigms, illustrations, symptoms, and verifications of the truth verite. Of a truth that always betrays itself in the symptom, a truth of the symptom that always betrays maternity in the phantasm, and thus spectralizes it. A betrayal of truth, an unfaithful betrayal, which reveals by deceiving. This betrayal of the truth would be, and this is my reading hypothesis, matricidal. I must give up in advance giving an account here. Each sentence is a treasure trove of metonymies and metaphors so rich that we risk losing it in the abyss. It is a tropics, in truth, from which one never returns and which one can never get over. Its matrix is an odyssey without return. What Trilling says of the stratagems of writing, of the writing of Ulysses, of the Ulysses of Joyce, could surely be said of his own writing. All the processes of writing are put to work in Ulysses with a desperate, unequaled, and deliberately inimitable virtuosity. 31. I said Homer and Joyce. We must also say Freud and Joyce. Both exiles. There is only exile without return in this milieu of writing, the exile of the psychoanalyst and the exile of James Joyce. 32 along with a few others. As for Jacques Trilling, he is the polyglot student of a certain Monsieur Crevet, he of the vulnerable eyes whose name will watch over all the blind men of history, all those whose eyes have been gouged out Creves. And if Trilling reads Ulysses in English, if he himself lost his mother only a few months before discovering this book, this extraordinary story signs or rather assigns the name of Freud, countersigning and contravening in the name of Freud. Countersigning and contravening at once, faithfully, unfaithfully. Unfaithful, how can one not be unfaithful, always unfaithful, in the name of a more intense fidelity? For this is a psychoanalytic theory in narrative form, an autobiography whose author, Jacques Trilling, reading the book of himself, will have sealed a theorem within. A sort of abbreviation or acronym incorporated into a knowledge. One will no longer be able to dissociate the body of the signature from the theoretical gesture, the singularity of the signatory from the formalization of a universal law. The name of Freud thus becomes the name of an imaginary father. Another sort of legal fiction. 33 Before untangling all these tangled threads, Trilling in fact evokes the homonymity of patronyms. We all know what was said to Joyce when Jung wrote a nasty preface to the third edition of Ulysses. There can be only one possible explanation. Translate your name into German. 34. Among all the threads, fills, and filiations of this patient weave, of this enormous Penelopean genealogical web, one would thus be able to follow, though this is just an example, a certain Jewish question. At once with Bloom, at the heart of Ulysses, as we well know, and, at the navel of the analytic movement, between Freud and Jung. The author was not in a bad position to speak of this, and to untangle without mincing words everything that ties these threads fills together, for example, in that curious event that was Jung's preface to Ulysses. It was submitted to Joyce, who replied, ridicule it by making it public. 35 Right in the middle of the book, then, certain pages revolve around Jung, pages that might draw into the knot or noose of a certain Jewish question the synchrony or, better, the historical systeme between the analytic movement and the history of literature, Freud and Jung, Freud and Joyce, Joyce and Jung, etc. French surrealism locates a completely different place for this same coincidence in misunderstanding. Perhaps this would be just one metonymy or one kind of knot among others. No doubt, but I would risk granting some privilege to this trinomial or this trilogy, Freud, Jung, Joyce, inasmuch as it becomes readable today, in France, only by virtue of a trilingualism. With a certain Jewish question exercising here, as it often does, a magnetic attraction, it is appropriate to insist both on the proper name and on music, without forgetting that Jacques Trilling was himself a musician or a musicologist. 36 In Europe, in the Europe of psychoanalysis and of literature, it is the same field of magnetic attraction. Let me cite the following, and ask the reader to reconstitute what is woven and signed around it. Nothing surprising in the fact that this diver for Zurich pearls, after a late denunciation, attributes the Hitlerian catastrophe to a revolution in writing, that is, to Joyce and Schönberg, atonal music, the enormous ripple effect of that abyssal work called Ulysses. There is already there, in News, everything that took on a political form in Germany. It is hard to forgive Freud his weakness for Jung, a certain reverse racism that would have made him cling so tightly, he and psychoanalysis, to this fair-skinned Swiss Aryan. Just as it is hard to forgive a father who has failed to defend a son fallen victim to the patriotic religious schemes of a mother who also assured the order of repression with the help of Swiss-German mercenaries. What must be denounced, and eternally taken back up to be taken to task, is a nostalgia for the infantile all-powerfulness of the ideal father, all-powerful, that is, without fault or weakness, a reaction, no doubt, to his own infantile romanticism, to flights of fancy, to military identifications, Hannibal, the Hebraic saga, the Irish saga, the maternal saga, echoes of fratricidal struggles, etc. This titanic enumeration in Ulysses, cited a bit earlier, recalls the Homeric catalogue, 400 lines devoted to the catalogue of the ships in the Iliad, comprised almost exclusively of proper names, which entails a veritable training of memory. 37. Memory of the proper name in general, that is, of a proper name that is not necessarily the name of the father or the mother. As we know, this memory calls for what is referred to here as training, namely, the mechanics of the by heart. Mnemonics, to the extent, at least, that the proper name remains aleatory and insignificant, a pure signifier, if you will, received or imposed at birth, by birth, before any possible choice on the part of the subject who bears it. This insignificant, non-signifying mark can then later, as we know, be reinvested with meaning or sense, and with common sense, opening the field to all kinds of interpretations, some of which can play the role of a mnemonic device or memory aid. Pense bet. All this is well known, and has been explored by many of us for some time now, but in order to support my interpretation of the text of Jacques Trilling, I would like to underscore this single trait: what remains of the insignificant, unsignifying, aleatory, pre-semantic mark in the proper name, and which thus entails some training in memory, would be that which is connected to maternity, rather than Pluto, earlier than plus tot, the mother and the father, the name of the father or name of the mother. Or it is at least connected with or without umbilical cord to a phantasm of this maternity, which, as we have been underscoring, is defined by Trilling as the ineluctability of birth, of the marked hour, always already inscribed. I will return yet again to this impossible try, this necessary and forbidden sorting out, between the mother and maternity. But if I insist on the memory and survival of the proper name, if I sometimes seem to be playing in earnest on the name of Jacques Trilling in the languages that were his, it is not in order to offer an interpretation, something I would never do, of his name or his signature. 38 It is simply in order to distinguish at one go between two stakes, in order to recall, on the one hand, the importance of the proper name in general in this dramaturgy of matricide, of double matricide, or of an always divisible matricide, of the attempted murder that aims at both the mother and maternity but always falters or fails at this latter. But it is also in order, on the other hand, to recall something rather obvious. The text I am prefacing is, like the preface itself, signed. And my signature is only there, and I would wish it to be there, as much as possible, and in its own way, only in this way to countersign that of my friend Jacques Trilling, whose surviving proper name could not but obey and at the same time illustrate in an exemplary fashion the law or the theorem that this work, James Joyce, ou l'écriture matricide, puts to work. For who would dare to present himself as the authorized cartographer of this post-Joycean, post-Freudian odyssey? Such a pretension would be excessive, and thus indecent. My old indictment of the genre of the preface is here reinforced by an additional argument. 39 If it already seems difficult, in truth absurd and illegitimate, to preface a novel, as well as a philosophical treatise, how is one to introduce a signature? How is one to explain it? To give an account of it? Signature means first of all a work oeuvre, that is to say, the survival of a trace whose content can no longer be separated from the process of writing, from the singular, dated act or gesture, irreplaceable like a body, like a bodily struggle, untranslatable in the end, precisely as that which refers to maternity, to birth, to the ineluctability of birth, of the marked hour, always already inscribed. This is the case for every work worthy of the name. In an even more singular fashion here, beyond the patronymic name, the signature situates the place of a trace exempt from substitution. It can be read as an idiomatic writing, already big with certain other writings, Homer, Joyce, Freud, etc. It thereby becomes inseparable from an adventure of interpretative reading that is itself unique, irreplaceable, untranslatable, the story of Jacques Trilling himself. By his story we should understand not only the abyssal manufacturing of his family story Roman familial, he who listens to himself listening to the other, in search of a family story to be reconstituted in the very movement that relentlessly tries to reveal it, 40, but the story of his formation or education, Bildungsroman, his years of apprenticeship as a schoolboy who lost his mother a few months before reading Ulysses, as a child who knew how to free himself in order to invent his signature through reading and writing, who left school without leaving it, the school of Crevette, of Homer, Joyce, Freud, Proust, and a few others. I must thus renounce yet again trying to describe the richness of the content. The reader will discover it for him or herself at each and every step. To hail the work, to bless the fortunate encounter with the signature, in short, the birth of Jacques Trilling, and everything that is thereby given to us, indeed that is destined for us, by an inventive writing capable of measuring up to the contingency of signifiers, names, dates, works, births, others, I will allow myself simply to privilege, and perhaps to force. Please excuse me for this, what is to my eyes one of the major consequences, we might even say the major scale, of this thesis or this theorem, that is, of what remains formalizable beyond the proper name and the signature. For this I return to my initial hypothesis, to the essay, Try 41, or the sorting out, with which I began. That is, between the mother and maternity. Two logics seem to me to contend with one another over Trilling's remarkable demonstration. Two competing but also strangely allied logics, almost indistinguishable in their dynamic rhythm. One of them is classic, or more precisely Freudian or Joycean. Then Lacanian. And, in the end, commonsensical. 42 While paternity would always be a problematic attribution, a conclusion reached through inference and reasoning, Freud, 43 A legal fiction, Stephen's well-known phrase in Ulysses, cited in fact by Trilling 44, and thus a sort of speculative object susceptible to substitution, the maternity of the mother is unique, irreplaceable, an object of perception, like the womb we so often speak of as the place of conception and birth. The other logic, the one toward which I myself would risk leaning here, would subject the mother, I'm not saying maternity in Trilling's sense of the word, to the same regimen as the father, possible substitution, rational inference, phantasmatic or symbolic construction, speculation, and so on. If today the unicity of the mother is no longer the sensible object of a perceptual certitude, if maternities can no longer be reduced to, indeed if they carry us beyond, the carrying mother, if there can be, in a word, more than one mother, if the mother is the object of calculations and suppositions, of projections and phantasms, if the womb is no longer outside all phantasm, the assured place of birth, then this new situation simply illuminates in return an ageless truth. The mother was never only, never uniquely, never indubitably the one who gives birth and whom one sees, with one's own eyes, give birth. If the word maternity, as it is interpreted and deployed by Trilling, gestures toward the unicity of a mark and of a birth date that has already taken place, if there is, undeniably, maternity in this sense, then every determination of this maternity by the figure of a mother, indeed of a date, of an indisputable trace, this one and not that one, becomes the effect of a phantasm and a speculation. The mother is also a speculative object and even a legal fiction. In the passage I am about to cite, and from which I have already taken a phrase, a passage whose argumentation and consequences I ask the reader to reconstitute with great care, it seems to me that these two logics cross or rather follow upon one another rapidly, as in a trill. Almost simultaneously, it seems at once necessary, urgent, decisive, but also impossible to decide, to sort things out trier, between the mother and maternity. The mother can be replaced or killed and substitution, fiction, and thus phantasmatic speculation is possible. As for maternity, it would resist replacement, because birth, the date, or the mark of birth, has taken place, undeniably, even if its determination is given over to calculation, speculation, or phantasm. Maternity thus cannot be reduced to the mother. One can always murder the mother, but one will not for all that have done away with maternity. But what are we to make of a maternity that would not be the maternity of a mother? And why necessarily associate with the maternity of the mother the ineluctability of birth, of the marked hour, always already inscribed? The reader will have to come to terms with this passage, the riskiest in the entire work, the boldest, the most trilled or trilling, the most thrilling 45 fantastic, sensational, exciting, provocative. If we have come to the word, grammar, it is because an appropriation had conferred upon the word remake a determining role in the theatralization implied in every writing reading. It is indeed remake that referred back to the Oresteia. In its place, in its time, is inscribed a reference, to tragedy where maternal language is the traitor on stage. But what, or whom, does one want to remake, to redo, or do in? As we will never tire to point out, it is to remake oneself, or more precisely to wipe out any trace of the first fabrication. Responding to Midas, who is questioning him about Dionysian euphoria, the Silenus says, "Wretched race of men, child of chance and of misery. Why do you want to hear what will do you no good? You cannot attain this greatest of goods, not to be born, not to be nothing." In these lines, and the length of the citations attests to this, one can make paternity play all kinds of roles on the stage of the symbolic and the imaginary. But this does not seem to be the case for maternity. Each of us comes out of a mother's womb, from one womb and one womb only, and each is thus forever marked. Like a remainder, a trace that would resist and exist a little more irreducibly than any other. With regard to this liminal representation of the biological, father and son are brothers, or, more exactly, sons. One can always murder the mother, but one will not for all that have done away with maternity, no more than with Troy, or the maternal language of desire. 46. Trilling seems at once to believe and not believe. He believes without believing in a discernible difference between a mother and maternity. What indeed would a mother be, how would one speak of her, how would one address her, without the presupposition of a maternity of the mother? And what would a maternity of the mother be, an essence of the mother as such, without a mother, without the singular, absolutely unique existence of a mother? If matricide is at once one and double, and thus forever frustrated, and thus always renewed, repeated, hounded, the lure of this dogged pursuit being sometimes the mother, sometimes maternity, it has to do with the fact that there is both the mother and maternity. As soon as one believes one has killed the mother, maternity remains to be killed. Isn't writing a killer? Inversely, it is because maternity and the mother are one. Maternity is the maternity of the mother, its essence, and it's as such, that the matricidal pursuit remains the same and without end. Between the mother and maternity the ontological difference is not, it is not a difference between two beings. This must be said, as we all know, about any ontological difference. There is thus no possible no real sorting out, between the mother and maternity. And yet this sorting out is necessary, for maternity will never be reducible to the mother, and this ontological difference opens up the possibility of a or a sorting out in general. That is, in just a couple of words, the raison d'etre of interminable matricide, an ontological difference between the mother and maternity, almost nothing, nothing that is. One would not kill, that is, what we call kill, there would be no murder as such, without this nothing of a certain ontological difference. And without that which secretly links an enormous task for meditation, this nothing of the ontological difference to the nothing of the phantasm. This nothing makes one return over and over again to the scenes of the crime in order to kill again what one believed one had already killed. The essence of the mother, her appearing as such, is maternity. Nothing, almost nothing. Nothing other, no one other, than the mother, a single mother. And yet maternity remains, and it keeps watch veil, the night watch or night light veilus absolutely indefatigable increastivable. Thus, like everything that is indefatigable, beginning with God, it does not appear as such, in its own light, in the light of its night light, except to the murdering desire to be done with that which is never over and done with. To be done, as Job would have wanted, with light itself. With what there was. To be done with the trace of the trace, with birth itself. To kill oneself by killing one's birth, in other words, the maternity of one's mother. So as to entertain the suicidal illusion, yet again, of giving birth to oneself. On one's own, freely, to oneself. Yeah, right. Autoparthenogenesis of a writing, for example, that would like to deny or for this amounts to the same thing to appropriate without remainder the entirety of one's heritage. One writes, but it would be necessary to do otherwise in order to redo or remake oneself. In order to be in the end, as Joyce would have wanted, father and son of his works 47, even if it means running the risk, for who could deny it, of finding oneself at the end of the road, at the moment of signing, done in refate. P.S. July 15, 2000. Take my word for it, Ulysses' honor. From Homer to Joyce, Ulysses will have been the hero of James Joyce ou l'écriture matricide. In Memoirs of the Blind, The Self-Portrait and Other Ruins, 1991, I used and abused the name of nobody, Autus, which Ulysses gives to himself or remakes for himself. 48. Why recall this here? It so happens that I am finishing this preface just after the meeting of the States General of Psychoanalysis. 49. I there spoke of a beyond of cruelty, a beyond of sovereignty, a beyond of the death drive, and thus a beyond of the pleasure principle. It is as if I had thought I could hear a silent lesson from Jacques Trilling, the one whose hypothesis I just advanced. As if I had said to myself, in short, yet one more time, but once and for all, for good and forever, from now on, no more writing, especially not writing, for writing dreams of sovereignty. Writing is cruel, murderous, suicidal, parricidal, matricidal, infanticidal, fratricidal, homicidal, and so on. Crimes against humanity, even genocide, begin here, as do crimes against generation. Whence my definition of withdrawal retreat, my nostalgia for retirement retreat, from now on, before and without the death toward which, as I have written elsewhere, I advance to begin finally to love life, namely birth. Mine among others. Notice I am not saying beginning with mine. A new rule of life, to breathe from now on without writing, to take a breath beyond writing. Not that I am out of breath or tired of writing because writing is a killer. No, on the contrary, I have never felt so strongly the youthful urgency, dawn itself, white and virgin. But I want, and decidedly so, I want an active and signed renunciation of writing, a reaffirmed life. And thus a life without matricide. It would be a matter of beginning to love without writing, without words, without murder. It would be necessary to begin to learn to love the mother and maternity, in short, if you prefer to give it this name. Beyond the death drive, beyond every drive for power and mastery. Writing without writing. The other writing, the other of writing as well, altered writing, the one that has always worked over my own in silence, at once simpler and more convoluted, like a counter-witness protesting at each and every sign against my writing through my writing. If the try or the sorting out between the mother and maternity remains at once ineluctable and illusory, if matricide becomes so inevitable fatal that it exonerates the one guilty of it, wouldn't one have to be an absolute monster of innocence to go on writing? A child? An ingenue? Better, an innate monster of innocence? Is writing without matricide still possible? I began with a wish. Here is another one, and it may always strike you as being pious, and little more than a pipe dream vohu, pi 50, to write and kill nobody, signed Ulysses. Jacques Derrida. 2. Returns. I. Joyce event Derrida event Joyce. Jed Depman. The great sweep of life has actually always shown itself to be on the side of the most unscrupulous polytropoi. Friedrich Nietzsche, The Gay Science 1. Historical incarnation sets free the transcendental, instead of binding it. Jacques Derrida, Edmund Husserl's Origin of Geometry, An Introduction, 77/71. Key. J.D. equals Jacques Derrida, 1930–2004. J.J. equals James Joyce, 1882–1941. A equals Edmund Husserl, 1859–1938. D.J. equals Derrida's Joyce, S. C.J. equals the critic's Joyce, S. D.H. equals Derrida's Husserl, S. J.D. equals Joyce's Derrida. According to J.D., the community of J.J. critics was right to accuse him of incompetence, of not mastering the material, of speaking out of turn before audiences of specialists. As a novice in the field, every time he wrote or said anything about J.J. he ran the risk of recirculating idées reçues without substantiating or improving upon them through research. At the same time, as a philosopher, he ran a parallel risk of casting J.J. into contexts and vocabularies that were neither expected by nor intelligible to the literary community. His long reliance on A and J.J. as counterpoints for each other has proven especially intractable. No robust critical tradition exists that includes both of these figures, and now that phenomenology has been thoroughly superseded, it seems unlikely that one will form. There are many good reasons why Joyceans have never been very well versed in A's texts, including the fact that the landmark Logical Investigations was not available in English until the J. N. Findlay translation in 1970, by which point, one might argue, it was already too late. Still, just as J.D. was attracted by A's reflections on the origin and historical transmission of the special case of geometrical thought and activity, so am I attracted by J.D.'s reflections on the origin and historical transmission of the special cases of A and J.J. It is not just that Joyceans have ignored A. For their part, few philosophers have ever thought of themselves as knowledgeable enough about J.J. to evaluate J.D.'s claim that J.J. and A represent two great models, two paradigms with respect to thought, but also with respect to a certain operation of the relationship between language and history, TW 27/27. For philosophers, the problem with this claim is not that it is linguistically unfamiliar, unverifiable, nonthetic, or any of the other complaints J.D. inspired throughout his career. In fact, one could hardly ask for anything more reassuring, traditional, and disciplined, models, paradigms of thought, operations, the relationship between language and history. It is all perfectly negotiable except for the part about J.J. Why is an Irish modernist crashing into this venerable collection of philosophical topoi, and what does it mean that he is? To answer this, it is necessary to look very closely at how J.D. thought and wrote about the great J.J. and A paradigms for thought and writing. In a 1987 interview for Le Nouvel Observateur, journalist Didier Eribon proposed the idea to JD that some of his writings seemed like literary attempts to write about literary texts. JD replied that he always tried to be demonstrative, but that sometimes his demonstrations took forms of writing that have their own, sometimes novel rules, pi 188/200. Those rules can be produced and displayed, he noted, but they could not be expected to correspond, at every point, to the traditional norms that the literary texts were themselves questioning or displacing, pi 188/200. Not quite conceding this point, Eribon replied that, even so, he found Ulysses' gramophone to be rather disconcerting. JD's brisk response: "I was writing about Joyce. It would be a shame therefore to write in a form that in no way lets itself be affected by Joyce's languages, by his inventions, his irony, the turbulence he introduced into the space of thinking or of literature. If one wants to take the event named Joyce into account, one must write, recount, demonstrate in another fashion, one must take the risk of a formal adventure." Pi 188/200. Resisting formal adventures, Eribon's line of questioning reflects the inertial force of a tradition that unashamedly respects the laws of genre. JD's approach picks up from JJ and departs from the platitude that valid critical thought must take the form of truth claims conventionally presented. JD does not seem to regret any potential diminution in demonstrativeness or epistemological consistency. Surfacing in the Eribon exchange are several of DJ's central elements: he knew many languages, was supremely inventive and ironic, and was responsible for bringing a unique turbulence to 20th century thought and literature. More than just a gifted and influential writer-thinker, DJ was a singular event, the effects of which some writers and thinkers irresponsibly failed to account for even as they were influenced by them. Point 2. The DJ effects took many shapes across the great sweep of JD's lectures and written texts. Polytropic DJ variously appears as an image, a cipher, a symbol, a spirit, an interpretation, a thesis, a messiah, a force, a problem, an argument, a voice, a network of voices. Today anybody can produce a new version of DJ simply by mixing the attitudes, voices, and discourses JD brought to JJ to the ones we bring to any of them. This may seem to open up a useless infinity of possible JJs, as if any and all interpretations of JJ were equal, but in fact DJ is not easy to confuse with the CJ created by Ellman, Sen, Rabate, and thousands of other critics and scholars. Although DJ and CJ both tend to be erudite, innovative, confident modernists, DJ, unlike CJ, is never particularly Irish, European, youthful, post-colonial, exile, or male. Even when DJ is interpreted as a human subject, the pronoun he can be misleading, for DJ speaks and writes with voices and languages that originate from many times, places, and subject positions. DJ's literary works do not noticeably derive from the realism of Dickens, Balzac, Flaubert, Zola, or Ibsen, nor are they reliably identifiable as heirs to the European Bildungsroman tradition or, for that matter, to any literary tradition as such. In fact, it is not always certain that DJ is the author of Exiles, Chamber Music, Dubliners, or even a Portrait, although he is very much the originator of Ulysses and Finnegan's Wake. In fact, these last two texts of DJ often form one, as if they were a singular event of writing, the culmination of forces that had been gathering in Western culture for a long time. These striking differences between DJ and CJ are one reason that JD's contribution has not been very prominent in JJ studies. Another is that, to Joyceans, JD sometimes seems to have exaggerated the importance of DJ to his own thinking. The index of the English edition of the 192-page Edmond Husserl's Origin of Geometry, an introduction, written in French in 1961, shows that the discussion of JJ is limited to only 3 pages. This can seem fortuitous to justify JD's later, enthusiastic descriptions of JJ's role in the book. In a typical 1987 question and answer session, JD explains, "In my first book on Husserl, I tried to compare the way Joyce treats language and the way a classical philosopher such as Husserl treats it. Joyce wanted to make history, the resuming and the totalization of history, possible through the accumulation of metaphoricities, equivocalities, and tropes. Husserl, on the other hand, thought that historicity was made possible by the transparent univocity of language, that is, by a scientific, mathematical, pure language. There is no historicity without the transparency of the tradition, Husserl says, while Joyce says there is no historicity without this accumulation of equivocally in language. It is from the tension between these two interpretations of language that I try to address the question of language. Point 3. For literary scholars, some of JD's assumptions about JJ seem both too cryptic and too quickly stated, such as that JJ intended to make history possible by accumulating equivocalities in texts like Ulysses and Finnegan's Wake, or that those two books can be characterized or summarized by reference to their metaphoricities, equivocalities, and tropes. For philosophers, the obvious question is, why JJ? History is full of more canonical philosophical sources for writing about the philosophy of history. Only a close look at JD's earliest writings on JJ can explain why he thought A and JJ together in a way that turned them into DH and DJ. I set aside the speculative question of what and how JD interpreted, received, intuited, or otherwise conceived of JJ when he first heard about or read him. As JD points out, also passed very quickly over questions of Erstmaligkeit, which in his case dealt with seizing the very first inklings of geometrical sense in the world. Saw himself as methodologically limited by the necessity of beginning his reflections with the geometry he knew, the science that had already been constituted, so instead of trying to describe the birth of geometrical ideality or abstraction, he repeatedly and obstinately returned to the question of how the subjective egological evidence of sense could become objective and intersubjective. 63 5 How, that is, did the first geometers render the earliest geometrical structures and idealities communicable? How did individual conscious activity produce an ideal and true object characterized by omnitemporal validity, universal normativity, intelligibility for everyone, uprootedness out of all here and now factuality, and so forth? 63 6 How, as E puts it, did the intrapsychically constituted structure arrive at an intersubjective being of its own as an ideal object which, as geometrical, is anything but a real psychic object, even though it has arisen psychically? 7. If I return at length and with similar questions to the Derridian scene of writing in which JJ first appeared, it is in order to examine how JJ might have become DJ, how he might have emerged as a philosophical doppelganger of E, how the name Joyce might have become the event and geometrical object. From within an arguably idiosyncratic and arcane corner of French culture, an introductory book devoted to a late, little-known fragment of E's writings, DJ emerged and became a central problem for a thinker who would himself become a central problem for late 20th century thought in all corners of the world. As JD tells it, the intervention of the Joycean model text event into his consciousness dates to 1956 to 1957, and the first text reflecting that intervention is his L'origine de la géométrie de Husserl, Introduction et Traduction, published in 1962.8. This book unfolds as a scrupulous and methodical commentary critique some 6 times longer than the text on which it comments, JD's appended translation of E's 1939 Der Ursprung der Geometrie als intentional historisches Problem. JJ is not mentioned early in the book and is not otherwise woven deeply into its fabric. In the introduction we now attempt, notes JD quietly at the outset, our sole ambition will be to recognize and situate one stage of Husserl's thought, with its specific presuppositions and its particular unfinished state, at 27/5. Characterizing E's project on the origin of geometry as an innovative and seductive one, he follows through by describing its place in the overall trajectory of Husserlian phenomenology. JD's willingness to take all of Husserl into account is a distinguishing feature of his approach in this introduction. François Dastur notes that although he was working at a time when most research on phenomenology was influenced by Merleau-Ponty's method of looking for Husserl's unthought in the direction of a rehabilitation of the sensible and of the body, J.D. was willing to accept much of Husserl's critique of empirical and even transcendental anthropologism. 9. So instead of giving unilateral privilege to the late Husserl, the thinker of the Lebenswelt, of history and intersubjectivity, J.D. tried instead to understand a profound tension or apparently contradictory double gesture that traverses many of S.'s writings, a simultaneous commitment to a Platonist/Cartesian idealism and to a philosophy of history. 10. J.D. emphasizes that S.'s chief concern throughout the origin of geometry and other writings during the period of the crisis in European sciences was to escape an unreflective Platonism on the one hand and a blind empiricism on the other. For neither philosophical approach could adequately describe the origin and historical transmission of a purely axiomatic science. J.D. himself wondered whether it was really possible to provide, as E had hoped, a transcendental reduction of the world and an understanding of Genesis that obeyed the requirements of transcendental philosophy, all while rendering intelligible the murky empirical givens of specific cultural histories. It is easy to agree in a general way that J.J.'s last two works are characterized by a radical accumulation or superabundance of presence, murky empirical givens, and complex referencing systems, but why was this so important to J.D., and how did he relate it to Et? We might begin with Jean-Luc Marien's analysis of Es' most far-reaching contributions to thought. The distinction to make, says Marien, is one between presencing and givenness. It seems permissible to suppose that Husserl, submerged by the simultaneously threatening and jubilatory imperative to manage the superabundance of data in presence, does not at any moment, at least in the logical investigations, ask himself about the status, the scope, or even the identity of that givenness. This silence amounts to an admission, following Jacques Derrida's thesis, that Husserl, leaving unquestioned the givenness whose broadening he nevertheless accomplished, does not free it from the prison of presence, and thus keeps it in metaphysical detention. Heidegger, to the contrary, seeing immediately and with an extraordinary lucidity that the breakthrough of 1900 to 1901 consists entirely in the broadening of givenness beyond sensible intuition, assumes precisely the Husserlian heritage by making the entire question bear on what such a givenness means and therefore in being careful not to reduce it too quickly to presence, even under the figure of categorical intuition. 11. It seems permissible to suppose as well that J.D. celebrates D.J.'s tropes and equivocalities because, like Heidegger, he seeks to turn from the limiting question of presence to the opening question of givenness. 12. Marien goes on to show that J.D. accepted the notion of the metaphysics of presence as an overarching framework into which to read E, but rejected Heidegger's conclusion that Husserl represented a new beginning for philosophy. On the contrary, J.D. finds E to be the completion or pure example of Western metaphysics. 13. The question is how and why D.J.'s texts became the privileged platform to critique the metaphysical commitments of S' phenomenological approach to history. When we interpret texts and other inherited cultural objects, we inevitably meet with givenness in the form of plurivocity, or equivocity, as J.D. often uses these terms interchangeably. Cultural artifacts are traversed by different voices, embedded in local conditions, and guided by patterns of signifying that have since been transformed. Yet if, as J.D. notes, on the one hand a radical equivocity precludes the possibility of writing history by constantly plunging deep into the nocturnal and ill-transmissible riches of bound idealities, A 102/104, then, on the other, an absolute univocity would sterilize or paralyze it in self-same iteration. In the first case there is the mess, the darkness, the shifting meanings of contingent linguistic and cultural uncertainties that overwhelm any attempt at historiographical narration or reduction. In the second case there is the ever-renewed repetition of purified concepts in ideal linguistic or symbolic structures, a mathesis universalis endlessly and identically reinscribing itself beyond all temporal contingency. After describing S' struggle to navigate between unacceptably empiricist and idealist extremes, J.D. presents D.J. as an inspiring methodological counterexample for how to bring both the contingencies and the guiding structures of history into language. DJ comes into the introduction dramatically and unexpectedly, as an equal and opposite reactive force a la Newton's third law or a deus ex machina a la Greek tragedy. To prepare for his arrival, JD begins by noting as distinction between contingent and essential kinds of plurivocity, A 102/104.14. The former does not generally pose a philosophical problem, certain words mean more than one thing, but the ambiguities arising from the conventions of natural language can always be reduced, clarified, and controlled. Essential plurivocity, however, has origins in the subjective sphere of an intending consciousness. Mental acts that bring life to objective meanings, for example, the acts that reawaken and repeat geometrical proofs, always originate along with individual and idiosyncratic experiences that force meanings into unpredictable configurations. At the same time that I recognize, or recognize, the Pythagorean theorem, I generate other associations and pursue other reflections. Essential plurivocity is inevitable, and although it cannot be eliminated, it is precisely the kind, notes JD, that asks science and philosophy to overcome. Describing a form of historical transmission that would remain uncontaminated either by the private associations of individual geometers or by the broader historical transformations of language and culture, strains for a univocal, transcendental language that would have worldly origins and yet stay the same throughout time. The question of historical memory becomes acute. If you want to acquire, preserve, and transmit the memory of a culture, JD likens this project of interpretive internalization to the Hegelian Erinnerung. Then what options are there? JD finds two extremes, equivocity and univocity. The latter option is familiar as a Husserlian dream of transparent cultural transmission uncontaminated by empirical language, but the former needs elucidation, and so JD introduces, 100 pages into the book, J. Joyce, a name, event, or philosophical option that triggers a fluvial 198-word sentence representing both a stylistic intensification of the introduction's generally patient and expository mode and a seed for disseminations in later books. Its gathering pace and process contrasts so sharply with the surrounding pages that it must be quoted in full. Un ressemble à celle de J. Joyce, répéter et reprendre en charge la totalité de l'équivoque elle-même, en un langage qui fasse fleurir à la plus grande synchronie possible la plus grande puissance de intentions infouies, accumules et entremêlées dans l'aim de chaque atome linguistique, de chaque vocable, de chaque mot, de chaque proposition simple, par la totalité de cultures mondaines, dans la plus grande génialité de leurs formes, mythology, religion, sciences, arts, literature, politique, philosophie, etc., faire apparaître l'unité structurale de la culture empirique totale dans l'équivoque général aussi d'une écriture qui en est traduite plus une langue dans l'autre à partir d'un noyau de sens communs, mais circule à travers toutes les langues à la fois, accumule leurs énergies, actualise leurs consonances les plus secrètes, décèle leurs plus lointains horizons communs, cultive les syntheses associatives au lieu de les fuir et retrouver la valeur poétique de la passivité. Bref, une écriture qui, au lieu de mettre hors jeu par de guillemets, au lieu de réduire, s'installe résolument dans le champ labyrinthique de la culture enchaînée par ses équivoques, afin de parcourir et de reconnaître le plus actuellement possible la plus profonde distance historique possible. 104-5. One would resemble that of James Joyce, to repeat and take responsibility for all equivocalization itself, utilizing a language that could equalize the greatest possible synchrony with the greatest potential for buried, accumulated, and interwoven intentions within each linguistic atom, each vocable, each word, each simple proposition, in all worldly cultures and their most ingenious forms, mythology, religion, sciences, arts, literature, politics, philosophy, and so forth. And, like Joyce, this endeavor would try to make the structural unity of all empirical culture appear in the generalized equivocation of a writing that, no longer translating one language into another on the basis of their common cores of sense, circulates throughout all languages at once, accumulates their energies, actualizes their most secret consonances, discloses their furthermost common horizons, cultivates their associative syntheses instead of avoiding them, and rediscovers the poetic value of passivity. In short, rather than put it out of play with quotation marks, rather than reduce it, this writing resolutely settles itself within the labyrinthian field of culture bound by its own equivocations, in order to travel through and explore the vastest possible historical distance that is now at all possible. A 102/104, 5. Reluctant to stop, the French sentence stands out for its length, rhythms, enumerations, semicolons, parentheses, and pressured syntax. Although one can easily understand why John P. Levy, in his English translation, divides it into 3 and adds several connecting phrases, the French has an impressive structural progression and overall 4-part unity. At first it patiently doubles and repeats, repetire et reprendre repeat and take responsibility, accumules et entremêles accumulated and interwoven, la plus grande puissance greatest potential and la plus grande génialité their most ingenious forms. Then it builds speed, de choc each, de choc, de choc, de choc. Then it accelerates with a string of active verbs, circulates, accumule accumulates, actualize actualizes, decel discloses, cultivates, retrove rediscovers. Finally, it reaches an apotheosis or climax of fused JDDJ. Bref, in short, this is an écriture capable of recognizing and traversing the vastest possible historical distance in the most immediate way, le plus actu element possible that is now at all possible. This bursting sentence not only argues vehemently for a radical, Joycean mode for interpreting cultural memory but also exemplifies it. Eager to enact the generalized equivocation of a writing that circulates throughout all languages at once, accumulates their energies, JD has momentarily but unmistakably committed to a style with plurivocalizing philosophical consequences. Thus DJ's first existence in prose is excessive and performative, and from this point forward he will always require hyperbolic presentation. He will remain the powerful modernist par excellence, the Bloomian strong poet among strong poets, the figure who leaves descendants no chance for originality. In 2 words for Joyce, Derrida describes himself as a prisoner of this admiring resentment, TW 26/24, and speaks of Joyce's text as a computer so powerful that it would always be there to compute you, control you, forbid you the slightest inaugural syllable. For you can say nothing that is not programmed on this 1000th generation computer, TW 25/20. There is a quasi-infinite speed of the movements on Joyce's cabling, TW 25/20. This Joycean hypermnesia indebts you in advance, and forever it inscribes you in the book you are reading, TW 24/20. It is very late, it is always too late with Joyce, TW 22/15. You have only one way out, being in memory of him. Not only overwhelmed by him, whether you know it or not, but obliged by him, constrained to measure yourself against this overwhelming, TW 24/21. Overgoing and overflowing everything, destining the culture in his wake, inaugurating an epoch in which inaugural acts are no longer possible, DJ is always already the most X, the absolute limit and more of Y, the one who denies any possibility for Z.15. Compared with DJ, Google is the slow, thick-wit student Cyril Sargent from the Nestor chapter of Ulysses. JD concludes that one can only dive willingly into DJ's wake. I decided to surrender myself along with you to a chance encounter. With Joyce, chance is always recaptured by law, sense, and the program, according to the overdetermination of figures and ruses, UG 42/60. From the sober standpoint of literary criticism, JJ may be influential, but he is not a binding, necessary, or destining force in any grand historico-metaphysical sense, especially not in a post-canonical world republic of literature. Critics wonder how JD can speak so confidently, without quoting any of JJ's letters, of a Joycean project that would include but recalibrate the historicist and anti-historicist commitments he finds in the Husserlian project he more meticulously presents. DJ's project, claims JD, also proceeded from a certain anti-historicism and a will to awake from the nightmare of history. U2.377, a will to master that nightmare in a total and present resumption, could only succeed by allotting its share to univocity, whether it might draw from a given univocity or try to produce another. A 103/105. Even though JD argues that DJ, in order to triumph over history, had to concede something to some kind of univocity, he does not pause to try to identify those putative structures of univocity in any conventional way. He does not, for example, locate the nightmare of history quotation, the only quotation from JJ in the whole of his introduction, in the embittered and resentful mind of Stephen Dedalus, nor does he discuss it as a silent quotation of Jules Laforgue, nor note that it speaks to Ireland's long history of subjugation by the English Empire and the Roman Catholic Church, among others. Perhaps like Borges, who often assumed in his stories that many vast intellectual projects had been completed without him needing to do more than refer glancingly to them, JD assumes the existence of all the critics' itineraries through JJ. JD's very idea of a generalized equivocation seems to depend upon them, and he is, after all, trying to describe DJ's writing as one that resolutely settles itself within the labyrinthian field of culture. A 102/104. If so, then JD does not follow individual critical perspectives into detail, because they would draw him into a perspectivism and empiricism that would jeopardize his performative exposition and distract from his ongoing critique of it. JD suggests, with proof lingering in the background in the form of the Joycean community, is just as absolute as DH in demanding a totalizing repetition of history, but instead of trying to purify language so as to protect meaning, the ongoing total presence of ideal objects from the contaminations of cultural embeddedness, he multiplies contaminating linguistic resonances so radically that he produces a total and present resumption. A 103/105, a hypermnesis, a virtual network of connections. Point 16. DJ and DH ultimately become comparable because their textual events depend upon those who come along to reawaken meanings through intentional mental acts. Within phenomenology, the Western metaphysical privilege of presence takes the form of consciousness, and as scientists and geometers reawaken ideal systems through the medium of a wakeful, living present. DJ's readers, on the other hand, never encounter the same texts or reawaken the same sets of ideal objects, both because the texts are hideously complex and because the essential plurivocity readers bring to them codetermines the connections available to be activated. JD struggles repeatedly to describe DJ's regional associative infinities by providing long lists which usually end with etc. of vast categories such as religion, culture, philosophy, etc. The Joycean event is paradigmatically strong enough for JD to equate it hyperbolically with metaphysical necessity because of the way it awakens and structures infinite connections. It is clear that JD on DJ can sound very much like a postmodernist genuflecting before a great modernist, but there are more precise explanations for DJ's hyperbolic shroud. The absolutist rhetoric can be seen, first, as borrowed from with JD simply but strikingly taking the language uses for scientists and geometers and applying it to a cultural figure. Distinguishes sharply between, on the one hand, de facto historical culture, in which sense sedimentation takes place in such a way that its validity, rooted in a language, terrain, epoch, and so forth, can become dated, and, on the other, the culture of truth, whose ideality is absolutely normative. F59/47. JD's idea that with JJ chance is always recaptured by law, sense, and the program, according to the overdetermination of figures and ruses, UG 42/60, reads like a Husserlian formula for the latter's scientific project. More broadly, the rhetoric JD uses to present DJ transposes DH's puristic descriptions of the origins and transmission of scientific truth. DJ's texts repeat the processes by which geometric and other ideal entities enter into language and transcend individual cultural circumstances to achieve omnitemporal validity, apodicticity, and normativity. Why does JD rewrite DJ as one of DH's geometers? Most obviously, the gesture enables him to pursue a retroactive exercise in writing a preface to postmodernity. If JJ is a primal cultural geometer, then JD can describe the event of his writings as a massive software installation that subsequently governs and delimits basic modes of writing and thinking in the West. Is it possible that just as E wanted to provide a confident vision of geometry and other axiomatic disciplines for an age of crisis in the European sciences, JD wanted to reassure his dedivinized, nihilistic, decentered, post-structuralist contemporaries by redivinizing DJ? Did he create a romantic cultural hero whose paradigmatic decisions would supposedly be broadcast and accepted across an entire epoch? Such a homogenizing hypothesis, reminiscent of Horkheimer and Adorno's worst fears for an age of mass media, would sound all but absurd to anybody who credits JD with helping provoke the plurivocalizing tendencies of postmodernity. A less paradoxical idea would be that JD construed JJ as an antipode to E because he needed a new, post-geometric figure for the possibility of mastering the vertiginous possibilities of dissemination that he himself most thoroughly articulated. DJ's mastery over such possibilities would be unlike DH's over conscious phenomena, that is, not the mastery of the confident epistemologist discovering and describing pre-existing truth but the mastery of a creative hermeneutic virtuoso. Perhaps one could even measure the strength of JD's need for such a figure by interpreting it as proportional to the strength of his disbelief in the possibility for it. As JD's readers know, the or lever that opens dissemination is clear that precisely the strong metaphysical prefacing JD identifies in DJ is absolutely impossible. If the preface appears inadmissible today, it is on the contrary because no possible heading can any longer enable anticipation and recapitulation to meet and merge with another. To lose one's head, no longer to know where one's head is, such is perhaps the effect of dissemination. If it would be ludicrous today to attempt a preface that was really a preface, it is because we know semantic saturation to be impossible. The signifying precipitation introduces an excess facing underboard, that part of the lining which extends beyond the cloth, according to Litera, that cannot be mastered. The semantic after effect cannot be turned back into a teleological anticipation and into the soothing order of the future perfect. The gap between the empty form, and the fullness of meaning is structurally irremediable, and any formalism, as well as any thematicism, will be impotent to dominate that structure. They will miss it in their very attempt to master it. The generalization of the grammatical or the textual hinges on the disappearance, or rather the reinscription, of the semantic horizon, especially when it comprehends difference or plurality. In diverging from polysemy, comprising both more and less than the latter, dissemination interrupts the circulation that transforms into an origin what is actually an after effect of meaning. Did 20:21/17. Somehow, DJ would supplement the logic of dissemination, exemplify it, and escape it. JD may therefore deliberately claim too much for and about DJ because, despite great effort, he can envision no non- or post-Joycean play between univocity and plurivocity, no post-Husserlian mastery other than DJ's point 17. In this case his resentment would be real, and DJ would be the author text event who exhausted the possibilities between these limiting asymptotes. Or maybe JD is employing a more Nietzschean strategy. Feigned or real, his resentment of DJ recalls Nietzsche's of Socrates, as does his argument that Western culture has been transformed by the Joycean event. And JD's enthusiasms for DJ echo the breathless styles Nietzsche used to sketch out the creative possibilities he envisioned for the historical phase following the death of God. According to Alexander Nehemaz, Nietzschean hyperbole is not ornamental, not a dispensable means of accomplishing an independently accessible goal, because his writing, and his thinking, is essentially hyperbolic. 18. If Nietzsche's modes of interpretation are not primarily intended to extract meanings or construct adequate representations but to inquire into the interests that are served by a particular view, then hyperbole is necessary whenever his goal is to vivify the character or type of life he seeks to promote. Point 19. This two-pronged process involves arguing that those characters already exist and working to create their existence through writing. Throughout the gay science, for example, Nietzsche describes, narrates, argues, and lyricizes into existence such robust, dedivinized, better adapted characters as we free spirits, we godless ones, we fearless ones, we who are homeless, among others. If JD's hyperbole is Nietzschean, then his inflated claims for DJ are not simply fawning, pro forma, pomobromides or transposed ahaisms. Rather they are a deliberate saying too much that identifies and helps create a type, the need for which is deeply felt. From the point of view of the critic, a Nietzschean inquiry into the origin of DJ would therefore not try to generate a picture, story, or version of Joyce to compare and contrast with existing CJS, rather it would aim to see what type of Derridian thinking DJ inspired, identified, enabled, and promoted. If JD hyperbolizes DJ into existence as a Husserlian antipode, the author of a unique écriture 20, then perhaps DJ marks, in JD, the onset of the necessity for essentially hyperbolic thought. In this case DJ would be the name for a certain kind of impossibility made possible, a text utterly devoted to equivocalities, metaphoricities, and tropes could also function as a successful semantic saturation, a pure text that would simultaneously realize as phenomenological dream for total presence and his nightmare of completely uninterpretable plurivocity. 21 DJ would function as the event, signature, and context of a paradigmatic writing uncannily able to geometrize both contingent and essential plurivocities. His texts would define a geometry of plurivocally. I propose that JD's Nietzschean, hyperbolic presentation of JJ is the rhetorical result of his attempt to think together the creative postures of both DJ and the Husserlian phenomenologist. To understand the details of this essentially comparative analysis, it is therefore necessary to examine the ways JJ and E themselves articulated the processes of creating with inherited cultural traditions. If we recall that DJ is an artist who, like as primal geometer, is capable of being the first, idiosyncratic empirical site for an activity whose paradigmatic results would transcend later changes in culture and language, then we must still ask, what distinguishes JJ's understanding of literary creativity from as of geometrical activity? First of all, it is not any distrust in the idea that creativity is guided by systematic, interconnected, hierarchized architectures of thought. On the contrary, JJ often drew upon the language of engineering to characterize his writing. His letters are studded with metaphors of construction and assembly. In fact, JJ sometimes employed a geometrical language for the genetics of writing that shares core elements with the scientific ideal envisioned by Et. Each adventure explained JJ to Carlo Lonati in one famous letter of 1920, that is, every hour, every organ, every art being interconnected and interrelated in the structural scheme of the whole, should not only condition but even create its own technique. Each adventure is so to say a person, although it is composed of persons, as Aquinas relates of the angelic hosts, Lee, 147. Here JJ envisions each Ulysses episode as a unit of a larger whole and each of these units as a composite of interconnected elements. In fact, those elements are themselves recognizably units of extra-textual systems. Each chapter's hour participates in wider circadian and calendrical rhythms, each organ in networks of the human body, each art in the field of sister arts. Beyond this, it could be argued that JJ, perhaps even more than other modernist writers, shared the basic commitments of phenomenology. JJ's faith in the iterability and ideality of his techniques. Famously, JJ thought James Stephens could take over and finish writing Finnegan's Wake once he got the hang of it, align him with an who relentlessly returned to the forms of Genesis in order to keep truth protected from the empirical associations of actual cultural conditions. One could also point to JJ's and E's shared reliance on versions of the interior monologue to render the complexities of egological activity or their determined return to the things themselves in their writing. When JJ attempted to write a Dublin that could be recreated, reimagined, or reconstituted in every detail of life from his text alone, or when he developed the universal family in Finnegan's Wake and spoke of that book as a universal history, he laid Husserlian univocal foundations beneath his plurivocal experiments. A key difference emerges in the ways they see creators reworking their media. E argues that because systematically linked geometrical idealities are identical always and everywhere, Every new geometer can reawaken and recombine portions of the handed-down system and thereby turn them to new uses. The medium of the geometer's innovations, however, the language in which they express their new composites, must be univocal, or else those advancements cannot come forth both as genuinely new geometrical acquisitions and as integral parts of an existing system. For J.J., on the other hand, the presencing medium of each unit, and a fortiori of collections of units entitled Ulysses or Finnegan's Wake, must be plurivocal. In the case of Ulysses, each adventure, each echoing yet differentiating reprise of the Homeric epic, should not only condition but even create new techniques of givenness or coming to presence. J.J. emphasizes but does not explicate this distinction. Borrowing an Aristotelian line of thinking that he occasionally invoked, where different methods are suited to different parts, we might say that each adventure conditions its own technique when it employs forms that follow functions, when modes of presentation are somehow suited to content. The artist would establish a weak, conditioning causality between each adventure's featured units, hour, organ, and art, for example, but eventually the list will extend well beyond those and its style, medium, visual disposition, and other interfacing elements. Such a method might produce an unprecedented poetics, but philosophically it will always be conservative. In another vocabulary one would say beautiful rather than sublime, to the extent that it allows readers to keep three things simultaneously in view: the units, the mode of presentation, and the intelligible reasons for correlating them. J.J.'s sharp distinction between conditioning and creating, however, raises the possibility of a stronger causality requiring the adventures to bring new techniques into the world. It is not immediately obvious how this will happen, and Aristotle can no longer be the touchstone. Will the hours, organs, arts, and other units interact within an existing medium, language, or media, since Ulysses and Finnegan's Wake work visually, gesturally, graphically, musically? Does a poetics of conditioning come creating demand that the author do something besides arrange references to hours, arts, organs, etc., into elusive, allegorical, or otherwise plurivocal layers? J.J. does not describe the difficult moment when the combined units pass from abstract to material, when the transformative poiesis produces formal adventures with unique stylistic features, but everything suggests that he means more than recombining inherited acquisitions a la the Husserlian geometers, more than redeploying the existing toolbox of narrative and lyric techniques, and that the new techniques will affect the medium itself. Much has been and remains to be said about the way the artist-craftsman J.J. created literary techniques, but his formulation to Lenati suggests a Whitmanian model in which the self-absenting but omnipresent artist allows new forms to emerge organically. Such a portrait descends genealogically from other passive Joycean artists acting as sites of reception, fertilization, and inscription, for example, the Epiphany recording, Villanelle producing poet in a portrait. Subordinating, or bracketing, his inherited literary tradition and own inspirations, the artist would allow such ideal, repeatable, geometric units as hour, organ, and art to interact so as to create technique. And what is the time or terrain in or on which units transform into technique? How can one describe the activities of a consciousness that lets itself be affected, to recall J.D.'s phrase, by the idealities of units like hour, organ, and art? Joyce does not speak of the writing process as something that takes place word by word, sentence by sentence, in the mind, or on the page. The writer's primary activity lies not in choosing words, shaping sentences, applying style, or otherwise giving form to content. Before any of that, creating a technique in, for, Ulysses means choosing units, and the consequences of these decisions will control the text's modes of givenness, the distribution of letters, words, typographies, narratives, characters, and so forth. From this perspective, what is often considered the originary act of writing, when the pen traces the paper, is actually a late and derivative stage. Although allowance must be made for the play of the signifier, for the arbitrariness that can overtake or qualify earlier decisions, and such late-stage play can always become the principle of new techniques. Even in those cases the technique has always already been fixed before the act of writing. In Husserlian terms, then, DJ's conditioned and created techniques have a paradoxical and provocative double status. As the conceptual byproducts and passive syntheses of determinate units, they are in principle ideal and repeatable, and can be reawakened and intuited by new readers the same way geometrical objects maintain their pure ideality and self-identity despite being reawakened and reused by different geometers. And yet, each of DJ's created techniques is also inevitably caught up in the text that it creates and can be identified only ex post facto. A text that has been conditioned by a technique is conceptually separable from that technique. The technique maintains its transcendental status. When a text has been conditioned and created by a technique, the text and technique are partly separable and partly inseparable. Point 22. Thus the windy journalism of Aeolus, the hallucinatory histrionics of Circe, the fizzing new commercialese of Nausicaa, the catechistic anthropology of Eumaeus, the monological yet quintessentially plurivocal meanderings of Penelope, and the many other Ulysses techniques paradigmatically delimit new modes of givenness and thereby negotiate the Scylla and Charybdis of idealism/univocity and empiricism/plurivocity. They manifest what J.D. called in 1989 an economy of exemplary iterability in literature, one uniquely able to condense the greatest potentiality of history and culture. A text by Joyce is simultaneously the condensation of a scarcely delimitable history. But this condensation of history, of language, of the encyclopedia, remains here indissociable from an absolutely singular event, an absolutely singular signature, and therefore also of a date, of a language, of an autobiographical inscription. In a minimal autobiographical trait can be gathered the greatest potentiality of historical, theoretical, linguistic, philosophical culture. That's really what interests me. Point 23. J.D.'s hyperbolic appreciation of DJ's absolute singularity returns us to the question of how J.J. could become the hermeneutic basis for a community of critics. Point 24. Recall that J.J. and J.D. are all names for events of writing and thought that ultimately inspired hordes of researcher-interpreters, and that D.J. represents a landmark in the history of deconstruction because he catalyzed precisely the one that he did. Point 25. Once again it helps to contrast and J.J. On the one hand, each member of A's ever-renewing community of geometers starts from handed-down propositions that are transcendental and everlasting, although the historical origins of these ideal objects have long since been forgotten. On the other hand, Joyceans begin their study with a singular mixture of autobiography, encyclopedia, religion, tropes, history, sui generis styles, conditioned and created techniques, etc. Whatever Joyceans may think of DJ, few escape the Derridian imperative of characterizing JJ's texts with lists of categories ending in etc. Surely this means that the community of JJ researchers has no common language and must pursue its studies in a necessary plurivocity that already destabilizes the basis of its own community. Among other basic questions, how do Joyceans communicate their results? How do they agree on an object of study, a set of texts or editions? And yet, both imagined communities JJ researchers and as geometers are exemplary cases of communal subjectivity in which participants sense that they are working together and sharing responsibility with others. One could even risk saying of individual Joyceans what S says of geometrical investigators: each not only feels himself tied to all the others by the unity of an object or task, but the investigator's own subjectivity is constituted by the idea or horizon of this total subjectivity, which is made responsible in and through him for each of his acts as a scientific investigator. S 61/49, 50. From this perspective, the singularity of the community of JD researchers is that they start from formally adventurous text events that derive from both communities, that is, from the impossible, hyperbolic simultaneity of JJ and A. 2. Joyce's resonance in glass. Sam Sloat. Derrida's glass is an elaboration of Hegel, or, if you will, a gloss, with all the disingenuousness that word implies. To be sure, Derrida's text, in its errant strangeness, is hardly a limpid elucidation of Hegel. Derrida introduces a certain complexity into the dialectic in order, perhaps, to maintain it and carry it forward. To take a quote from Nicolas Sarkozy, Derrida's stance toward Hegel is solid air mais different one even though he is cited explicitly only exactly once in the text. Joyce occupies a very specific albeit fuzzy locus within this intervention of differentiation into the Hegelian corpus. I would like to examine what comes and remains of this singular Joycean resonance within Derrida's coup de glace. The title glass has multiple valences. On the one hand, it derives from the poem Le Glace by Georges Baudelais, which is cited in the text, G220b, 21b/245b. It also echoes from and in a poem by Mallarmé, Aumont, which exists in or across 4 versions with different titles. The word glass occurs in all versions except the earliest. 2 Derrida teases out a pattern of tintinnabulations between the glass of the different versions that destabilizes the existence of the poem in the singular. The poem is always also the active translation of another poem that rings within it, G153b/173b. This enfolded plurality is pronounced in the word glass itself, a word whose plural is indistinct from its singular. There is always already more than one glass, G150b/170b. And, likewise, as the word glass in French means bell or klaxon, it resonates multiply in other languages. For example, seemingly apropos nothing in particular, Derrida notes that the Slovene translation of the title of his earlier work La Voix et les Phénomènes is glass in phénomène, G79b/92b. In this way, the word glass would be an inverse correlate to Mallarmé's nonce word ptyx, from the sonnet Ses pers angles, a word that he claimed did not exist in any language. 3 Glass announces, rings, resounds multiplicity. Derrida also breaks up the word glass into constitutive phonemes to which he ascribes interlapping significances that are emblematic of the book as a whole, to wit, the title lays out, more a sign of fatigue, the appeased, glorious integrity of one entire word, the verbal body glass. Interposed before the disseminating mark, the vowel is seen no longer scaffolds. It sings chante or blackmails fate chanter the bid, the dead, le mors, G234b/261b. The word glass thus performs the text glass. The text of glass consists of 2 parallel columnar texts, one, on the left, consecrated to Hegel, and the other, on the right, concerning Jean Genet, each of which is offset by occasional marginal interruptions. The marginalia are called, variously, tattoos, G3b/8b, 9b, or Judases, G216b/242b, in that through glossing they betray the text they are enmeshed within, pi 7/15, 16. Each columnar text is circular, like Finnegan's Wake. The last sentence can feed into the first. Furthermore, both columns form a Mobius strip, as the last sentence of the Hegel column can equally well plug into the first sentence of the Genet column, and, unsurprisingly, vice versa, pi 49/56. The reversibility of the columns is an apparently perfect dialectic process. Both processes are inseparable, they can be read in any sense, any direction whatever, from right to left or left to right. The relief of one must value fair ca the other, G241a/269a. The 2-column format derives directly from a short text by Genet, Ce qui est resté un Rembrandt de cœur en petits cœurs bien réguliers, et photo auxiliary chiots, what remained of a Rembrandt torn into small, very regular squares and rammed down the shithole, a fiction about finding identity in difference. This piece could also be construed as Genet's rejoinder against Sartre's Saint Genet. Sitting in a third-class train car, the protagonist of Genet's left-hand column stares at the unkempt man sitting across from him and realizes that every man is worth as much as every other, for the right-hand column is seemingly unrelated although it carries certain terms from its consociate column. The situation between the men on the train thus reflects the situation between the 2 columns. Derrida writes, what remained of a Rembrandt develops over its 2 columns a theory or an event of general equivalence, of subjects, of the infinite exchange between 2 columns that regard themselves in reverse, G43b/52, 53b. This process of equation is not without relevance to Derrida's consideration of Hegel. Quite literally, since the title of Genet's piece appears in the first paragraph of the right-hand column, Glass exfoliates out from what remained of a Rembrandt. When the right-hand column describes the bicolumnar Genet text, it is also describing Glass itself. The right-hand column begins with what remained of a Rembrandt torn into small, very regular squares and rammed down the shithole is divided into G1b/GF, 7b. Obviously the statement refers to the Genet text, but also, plausibly, to whatever did remain of that torn-up Rembrandt and, by extension, to Glass itself. Such self-referentiality is, of course, a dialectical move par excellence. Derrida writes, the dialectical law bends and reflects itself, applies itself to its very own statements, G10a/16a. In this way, the two columns are both model and metaphor for some kind of fungible inter- and intratextuality, which is itself some kind of dialogism, which is also, as Lou Reed would have it, some kind of love. For, in Hegel's works the possibility of dialectic presupposes separation and thus begins with love, as Stephen has it in Ulysses. Socrates learned dialectic from Xanthippe, U 9.235. Likewise, Derrida's foray into Hegel begins with love, G6a/12a, in that the first term of the Hegelian concept family is the family, which is itself founded on the bond of love between husband and wife. See also G34a, 36a/43a, 44a. In the philosophy of right, Hegel describes the surrender of being in love. Love means in general terms the consciousness of my unity with another, so that I am not in selfish isolation but win my self-consciousness only as the renunciation of Aufgebung my independence and through knowing myself as the unity of myself with another and of the other with me. 5. Derrida comments on this passage, the movement described is thus the relief la releve of a dispossession, the Aufhebung of an Aufgebung, G18a/25a. In other words, love is an act of self-redefinition entre deux that nullifies the alterity of the other in the loving embrace of the Aufhebung. In this way, Glass might be construed as a loving reading of Hegel, taking the Hegelian corpus out of its isolation by coupling it with Genet. Because of its funky format, Glass is frequently compared with Chapter 2.2 of Finnegan's Wake, if not the Wake as a whole, although the resemblance is little more than superficial. To wit, Jeffrey Hartman, I am sufficiently convinced that Glass, like Finnegan's Wake, introduces our consciousness to a dimension it will not forget. 6. One strong congruity would be that, like Finnegan's Wake, Glass essays to be an encyclopedic work, albeit primarily through the filter of its linguistically fecund title. Derrida has variously affirmed and denied any contiguity between Glass and Finnegan's Wake. His affirmation, in the essay 2 Words for Joyce, is somewhat less than resounding, and I pass quickly over Glass, which is also a sort of wake, from one end to the other, the long procession in 2 columns of a joyful theory, a theory of mourning, TW 28/30. So any rapport exists only in the most general sense, the sense of a wake, the sense of the exuberance at a funeral or a funfuneral, FW 120.10, as Joyce has it in a neologism that splits the difference between joy and mourning through lexical synthesis. On the other hand, Derrida's denials have been a little more forceful. At the Glass seminar in Kolding in 2000, he steadfastly denied that the wake was a model for Glass. Essentially, Glass concerns the possibility of thinking apart from philosophical idealism, or, more precisely, the possibility of thinking apart from Hegelian Aufhebung. In a remarkably pellucid note in the Encyclopedia Logic, Hegel glosses his use of the one word Aufheben by noting its 2 seemingly contradictory senses, on the one hand, to clear away or cancel and, on the other hand, to preserve. 7. Derrida raises or brings about this double sense when he describes the 2 overlapping functions of Glass' 2 columns. The first assures, guards, assimilates, interiorizes, idealizes, relieves the fall shoot into the monument. The other lets the remain, fall, G1b, 2b/7b, 8b. In a generalized sense, The two columns recapitulate themselves, thereby enacting a process of Aufhebung. Concomitant with the question concerning Aufhebung is the possibility of something, anything, that might not be susceptible to the play of dialectic. The problem is acute because, essentially by definition, dialectic absorbs alterity. The rule of the dialectic is the perpetual reconciliation without remainder, and so the problem thus concerns the possibility of a remainder or residue within the economy of Aufhebung. At one point Derrida asks, and what if what cannot be assimilated, the absolute indigestible, played a fundamental role in the system? G 151a/171a, point 8 through Aufhebung, the concept reduces difference to nothing, G 43ai/52ai. Aufhebung is nothing if not restrictive. If there can be nothing alien to the steady, speculative march of Hegelian Aufhebung, what difference can difference make, if difference were to make a difference? As Derrida opens the left-hand column, one will not have been able to think without Hegel, G1a/7a, in light of such strict, inevitable solidarity. What possibility can there be for difference, disruption, displacement? In the line I would like to follow, Derrida looks at Hegel's early work The Spirit of Christianity, wherein he posits, in a kind of theoretical fiction, G37a/46a, the biblical flood as the originary loss of the state of nature. As a consequence, postulates Hegel in this charming narrative, if man was to hold out against the outbursts of a nature now hostile, nature had to be mastered. It was in a thought product that Noah built the distracted world together again. 9. The conceptual ordination of the world is thus a product of Noah's survival gambit. Derrida writes, in all the senses of that word, Noah is the concept. By a bad word play, Jewish Greek, a la Joyce, and mixing in a little Gallicism, no, one would say noesis. In effect, in order to control maternal nature's hostility in her unleashed waters, she had to be thought, conceived, grasped. Being thought is being controlled. The concept marks the interruption of a first state of love. The concept busies itself around a wound. Noah chose to gather together the world torn apart, to reconstitute in some the Gleichgewicht in the being thought. G38a/47a. Unsurprisingly, one can find in the wake Joyce's own wordplay for conflating Noah with the originary concept, Norcheek, FW 80.25. Now, figuring the, let's just say, birth of the concept through a wordplay is hardly an innocent or transparent move. It's not just the self-styled bad wordplay that makes Derrida call up the name Joyce. Derrida had closed an earlier essay on Levinas with a proposition that feeds into the noetic column. Are we Greeks? Are we Jews? But who, we? Are we, not a chronological, but a prelogical question, first Jews or first Greeks? And does the strange dialogue between the Jew and the Greek, peace itself, have the form of the absolute, speculative logic of Hegel, the living logic which reconciles formal tautology and empirical heterology after having thought prophetic discourse in the preface to the Phenomenology of Mind? Or, on the contrary, does this peace have the form of infinite separation and of the unthinkable, unsayable transcendence of the other? From whence does it draw the energy of its question? Can it account for the historical coupling of Judaism and Hellenism? And what is the legitimacy, what is the meaning of the copula in this proposition from perhaps the most Hegelian of modern novelists, Je Greek is Greekia? Extremes meet, 10, WD 153/227, 28. The Cap's famous equation of Greek and Jew from Circe, U 15.2097-98, occupies a position one could almost call Derrida's own kind of theoretical fiction about an originary concept. Following from Hegel, the Hellenic stands as a sigil for totality and completion, as Hegel has it in the philosophy of history. Among the Greeks we feel ourselves immediately at home, for we are in the region of spirit 11, whereas, and in contradistinction, in Derrida's reading of Levinas, the Hebraic is eternally incomplete, errant, and exiled from closure. 12. Therefore, reconciling Greek and Jew would be the most formidable, if not redoubtable, Aufhebung, a unification of totality and fragmentation, the Aufhebung of Aufhebung. Derrida notes that Hegel considered the Jewish background to the spirit of Christianity in terms of how Logos was thematized as the divine character, specifically in the Gospel of John. John writes in Greek. The Gospel undersigned John is by a Greek Jew. How have the Jewish categorical constraints been able to ligate, to make obsolete via year in advance the writing of the good news? G75a/88a. Unsurprisingly, Hegel attempted to extirpate this Jewish contamination of the good news by not entrusting its decoding to merely hermeneutics. Nowhere more than in the communication of the divine is it necessary for the recipient to grasp the communication with the depths of his own spirit. 13 The language of revelation may be tainted, but a reader armed with appropriate spirit can see beyond that to attain divine logos, cg 76a/89a. In this way, Hegel has decided the Aufhebung of Griecho in favor of a certain spirit, one that bypassed or ignores language's inability to be an ideal language. Before his Joycean Griecho wordplay, Derrida had commented that Hegel distrusted mere etymology as a means of philosophical clarification. That the same word or two words of analogous root can have two conceptually different, verily opposite significations proves that the word is never a concept. G7a/13a. Point 14 In other words, for language to elevate itself to the level of concept, that is, ideal interior signification, it must jettison, among other things, the possibility of the pun, which is to say the possibility consociating ideas solely on the basis of lexical congruity, such as, say in French, Noah and Noesis. Derrida addressed this problem of the pun with the essay Proverb, He That Would Pun, published on the occasion of the English translation of Glass. He begins the essay with the seemingly glib claim that there is not one single pun, in English in the text. 15 The parenthetical addition is, of course, crucial and quite sly. Whatever punning may not or may have been in the soi-disant French version of the text is liable to be lost in translation. Derrida is not simply traducing his translators here, but rather is bringing up a problem endemic to translation. The ambiguity, such as it is, in the line there is not one single pun, in English in the text, is entirely a function of syntax, whereas puns are semantic creatures. Since the task of translation, almost always never fully realized, is to regulate gaps and anomalies, translation suppresses gaps by not allowing them to pass forth into another language. A pun merely provides several different possible meanings, whereas syntactic looseness allows for an indeterminacy that cannot necessarily be adjudicated, or, if you will, regular. Point 16 As Derrida writes, a translation returns the text to its readability, returns the text to an intelligibility that perhaps remains enveloped in its original version. 17 One example of a simple paronomastic effect lost in English is the constant play Derrida gives between the French pronunciation of Hegel, Hegel, and Règle, Hegel, Eagle, and Rule. Obviously, this effect cannot be rendered in English, although a creative translator might do something with Hegel, finagle, and bagel. Of course, Derrida's play with the homophonous, French, couple Hegel and Hegel does not betoken any significance other than the simple fact that it is linguistically possible. The paronomasia is significant precisely because it is meaningless. Were it to be otherwise, the soaring Hegel would be triumphant. Point 18 In other words, its importance lies in indicating how language is not restrictive, despite Hegel's attempts to make it so. The restrictive regla of Hegel flies away as an Hegel. Despite Hegel, language can be equivocal. Indeed, in Glass, Derrida finds a possibility of equivocation through Hegel's strictures and restrictures. The dialectic sweep of Aufhebung is a restricture in that it binds and delimits through a continuous suppression of difference. But to say restricture under its name repression today remains a confused imagination, that is perhaps only to designate, in regard to philosophy, what does not let itself be thought or even arraigned ara Eisener by a question. The question is already strict Turing, is already girded being, G191a/215a. In other, kinkier, words the lordship of Aufhebung is bondage. The restricture is strict, that is, it does not allow for free play or, if you will, equivocation. However, Derrida notes that because of language's lack of ideality, the restricture is necessarily asymmetrical, which allows for a counter movement, or contraband, that cannot be assimilated dialectically. The contraband is not yet dialectical contradiction. To be sure, the contraband necessarily becomes that, but its not yet is not yet the teleological anticipation, which results in it never becoming dialectical contradiction. The contraband remains something other than what, necessarily, it is to become, G 244a/272a. On the one hand, a contradiction would be subsumed within restricturing in that it would simply be an antithesis awaiting its own proper Aufhebung. On the other hand, the contraband is a third term that lies in the crossing over of the one into the other, the slackness of the stricture, the free play of equivocation. This theory, to be sure, is called for by a thinking of writing, in of grammatology, but it is better thematized and formalized, with dissemination, glass, parags, in its relation to the double bind, to the stricture of the double band and, especially, of a remaining that is not and does not stem releve from ontology any more than it lends itself to dialectical sublation la releve dialectici, RP 29, 30/44. In other words, within the stricture of Aufhebung lies its undoing in a non-dialectical opposition, within the certainty of Aufhebung lies indeterminacy. The wake is, of course, filled with examples of syntactic indeterminacy. As a brief example, which will serve as a rejoinder to Derrida's use of a self-styled Joycean wordplay in Glass, I will take this sentence from 3.4, here is Onething you owed to know, FW 561.0425. There are several different layers of wordplay in effect here. First, the sentence is homophonous with the expression there is one thing you ought to know. But, there is more than Onething in this sentence. The obligation of knowledge, ought to know, is here rendered as a debt, owed to know, with a word not unlike Derrida's know in Glass. However, the real complication here is the substitution of the preposition to with the number to, especially since this acts in conjunction with the word Onething. In other words, the numeration of this one sentence is already multiple, with no resolution, or possible hermeneutic adjudication, between the different senses, or, as the next sentence has it, this one once upon a while was the other but this is the other one nowadays, FW 561.0526. Beyond the act of merely glossing these lines, something else remains. And this brings us back to Glass. A translation is not unlike a gloss in that both are invariably in other words. In other words, translation, even in the best of circumstances, transforms, mutates, recreates the text it translates, such as, say, Glass. Derrida writes, even in its so-called French version, translation devours Glass, which exhibits in a way a passion for the foreign tongue. 19 The act of translation is thus a metaphor which is itself a kind of translation, metaphyrin, to translate, transport, transpose, of dialectic assimilation itself, that is, of Aufhebung. 20 Translation is a mode of Aufhebung. In Glass, Derrida teases this point, briefly and brilliantly, out of French translations of the word Aufhebung, the death of singularity is always an Aufhebung. The so frequent translations of Aufhebung by abolition and cancellation suppression precisely effaces this, G 137a/155a. The singularity of Aufhebung's double meaning is suppressed by its translation, and this suppression is itself remarked in the word suppression. Of course, one wee problem for English readers of Glass is that Derrida is referring to French translations of Aufhebung by the word suppression. Jean Hippolyte generally rendered Aufhebung as suppression, as did Alexander Kojève. 21 A few years ago, Derrida noted with some pride that French translations of Hegel now follow his suggestion from the 1960s that the French word relever perfectly captures the double sense of Aufheben that was previously thought to be untranslatable. 22 Relever is thus, as Derrida points out, Introduction relevant an event of translation that remarks translation as Aufhebung both in and into another language, in this case, French. English translations of Aufheben and Aufhebung have followed a different tradition. Ever since J. H. Sterling wrote The Secret of Hegel in 1865, the most common English translation for Aufhebung has been, for better or worse, sublation. 23 Although A. V. Miller uses the word supersede. 24 So, bizarrely, Levy's translation of this passage in Glass suppresses translation by effacing the point Derrida makes about French translations of Hegel. In the English translation of Glass, the suppression of Aufhebung is thus doubly suppressed, making it, if you will, an irrelevant translation. In this way, the English translation of Glass raises the possibility that there is no escape from Aufhebung, that the releve is Hughes clause. Of course, what is being suppressed in the word Aufhebung across these translations is the fact that, with its double meanings, it is a pun. Aufhebung is thus the pun that is a concept born of lexis. Even though Hegel distrusts etymology, he endorses the semantic duplicity of this one word in his pellucid note in the Encyclopaedia Logique, the ambiguity in this linguistic usage, through which the same word has a negative and a positive meaning, cannot be regarded as an accident nor yet as a reason to reproach language as if it were a source of confusion. We ought to recognize here the speculative spirit of our language, which transcends the either-or of mere understanding. 25 In this particular case, Hegel allows a confusion on the level of signification to somehow bring about a certain ideal truth. This confusion is not accidental, but, rather, essential. In other words, in at least this specific instance, signification is an Aufhebung, that is, the true meaning of the word Aufheben is the result of an Aufhebung of dual meanings. 26 The very process of signification is at its root both pun and Aufhebung. As Derrida puts it in Glass, that it Aufhebung is subject to the law of what it is the law of, that is what gives to the structure of the Hegelian system a very twisted form so difficult to grasp, G 121a/139a. Furthermore, the double meaning of Aufhebung, which embodies the speculative spirit of the German language, is untranslatable, that is until Derrida la releve in French. At its heart, Hegel's speculative philosophy rests upon a wordplay not entirely dissimilar from Derrida's soi-disant Joycean figuration of the birth of the concept as no. For Derrida, Joyce has a very specific force in all this. Jean-Michel Rabat characterizes this quite precisely by claiming that Joyce precipitates a problem philosophy cannot solve. Joyce comes to allegorize writing as that which obstinately resists philosophy. 27 In other words, for Derrida, Joyce presents language's lack of ideality, a lack evinced in the intertwining slipperiness of the very word Aufhebung. Derrida first articulated this in his lengthy introduction to Edmund Husserl's Origin of Geometry, where he posited Joyce as an alternative to the Husserlian project to regulate philosophical thinking into univocity where language is transparent to or coterminous with history, A 102, 3/104, 5. I will cite Derrida's reformulation of that argument, if you will, it's Aufhebung, in 2 words for Joyce. The other great paradigm would be the Joyce of Finnegan's Wake. He repeats and mobilizes and babblizes the asymptotic totality of the equivocal. He makes this his theme and his operation. He tries to bring to the surface, with the greatest possible synchrony, at top speed, the greatest power of the meanings buried in each syllabic fragment, subjecting each atom of writing to fission in order to overload its unconscious with the whole memory of man, mythologies, religions, philosophies, sciences, psychoanalysis, literatures. TW 27/28. For Derrida, Joyce is literature par excellence. The Joycean text is not necessarily reducible to a singular determinant of meaning, it equivocates, and it does so by incorporating all sorts of meanings from many different languages across the widest number of possible fields unordinated by a single syntax. The implication here is that the task of reading Joyce will not be fulfilled by simply glossing away the references, by explications du texte, since these would reduce Joyce to a simple plurivocity, that is, to the realm of a singular determinant of meaning. Furthermore, any genre of thematic reading, whether through the optics of politics or biography or psychoanalysis or post-coloniality or nationalism or ideology or textual genetics or cultural production or comparative studies, in short the whole apparatus of the field of Joyce criticism would be equally reductive, not that there's anything wrong with that. In 2 Words for Joyce, Derrida suggested that our readings of Joyce have not gone beyond the realm of the merely Hegelian, TW 26/24, whereas the Joycean over may be something that is apart from the strictures of dialectic in that it rediscovers the poetic value of passivity, A 102/104, as Derrida phrased it in his Husserl essay. The Joycean text rests silent to the critical noise around it in its Hegelstams, FW 416.33. By naming Joyce, even if only once, in Glass, Derrida suggests an introduction of equivocation, or, if you will, whimsy, into the dialectic march of equation without remainder, Aufhebung. Joyce, or rather a function of literature that Joyce embodies for Derrida, overloads the possibility of dialectic resolution. In Glass, Derrida glosses Hegel by bringing in Joycean whimsy, and what could be more whimsical than coupling Genet with Hegel? Joyce, then, for Derrida would be resonance, the silent resounding of many languages, in many overcathected words, and not just one, or two. Glass 28 The kaleidoscope in the panorama of all flores of speech, FW 143.28 and 03, 4, neither binarism, collide or scape, nor synthesis, kaleidoscope, but an altogether separate possibility, a whimsical